Are you ready for it?
I'm a real tough kid. I can handle my shit. They said fake it, gotta fake it till you make it, and I did.
I'm just a terrible person, I guess.
Ice camera bitch. Even when you wanna die. Breaking down, I hit the floor. All the pieces of me shattered as the crowd was chanting more. With a broken heart.
Who's afraid of little old me?
Well, I know the question of the evening is should men go to therapy, but I can say whoever made that video definitely should.
Oh God.
That was me.
You're always so good at editing.
I had a moment. I was very expressive.
Oh,
I
no.
was very like all these men telling me what to do, telling me to be a good girl. I'll be a good girl. Okay.
It looks like you. What's her name? Margot?
That was Margot Robbie. That was kind of like the running joke for a while is because they kept saying I look like Margot. It used to be Jamie Presley. Everybody said you look like
that?
Jamie Presley. She looks just like Margot Robbie.
Loci. Oh my God, we're gonna have issues with my dog. Sorry.
Doggies. You tend to the doggies. I'll tend to the chat. And hello and good evening to everyone. I am Sara the Raging Tomato, and I brought Torshaa back for round 2 because she actually does have stuff to say. You just didn't get to hear any of it. She was just speaking very quietly like this into the debate, and nobody was hearing her. That's what it was. So I brought her back to give her the opportunity to spit more words out. So, I got to change my background.
Is that what we're doing right now? Oh my God.
That's what we're done right now. Like, I totally forgot I had the wrong background. What shall we do? Well, you're drinking a drink, right? I'm drinking a drink.
Okay.
We could do this one. We had this one
bartending?
before. This is the one we had when I did my initial interview with you. Actually, we could take it. It still has the Adobe stock picture on it too. Actually,
Oh,
maybe I
cool.
shouldn't. We can go pink, sip and stream, selfies and simps. We could do blood. We could do blood. We can do the DJ stuff. Oh, we could do Star Wars. We could do special guests. You want to be on film? Or we could do the Dizzy shit like this. Or we could do pretty pink and purple.
There's so many choices.
Or actually, we can have some movement back here, and we'll do one of the movement ones where it's going to go in and out between the stars. You'll see it here in just a second.
Ooh, yeah,
There we
this
go.
one's nice.
Dreamy, so dreamy.
Loci.
Loci. Loci is Loci.
Loci
Done.
is crazy. Can you see her? Not really. She's right here.
No, I don't see her, but tell her to get the F up, and so we could say hi.
She's too big. She's thick.
That's like Artemis. Artemis is she's our fatty. She's our household fatty. And so she doesn't like to jump up on my jump up on her hind legs very much. It's like, bro, like, this is a lot of weight I gotta push around. But Nyx is very limber and a lot of jumps and things. So she I'll never forget the time she jumped up on the kitchen counter. I was like, what the heck? Like,
get your ass down.
And it's almost like, and I think she scared herself, like realizing what she had done. And then she like flopped right back off. Like, I'm not supposed to be up here. I don't know what's going on. It was like, all right.
My God. That's so funny. That's so cute. Little baby.
Yeah, little babies. And Don Juan, first to drop in, why should they, he asks. It's not like they can control their own bodies. LOL. Determinism fail.
Oh, Don. Oh, Don.
And old Joe, I did this just for you, not only just for you, but also because I didn't quite have time to dry my hair. I was too busy talking to Torshaa on the phone before we got started and ran out of time. So I was like, you know what? Old Joe asked for this. I'm going to provide. Old Sarge Finkel, 9:15. Oh my, I hope I can make it. But in case I don't, yes, men and women should get therapy, and YouTube is proof of that.
True.
Pete Fletch swinging on by. To answer the question, no, men find our own way to deal with shit. The majority of therapy treatments are designed around and to cater to women. All right. So we got a yes, we got a no. Technographics. The answer is no. Men should go to an Orthodox church and stop being chemically castrated. I couldn't tell you which community he's from based off of that note.
Yeah. Okay.
But yes, good points as well.
That was sarcasm, but I don't know where he's from. Sorry, I didn't catch it. Who is that?
Can you do that one again? I'm not sure where that came from.
Sorry. I was like,
like, hold on. Can I just clarify the clarification here that was definitely sarcasm? But yes, thank you, Technographics. We do appreciate the communication. OPC Don stopping by. He's the 7th in the house. Welcome back, OPC Don. Sean Weiland hanging over on Torshaa's side. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, if you think that you'd rather go hang out on Torshaa's end of this video, you are more than welcome to. Just type in TORSHAA. Don't forget that extra A. Because she's wild, she's beautiful, she's incredibly smart, and you just like to look at her. I do too.
Sorry.
I only have her here to look at her, but don't tell her that. But yes, hello, Sean, to you. Ride dropping by. Therapy isn't made for men. We just deal with emotional and mental problems in a completely different way. Men are solution-oriented, just sitting down and talking about the things that don't work for us. I will grammatically correct all of you if you say the wrong words. My mom knows all about this. Hi, Mama. I love you, Mama.
Aw.
It's my mama. If Dad pops by too, that would be even better. Then I have the pair. Makes it's a complete picture. Like, I have the most incredibly supportive parents when it comes to being a YouTuber. Like, some people are like, "Oh, I don't even tell my parents," and I'm like,
yeah.
I just had to clean up the things that I said, and then I was like, "Yeah, so I do this thing."
Were they like excited for you? Sorry.
Well, my mom's been following it since almost the beginning. Like, I told her about the speed dates, because that's where it all started, was the speed dates with Playing with Fire, and then Ashley's channel as well. And but she loved to watch the speed dates because she knows my sarcasm, and she knows my attitude with these men, and she's just like, that's how she was introduced to the Hormaxer. So she knows his whole story because she's been there since the beginning.
Yeah.
So it's quite well. Now my dad, I didn't bring him into the picture until a little bit later, because it was kind of like, I don't know how I feel about letting him, like, especially the men in this arena.
Yeah.
But now he's wrenched up in my chat. Does
he ban anybody?
No, I don't think they don't. I only wrench them to make sure that they stand out, and to kind of protect them from other people don't know who they are or whatever. But they're wrenched, and like, I remember my dad was in here the entire evening for my interview with Andrew Wilson, and my dad was so intrigued by, like, him and Don Juan were going back and forth on the Catholicism stuff, and it was like, oh man. But my mom, she's been such a staple here on the channel. Like, I'm always like, everybody say hi to Mama. If you don't say hi to Mama, you're gone. And they're like, hi, Mom.
I love it.
I love it too. And hello to you, Sparky. I love how you have that name. Uncle Guns coming in with I'm guessing a pin with the win. I haven't even read it yet, but I get all the therapy I need from a special hidden cove on an enchanted island filled with gorgons and mermaids. Interesting topic. I do after that intro. Oh.
It was a good one. It was good.
I love my intros. Like, I work
new
really
one?
hard. No, I made it back in like late summer.
Oh, okay.
And I only just started using it on Throwdown Thursdays. I had to find the place where it would fit.
Yeah.
And then as Throwdown Thursdays kind of evolved, I'm like, you know what? It's the tomato unleashed. Like, because I'm not going to mod you. I'm not going to be nice to you. And I can involve myself in the conversation and tell you all you're idiots, you know, and whatever. It's like there's gloves off, Throwdown Thursday.
Yeah.
So I get to be Anna Kendrick's recent news relevant. Do you know anything about Anna Kendrick's recent
She
news?
just had a movie come out. Lokai. Hold on, I'm gonna put my dog to bed. Give me a moment. Give me a moment.
It's gonna sleep with the fishes. I don't know anything about Anna Kendrick, but if when we open up the panel process, if you want to come up and talk about it, I'm totally for it. Pamplemousse. Are Torsha's dogs human? They might be. They very well might be. They might actually be little children that she just calls them dogs. I don't know. We'll never know because we're not there. And the doggies don't come on screen. How convenient. Anarchy Television, hello to you. Beetle Babe, should men go to therapy? Yes, the end. No debate needed. Oh, but there is some, you know, thought processes to it. I mean, you got to fight for it, but yeah, there's a good thought process. Holly Dolly says, wish it would rain here. It's drier than a popcorn fart. What the hell is a popcorn fart? But I'm officially going to use that word now. Actually, I'm going to make a banner. This one's to you, Holly Dolly. Popcorn fart. Popcorn fart. Okay. And it's going to scroll now. There you go. Shout out to you, Holly Dolly. Popcorn fart. I like it. Yep, we'll come back to that one. Hippie Opium, hello to you, my friend. Pumping Vinyl, Beetle Brat is the last person who should tell anyone to go to therapy. Pumping Vinyl, I highly suggest you play nice in this chat. All mods on deck, all mods on deck. Keep pumping vinyl at bay. Oh, you know what I did say I was going to do today, Beetle Babe? I said I was going to wrench you. This is your honorary wrenching ceremony so that you can keep our vinyl community folks at bay. Yes, you, Beetle Babe, because you're here often enough and you know the storylines. I don't know enough. Oops, I got to go to my own. Oops, that's not my own. I got to go to my own show and click on your pretty little name and give you a wrench. And you can feel free to keep William, our lovely William, you know, wherever he needs to be. Add as a moderator. Standard. There you are. Beetle Babe is now a standard moderator for your channel. All right, fire at will. Of course, anybody who is a wrench knows the rules. Drama's okay, hate is not. If it crosses TOS lines, that's when you need to do something about it. But overall, if it's just drama, crap talking, you kind of got to let some slide, okay? Can't be emotional. If you get emotional and start putting people in timeout all the time, then I will eventually revoke a wrench. I've done it before. I can do it again. And Big Jake's wrench coming in the house. Most therapists are females. You just end up getting lectured from a female perspective. More men in mental health services. That's a good point, Jake. That's a very good point. The seventh, Hawkage. What's up?
We should play a drinking game.
I'm down.
How should we do it?
I'm sorry. You should have. Every time someone says therapy, you got to take a sip. Do you have enough alcohol?
I think I have 2 more beers, or maybe 1.
This is all I got. So
I wanted to get one of those, but I didn't think I had enough time. And then when you were like, "Oh, I'm gonna go get one," so I'm like, "Damn it!"
Oh, we could have pushed. People would have waited in order for us to provide our alcoholic beverages.
I know.
If we said, sorry, I'm late, I had to run to the liquor store, they would have been like, oh, totally get it.
I live near it too. Like it's like a block away, not even. It's just like, I'm so lazy.
It's yeah, that's pretty close to my house too. That's why I was like, I'll be back in exactly 10 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hello, OTW, proud member over there. And OPC Don coming in with the $2. Everyone, please support the Bratty Tomato Fund. Yes, thank you. Crack-a-lackin'. Michael says therapy doesn't usually fix men's problems because they don't, cheers, bitch, because they don't do the introspection work part of uncovering the past and need mentorship and skills to overcome depression sides of mental health. Say that 6 times fast. Arkaby2 Shanta says men think rash. See that we could literally just read the chat all night.
I know there's so many.
We could come to a conclusion of what the answer is because they all have great opinions on it.
Yeah.
Like they're not even hating, and I love that.
I've heard really good points so far.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
Men think rationally and find solutions. They need good set of friends and male figures through to guide them problems, not therapy. Yeah.
Found it out.
Well, there was some sentence structuring over there that was a little throwing me off, but that's okay. We get the point. I-Fi's here for the therapy. Oh yes, by the way, we are offering our therapeutic services this evening. Psych, just kidding, we're not.
I'm mentally unwell. I wouldn't take my advice. I'm toxic.
I've been called the YouTube mom enough times, so I'm here for your sorrows, your woes. Yeah. I'll tuck you into my bosom and hold you so tight and tell you everything will be all right.
I'm like, get out of my face.
Take your problems elsewhere. Like we all got problems, bro. Yeah. Gray Pill podcast utilizing his membership tools with the crybabies. Crybabies. All right, I think I got. Oh, hello, past. Welcome back, Depeche Commode. What's up, Neo? All right, I think I got everybody. Nope, there's Hater Cell too. All right, y'all need to start coming by earlier. So when I do roll call, I can get you all in one queen sweep.
You're cut off.
I'm cut off. 2 sips and I'm done. What's
Wait,
up?
Does the audio get fucked up if I do this? Talk.
Me?
Yeah, you.
Hello world. How are you today?
I'm putting you on speaker on my laptop.
Do you want to build a snowman and ride our bikes around the halls?
Have you been to therapy?
Through yeah, I did what is that called?
EMDR?
No.
Gestalt? Gestalt? I can't say it.
Hold on. It's right
CBT.
there. Where you go subconsciously. Not
all of it?
Not meditation, but
hypnosis.
Hypnotic therapy, whatever you'd call it.
Did it work?
It was beautiful. And then I learned how to shut my emotions down because now I can like mentally throw myself into that place, and I'm not just like, and I don't care anymore. Okay. So it's nice. It's hypnotherapy. Thank you, Beetle Babe and Bake Jake and everybody else. And I thought, to me, I can sit here and talk all day and you're not going to provide me with the solution, right? I'm just going to vent, and it's not going to surface. I'm not a surface level type of person. Yeah. I'm like, there's so much deep down in the core of my brain that's ticking and ticking and ticking that if I knew if I didn't get to the behind the scenes of the scenes of the scenes, then I wasn't like, I knew I wouldn't fix anything on the surface. So that was
behavior.
Not behavior. So it was none of my behavior. It was more of trying to move beyond things that were done.
I thought you were going to say something like, I wasn't the problem.
No, I wasn't the problem. I was just dealing with it, like trauma and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And it was very deeply, deeply rooted into my brain. And once I started that, and then I went to the gym, and like I just did all of these, like, I want to be all about me now because I've given to everybody else.
Yeah.
So I was able to mentally and emotionally do that with the hypnotherapy, but then also physically I was able to capture that as well. And
Yeah.
it's a huge self-esteem booster if you can incorporate all of that together. It's
Yeah.
not just head work, it's not just emotional work, it's not just hanging with your friends or getting to vent to your mom or anything like it's all encompassing. And I had the privilege of being able to do that and just focus on that. And it changed my life. Absolutely
How many
changed my life.
sessions did you do?
I went, it was more like maybe once a month, or like in the beginning it was maybe like once a month. And then I would like start kind of incorporating like all of the things, and I'd learn something new about myself, and then I'd go back, for another few more months, like, once a month, or maybe I'd go like 2 or 3 weeks in a row, and it would just kind of be intermittent, based
Yeah.
on what was going on with me, like emotionally and mentally, and how I was wrapping my brain around all of it.
Yeah.
And so being able to do that, and I think it was over the time span of like 2 years, but it really wasn't that many sessions. It was just more like, more like groupings.
Were you
Um,
tired after each session?
oh,
Was it like
I was
draining?
exhausted. I mean,
Yeah,
I would be in there
that's
for like an hour or two, and it was, and then like even the after effects later on, because I'm a big avid dreamer, like, and I remember a lot of yeah, oh my god, that's why I knew.
That means you don't have a lot of stress. That's a good thing. Like
Dear
dreaming at night.
God. Oh, really?
That's why kids can dream. Kids dream more. And it's like if you can do it in your adulthood, it's like the best way to process stuff. Like most people don't, because they're not really getting, like, they have stress or whatever.
Their
Bye.
brains fried by the end of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I can remember dreams. I always thought it was more like my brain's running a million miles an hour. It just doesn't shut down like at all.
Yeah.
I'm known for talking in my sleep. Like, because it just doesn't shut down. It never
Wow.
does. Yeah. It takes a lot for like, even at that, I know what it takes for me to even be able to wind down at night.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of like, I've had to figure out this routine for my brain to be able to like, okay, it's time,
Yeah.
because it's just going and going and going and going.
Yeah.
So, it's rough.
At least you can catch yourself, though.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. And I think a lot of that, I mean, I'm 37 years old. If I haven't figured it out by now, or at least figured out a plan, you know what I mean? Like, then I am wrong. I should know at least good variations of how I handle and manage stress or people or situations or whatever the case may be. Like, I know how I react. Therefore, I need to make sure I have a game plan intact in order to manage those moments.
You'd be surprised how many people can't do that at 37.
I believe it. But I think I was kind of forced to learn.
Yeah.
Like I was put in a position where it's either like sink or swim. So you need to figure out like what's going on and how to get out of like this mental situation of the things that have happened, and how can you not only move forward, but how can you prevent yourself from ever getting back there again?
Yeah.
And I mean, it's trial and tribulations. Like it's always a learning process, but I think the most important part is recognizing where your triggers are, what people do, how you react to people, how you manage your interactions with people, how you handle, are you explosive, are you implosive, like how do you do all of these things, and knowing that and utilizing that to your advantage. And going and like if you need to go hit a punching bag, than go hit a freaking punching bag.
Yeah.
You know,
A lot of people can't identify when they have to do that, though. Obviously, you're talking about. She always gives the best advice, guys. Listen, this shit's gold. Okay, it's gold.
But that's the trick, right? Is it's more of not stop worrying about what everybody else is doing to you and worry about how you react to what everyone else is doing to you.
Yeah.
It's self-awareness. That's why, like in YouTube world, right? We know people are going to hate us. We know people are going to be hateful. They're going to talk crap. They're going to say mean things. They're going to make hate videos on you. They're going to call you all sorts of different names, but it's how you react is what's going to determine the next step from there.
Yeah.
So if you react by like, if you let it come in, you know, let the whatever they say or do like come at you, and it's like, am I going to just push this away and say whatever, dude, I don't care, or am I going to be like, oh my god, you made fun of me,
Yeah.
you know? And that to me is like, that's how you're managing your stress levels, your self-awareness, your
boundaries,
emotions.
too.
It's your boundaries. So if I like, this is my bubble, you're not allowed in my fucking bubble, including your words, right? So
I'm
all
like,
this,
let me into it.
let me in your bubble, Sarah. I'm gonna get in your freaking
I'm
bubble.
coming in. I don't know boundaries.
But you know, if you treat this as like a wall, and so it doesn't matter, you have to accept the fact that people are shitty, right? I'm not saying there's not great people out there. There are amazing people out there, but presuming that you just accept the fact that there's shitty people out there and they're going to do bad things to you. But how are you going to allow that in your bubble? Are you going to allow that in your bubble? Are you going to let it affect you? Are you going to let it change your life? Are you going to lose a whole night of sleep worried about what this tard on the internet was saying about you? No, you're not, or you shouldn't.
What about the people that are like huge? They're popular and they have just the whole mob coming. I would literally have to just shut it off and not go on it again. And that's scary because it's like, imagine your whole one side of your world is just hates you. And it's usually like not grounded. I know that's probably difficult for like viewers to see that, but I don't know. Have you ever saw somebody get canceled where you were like, yeah, that's warranted? I don't think I ever have. Other than like fucking criminals.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think you have to do something really stupid to be able to get canceled. Like, you really have to fuck up.
Yeah, like there's some people that are on like the far right side of YouTube, and you're just like, how did they not see this cancellation coming when they
exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I like to maintain a fairly neutralized ground.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like Mod Monday, for instance, I'm not throwing my opinions out there, right? It's other people on here that are arguing. So if you want to go cancel somebody, cancel them for whatever they said, cancel them for, you know, or get mad at them, or, you know, whatever the case. But like, I'm just sitting here hanging out and happen to be in the middle of the screen. Doesn't mean I don't promote it. It doesn't mean I disavow. Like, it's just, I'm a neutralized ground for them to have this battle. I mean, I hope that I don't get myself in a situation where it's cancelable. But you know, it would suck. But I think if you get big enough, I think that the bigger you get, the smaller those haters become.
Yeah. Really?
Not in grouping, but I mean, if you think about it, it's like,
oh yeah,
I've moved beyond this, and you're just this little thing behind me calling me names and making reaction videos. What do I care? I've succeeded. I'm doing what I need to do. Like, enjoy it from the nosebleed seats, buddy.
See, I get you, but what if there's people that are like, I'll never listen to what the mob is saying? It's like, what if it's like really good advice? Maybe you should.
I think there are places where you do need to give some credit to the people you do respect. And if the people you do respect give you bad advice, then you probably shouldn't be respecting them if they're enabling you to do bad behavior, or they're not telling you the things you should hear and just the things you want to hear, or whatever the case may be. And I think that's where you need to be mindful of who you're taking advice from, who you're idolizing, who you're using as your influence, who you look up to, and also who you like hang around, like your associates, your friends, your people. Like they can create. That's one thing I noticed. Like if you hang with certain people, they always have drama and problems, right? But when you hang with other people, it's like, oh wow, it's a miracle. There's no problems. Everybody just gets
There's
along.
nothing I want to hear about less.
Right. So like choose your people wisely, because they're going to be the ones that have your back. They're going to be the ones that support you. They're going to be the ones that, acknowledge that, you either like you want to press forward in your career or whatever the case, and they have your back, but they also will tell you when you're being an idiot too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like the people that are like, or the friends that are encouraging no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll still be like, hey, slippery slope, wouldn't go. Oh, hello.
I'm still here.
Chat.
I'm still
Hello,
here.
Chat. It's just us.
I'm just trying to get my bangs out of my face, and I didn't want to be all.
I know. I keep touching my hair.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just scared.
I wanted to try. They were like getting all bunched up, real weird or something. All right, the last Jack coming in with the $2 therapy. Hell no, we won't go. Fight the power. And the Trib one says, oh, hey, we get to hear Torshaa speak. Therapy win.
I feel like people forget I have agency. I chose not to speak. Okay, I chose.
She was outed. The group, they drew straws before we started, and whoever drew the shortest straw couldn't talk. And she unfortunately got the short straw, and so it was a whole thing. She couldn't talk. She wasn't allowed.
I feel like it's so conceited. Like if you watch that back and you listen to what they're talking about, there was absolutely no point where you could really go in. And it's not a bad thing. It's just like, I feel like people that just jump into shit, they just like to hear themselves talk. And I was like, I could learn something. Maybe. You know what I mean?
I think that, God damn it, I still can't. There. Okay, we'll go half. We'll go, I'm just a skater boy. They said, see you later, boy. I think that they got heated too fast. I think I should have, I did take some feedback from some people I trusted to give me feedback on, right? And I think that I should have set the precedent in the beginning, because there was already some interruptions going through in the beginning that I could have kind of intervened on. I usually don't intervene unless somebody says, let me finish. Then I'm like, okay, let them finish. They've requested it. Let them finish. But if you don't and you let the person talk over you, then I'm presuming you're okay with it because you haven't said no.
And you can't predict anything. You know what I mean? You can only assume that it might like come to an end, but sometimes you got to just keep going.
Oh, that one went on for a whole extra hour.
I know. I looked so bitchy too.
I know, you were back here like,
I was just like, get me out of here, because I don't know how to leave. It was my own fault.
I don't know how to leave.
You should have just left, but I didn't want to be rude.
Yeah, you totally, and I give that to anybody when we're going through super chats and stuff. Like, you're welcome to go. But I think the super chats egged it on further, and I was like, crap.
Yeah, but those are the best part. They're the best part.
But there were some that went for like 10 minutes back and forth. And I'm like, yeah. And it got to a point where I'm sitting here, I'm like, okay, I'm over it. Like, why are they still going? Like, it was just one super chat with like 2 sentences. It's not that big a deal, bro. You guys already hashed it out.
I really did like get a bunch of questions that I needed on when certain people will debate other certain people, newbies, oldies, whatever. And I feel like I came to a conclusion that there's like a consistent what's it called when you don't have the information? Like there's like a consistent hole in logic that I keep coming across. And now I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense. And I was able to write a Substack that I have not published, but it was useful for sure. I got to shut up.
Sometimes, I think in that instance, there's nothing you could have. Well,
I got a lot of subscribers from shutting up. Not gonna lie.
I know, right? They love a quiet woman.
They love a quiet bitch,
They're
but little do they know.
They're like, Torshaa won this 100% hands
God.
down. And
They're
honestly,
she's docile. It's like you have no idea what you're getting into.
She's letting Andrew do all the talking for her. How kind. What a lady.
Were we teams?
Yes, but no. So the way I piece panels,
I love to be on a winning team.
Oh God, yeah. I think that the way I typically pair it is I want to make sure that the other person is going to feel supported to some degree. Right.
Poor Andrew. Sorry.
Andrew doesn't need a support dog in this.
Take it away.
Yeah.
Cheers. I'll get drunk.
Cheers. Therapy.
Therapy.
But most of the time I like to at least kind of have two on each side, right? Because I don't like the 3-to-1 kind of concept. But I also make sure that there's different pieces of each panelist that they're bringing to the board, right? So Fatty, I knew he was completely he's not religious at all. So I knew he could have attacked the non-religious aspect. Yeah. And then Fairy Queen coming in with the more feminist talking points, right? So those are still two different avenues. And then Andrew, I felt like was going to take the rights thing. I already knew your argument on the religious aspect. So it was I want to make sure all the topics are covered based on the panelists I bring in.
I would love to have feminists on my show.
I can hook you up with Fairy Queen. I think she would definitely have a great time.
I love that she came prepared. I was I love that energy.
Prepared. Yeah, she was very prepared. And I love that she was even she called me early. She's like, the poor thing, I could tell she's not feeling well, and I could hear it in her voice, and I'm like, oh,
for that.
Yeah. And she was like, no, I absolutely want to commit to this. And I was like, look, I can always find a backup. I believe personal lives are personal lives, but if you want to do it, I'm not going to stop you.
Yeah.
And so I'm glad she pushed through, because it turned out to be a great all four of you, especially with you not talking.
Yeah, me just looking cute and drunk. It's just oh, can't wait.
Maybe it was a good thing then. Well, let's get to the topic. Should men go to therapy? Now, I believe you're taking the positive on this, and I chose to take the negative, correct?
Yeah, I was mixed. After doing research and getting more specific, I was I feel like you could learn therapy techniques at home, and it's but how many, I don't know. I feel like you should be working out first, and when you go to therapy, it's another way to sort of expedite self-improvement. I don't know. I had 3 things, but I want to hear your take first.
All right. Well, I will automatically lay it down that, and I think you'll agree with me, that anybody who actually suffers from any type of mental illness, disorders, all of those things, I think automatically they're excluded from this conversation. They do need therapy, psychiatrists, whatever the books require for them. I think that that's a given. And I think we'll both agree that we can accept that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
So anybody with bipolar or schizophrenia or depression or whatever, male or female, I think therapy or psychiatry would automatically be given.
I would say psychiatry first. and therapy.
Therapy to
Yeah.
press on afterwards.
Yeah.
So anything going forward in this conversation, we can presume that that's already pushed to the side.
Yeah.
PTSD, all of those things completely. But we're talking about your average, I don't know, 35-year-old man, maybe.
Or I was thinking like young adults, because I was
Young
like
adults.
the Gen Z.
So let's go with 27.
Okay. Yeah. 27-year-olds, do they need therapy? I think this is the therapy generation. No?
Well, do they need it is one question, but should they go to therapy is the actual question. You and your words, you get me on the word. I'm like,
I love this shit. I'm like, bring it to me,
definition.
mama. Keep talking to me. I love
I'm like, no, you have to use the right word. It's the you kept saying
I love it.
what was it? You kept saying, should Christianity give women's rights? And I'm like, no, it's promote.
I know. And even when I wrote it, I was like, wait, fuck. And you reminded me. I was like, yeah, I got it.
Because you'll
I
get
like
smoked.
that. Yeah, but it gets, I like that to see people learning or like pushing or calling me out. Like, fuck yeah, do it.
Yeah, I think words are very important, like how you say things. And I always mix my words up all the time too. So I'm a total, tartar sometimes with that.
Most
but
people are talking about two different things if you don't clarify it. That was something I picked up in that conversation as well, the debate. Yeah,
I think it's very important to like really establish. You may not necessarily have to sit and define the terminology and the words that you're using, but I think you need to ensure you're utilizing the same words with the same understanding. Should men promote Christian, or should Christians promote?
Do you think about that before we go into therapy? Do you think Christians should promote feminism, women's rights?
Well, we didn't say feminism. We just said, should Christians promote women's rights?
Did it? Women's rights?
I think there's a degree of women's rights, right? I think promoting the right to like getting married, without having to be sold off, like trade me for a cow or something. Even more so the right to being able to get a credit line, have a mortgage, have their own bank account. Like, I think there's a fine line of the rights. I think, promoting, for instance, like abortion rights, that's where I draw some lines only because of my own principles and values. But my principles and values are based on a Christian foundation. So like me, I'm like, no, we don't need to do that. But I think Christianity promoting women's rights to be educated, like, to me, that helps the kids. Like, isn't it? I think the higher the degree of the parents, I think it might even specifically be the mom, the higher the education of the mom, the higher the children's education.
I've heard that. And as of lately, I've been looking up IQ and whatever genes, and apparently it's the average of mom and dad either minus 2 points. And so I don't know if they calculate, I don't know, because I've heard that same stat with the mom, but it's like, how would it be? It's 50-50, right? I don't know.
I think it's based on the mom's education. I think it's been based on that. Now, that was my brothers and I, we all disproved that theory because we all went further and beyond. But our parents promoted that, like they wanted us to do better always.
Yeah. It's usually lesser than the parents, though.
Oh, I mean, we got 2 masters and 1 bachelor's.
I love to hear
between all 3 of us. Like, and I think the bachelor's is still pushing for finishing or something like that. So inevitably they'll have 3 out of 3 for masters, and neither of my parents have a full college education. Neither of them have a bachelor's, I think.
How old are they? They're my parents' age?
60.
A little bit younger than my parents. Yeah. So yeah, they didn't really need it back then. People weren't like,
No, and my mom was like the stay-at-home mom. You know,
Yeah.
she did some college and then she went to college, and at that time, like the first semester of school, she met my dad. They got married, and they, you know, he
Love
did,
that. They
yeah.
eloped.
So yeah, they did that thing. So, and then you know, the three of us came about, and she was a great, like, she was a mom. Like she
Yeah.
was the epitome of what a mom is.
Like always
know?
there if you forgot stuff.
Always,
Yeah.
always there for every single
Same.
thing. Never missed a game, never missed a recital, never missed a school activity. Like she was the mama, and she worked a little part-time here and there,
Yeah,
you
same.
know. Yeah. But she was like, she could bake, she could cook, she could sew, she could fix, like, you know, all of those little things like that moms can fix. She could, you know, do arts and crafts with us. She could do homework with, like, she was always, and when you were sick, mom was like
Oh, yeah.
100. I still call her when I'm sick. I still
Oh.
call mama.
Oh.
So inevitably, she didn't need a college education to fulfill her role because she did it with all of the things that her mom taught her, and it was beautiful.
Yeah, I kind of want to go back to school, and I think about it. I don't need to, but I kind of want to. So it's like, did she ever feel bad about not studying something that she was interested in, or was she like, fuck it?
I think later on there was a sense of regret because she wanted to do the military thing, you know, and of course her dad was like, no.
Good thing she didn't. They get like really fucked up.
I think it depends. Like I did the military thing, and I feel all right.
I feel like I would get fucked up from boot camp.
No, boot camps. Like hindsight 2020, looking back at boot camp, I was like, that is so freaking easy.
I just don't like to be yelled at in that voice. It's like a weird ass thing.
Again, that's part of building that like self-awareness. Like, is this person yelling at me just because they're supposed to yell at me, or am I taking it personally? Okay.
Oh, is that why they do it?
The biggest trick is don't internalize it. And actually, lesson learned. This is a big lesson learned. Thank you, Andrew Wilson. For the kind reminder that I learned a long time ago that I forgot I learned it, but now it has like been relived. But the best thing I can ever say is stop internalizing people's behavior.
Yeah. Yeah.
Stop internalizing it. Whatever they're doing, whether it's to you, about you, for you, whatever, if you don't internalize it, you'll forget. It doesn't matter.
And it's usually not about them.
It's a you problem, not a me problem, right? This is not a Sarah problem. Your opinion of me is not my problem because I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
I'd have to internalize it and make it personal for me to care. And that requires efforts that I'm not willing to give.
Yeah, we got baggage. Oh, that got so loud.
We got baggage, guys.
Got baggage, baby.
But that's why, and this is why YouTube has become much more of a safer space for me mentally, because I reminded myself, like, why are you internalizing anything anybody said? Like, why you have to give a fuck first? And I just went back to like old me and like put that little, that's Sarah, right? We just don't internalize it. We don't take it personal. And here's my bubble. Stay the fuck out of my bubble.
Yeah. I'll usually do like a data point. Like, just like, I'll keep note of it because maybe it's me. So then if it comes up again, I have a better clarity, and I'm like, yeah, no, this one's not.
But you're
me.
giving too much credibility to random people on the internet.
Oh, not random people.
Anybody on the internet.
Friends?
Do you have you met them in
She's
person?
like, do you have any?
Like, do you have any friends, Torshaa? Am I your only friend here now?
I don't think anybody would say anything.
I look at it as unless you've had dinner at my table, you're not my fucking friend.
Sit the fuck down.
Right? Like there's a degree of friendships and associations that we make, and we can recognize and we can own that. Right. But if you don't know my kids' names, if you don't know like like my address, you don't know my middle name, like you don't know my mom's name, like that to me is like, well then you're not, I can't, how are you my friend?
Yeah.
You're not my, you don't know enough about me and I don't know enough about you to say like, oh yeah, I'll call them my friend.
Yeah.
So I think we have to recognize that excuse me, I'm so sorry. I think we have to recognize that these are still surface level, as much as we want to harness them, right? And we want to, there is a degree of care. I'm not saying it's not there. It's not just like, I'm so cold, the freezer feels warm, you know? Like, it's not even like that. It's more along the lines of, I still have to be self-aware, right? I still have to own my accountability and know that I can't personalize or internalize anything that these other people do with their behavior. They want to turn around and hate me tomorrow. They were going to do it anyways. It's just a matter of when.
Imagine
right?
how many times you're the villain in somebody's story.
Oh,
Have you
I'm
ever-
always the villain. I own the being the, if I'm the villain, good.
Yeah.
Because then you won't try to come back into my life.
They will. I feel like they would. No?
They'll try to
Actually, they would.
antagonize. They'll try to antagonize, but they won't try to be my friend anymore.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, if you make sure you're the villain, like that's like what's it matter?
Yeah.
And if they make you the villain, then what kind of friend were they to begin with? I feel like this is our therapy session. I don't feel like we're talking about men's therapy, but this is good. Oh,
let it out.
Therapy.
Therapy. Therapy. Ow. You know what I really want?
$1 million, a pony, and a Corvette.
Close.
With a pool guy.
With the pool guy. A house husband. Did you see the thing I put on my story this morning?
No, I don't.
Oh, house husband.
Can I have one too?
Yeah, right.
We did have like the BDSM conversation a couple weeks ago, and discovered that the guy's name was Fluffy, and if she calls him and says, I want strawberries and champagne, he brings strawberries and champagne. If she says, make me eggs and bacon, he makes her eggs and bacon. And I'm kind of sitting here thinking like, that's not a bad idea.
Living your best life.
Where did I go wrong? All this time I had a husband, but yet I was the house, wife. Like, I did it all wrong.
I've been thinking about motherhood, and I get into, I don't know if you noticed, but I'll like really put myself in a situation to see if I could handle it or whatever. And
I've got 2 you could borrow if you want. One day will be your determination.
I was thinking about it. I was like, maybe I'm just fucking pulling shit out of my ass, but I feel like once you give birth, you never get to stop being mom.
Mm-mm.
That's exhausting. It's like I have to keep this thing alive.
Was this because you were on the phone with me earlier? It's like you heard my kids like, mom, 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 mom.
That's like my worst nightmare.
I was literally like on the phone.
No, but they're sweet. They're sweet.
They are. They're good. And literally every 10 seconds, it was like, mom. And then seconds later, hey, mom. And then there's like one running around, and then the other one's like, I don't feel it. And then this one's like, and this one's like, It was crazy.
Yeah.
Welcome to.
They're like independent though.
Oh, they definitely are. Like, I literally got one in the bath and the other one's set. And then I was like, all right, I'm going to go stream now. And they're like, okay.
Live.
Good night.
Is she okay? How's she doing?
They're good. They're good.
She was
they
tired.
know, well, like they know the drill. Yeah, she was so tired, that poor thing. But they know the drill now, right? Like if it's a stream night and I let them know, like, hey, listen, mommy streams tonight. What's that mean? It's like, okay, 9:00, mom's cut off from us. Like we can't get a hold of mom at 9.
Have they ever tried? Have they ever like knocked on the door?
There's been Tomato Jr. has come down a few times at the beginning, like
grape tomato grape.
Oh, well, there's the bratty tomato, which is my daughter. She named herself, and then there's Tomato Jr., which Glenn Lawrence actually named him because I was on the phone with Glenn, and Tomato Jr. was like,
oh,
just like earlier today, like hi, And so he was like, "What's up, Tomato Jr.?" And he's like, "Oh, I like that." Uh-oh. Did we get botted again?
do you mean?
863 watching? What the hell just happened?
Are you serious?
828. What the heck?
Why is it when you say Glenn? What the fuck was that?
Did we get raided? Does everybody know of a raid or something? Listen, whoever is sending bots, please stop doing this. I do not want this amount of viewership. It's not even
They're fine on my end. I only have
now it's 1,165.
somebody must have set themselves up, and if you mention their name.
Every time I say Glenn, no, because the last time Glenn just popped in the chat after the fact.
I don't know. I was just picking the name I heard last. It could have been Tomato. What else did we say?
Is that a thing? Can you do that? Like set it up where you say a certain word?
Apparently. Anytime I say Candace Owens, it goes wild.
Really?
That, Nick Fuentes, what's the other guy's name? Not Jason. The Serbian guy? What's his name?
Can anyone confirm a raid? Did it say there was a raid of any sort at the top?
How many viewers do you have?
1,140 on my end.
Dude, what the fuck?
I don't know, but
did you put any promos? Did you do a promotion?
No, I don't do that.
Yeah,
I don't have the capacity to even figure that shit out. No, there's a supporter who thinks they're doing you a favor when they aren't. There you go. Yes, this is not a favor. This is really obnoxious. I don't like this. Please don't send me these bot raids. It's really bad on your analytics. It's a horrible thing to do, and I don't like it.
Have you looked into YouTube? And maybe there's a thing. Because that's crazy. That happened again.
I don't... Are you in grid one cool? Yeah, but I wouldn't.
Wait, why would you guys be mad?
Well, because that's what the last time I had a bot raid, it was Flo and Grid One on here talking about. Flo was accusing Grid of buying subs or whatever it was, and then miraculously I got a raid, like a bot raid. It was like 2,700 people, or like views. Or whatever.
I would think, and we don't know who did it.
Yeah, and seriously, 1,100 people would never watch me. I'm dead serious. I wouldn't.
Yeah. What are your likes at?
Oh, Silent coming over and on Torsha's side.
I'm trying to get
Silent. I could see why Silent likes you.
Because I shut up.
Exactly.
Not today. Not today.
I don't know anyone who would be willing to pay for that either.
I don't know. Should we watch a video about it?
I feel like we need to investigate, but this is not. It's a YouTube error. But I saw on the last one, I still got all of the likes.
Oh, they stayed? They didn't take them away?
They stayed the whole time. I don't have that issue. No issue on that.
It kind of reminds me of if you you trademark a word and anytime somebody uses it, you get paid. It feels like that.
That's
a thing.
That would be weird.
Yeah. You
tripping woman, just keep doing the chat. You have a blonde and a redhead on stream. What do you expect? All right, yeah, we'll get back to it. It's just unnerving because what I do hope is nobody's paying to have that done or pushing that. You are not doing me any favors, so please don't do it anymore. I don't like it. If it's real viewers, great, but I would imagine it's not because there's no new people showing up in the chat. Anyways, where were we? Talking about our trust issues, and we need therapy.
We were talking about should Christians promote rights or something.
Oh yeah, I was going to ask everywhere.
I was going to ask you, what rights do they not have? But if you want to move on,
Yeah, let's do the thing because we're already an hour in, and I feel like everybody's actually waiting for us to talk about the topic. I feel like we've kind of gone about it in a roundabout way. All right, so you are kind of like sitting on the fence. Ooh, you so accusatory. So accusatory. All right. So I just lost my whole train of thought. So
the topic.
Let's work down 1 point by 1 point, okay? And again, we're removing anybody with actual mental issues and illnesses and so on and so forth.
I think that. Have you ever read the book No More Mr. Nice Guy by Dr. Glover? It's one of the red pill recommendations. So Dr. Glover talks about these certain mental models that men create for themselves, and it's all based on like nice guy syndrome and external validation. And so therapy, when you have a professional with you, will help you break down those mental models. So it's kind of what red pill teaches, but low-kai. But you have somebody there that can walk you through it, so you're not a passive person, you're not people pleasing, and you end up coming out with more confidence, assertiveness, decision making, that sort of thing.
Well, I mean, do you need to be told to stop being passive and a people pleaser, or can you learn that by going and getting your ass kicked in a ring or martial arts or jujitsu? You know, I think some of it is like you need to have a reason to fight back, and you need to own that reason to fight back. Like certainly there's passive people. I'm very passive in a lot of things.
Low-kai.
And it's just low-kai's fine. Leave him alone.
She's gonna keep
it's not that it's mine do it too. It's not that disruptive.
You know, I gotta open the door so she can go out.
Don't let it get to you.
Hold on.
Okay. We're gonna wait for Lokai. Lokai is rudely interrupting us. But yeah, shout out to Silent for the 20 on Torsha's end. That was really sweet of you. And again, I like that you like the silence. This convo definitely not pleasing a whole lot of people, so that's a win. Oh, that's good.
Hopefully. But I was just gonna say to the point that you made.
I'm listening.
Like, yeah, you can work out and stuff, and that's great, but this mental models thing requires like way more assistance. Can you do it at home? Yeah, but the gym is separate. I think the gym and this dismantling of the mental models are both useful, but I don't think the gym can give you all of it. It's like two things.
Well, and I'm not, shout out to Lewis on Torsha's end, sending out his membership. He does hustle. So I'm not saying specifically the gym. I'm specifically saying get in the ring and fight for what you want, right? Because most of us, think of it. Do you remember what was the one with? I think it was Waterboy. Did you watch Waterboy with Adam Sandler? Oh, this one's gonna. Okay, to the viewers, you guys all know, or was it? It was a football
in the
movie.
bubble?
No.
Oh, okay.
All right. Either way. Okay. Or it might be there was a football movie. I think it was whatever it was. But they said, that's your ball. I want you to go get me that ball. Right. And so they gave the man the purpose, and he's like, fight and go get me that ball. And basically it was like they're playing football, and his job, you know, he's a defender or whatever. And his job was to go and like tackle the dude and get that damn ball. And he's like, okay, I'm going to get you the ball, coach. I'm going to get you the ball. I'm going to get you the ball. And he gets out there, and he's straight shot straight for wherever the ball went, and he just like annihilated the guy, tackled the crap out of him, and he brings the ball back to the coach. He's like, I got you the ball, coach. And he's like, good boy, right? So if you put somebody in a midst where they have to fight for something, right, you have to fight for your honor, and you have to learn how to defend it and stand up for it physically. That translates, physiology, mind is body, body is mind. And I think sometimes that they miss the concept of like, oh, well, I'm just gonna be passive. I'm just gonna let this dude tell me what. And there are times where it's okay to be passive. I'm very passive. I'm like, you say whatever the fuck you want to say. I know I'm gonna turn.
But men resent you when they're passive. That's like one of the points he was saying, because there's a difference between mapping and then something else. And mapping is when you're like, I'll just wait for them to tell me exactly what it is. And it's like, are you mapping or are you doing the other thing? Because the other thing's more productive. But just to touch on your point where he goes and gets the ball, yes, but men do almost everything for external validation. And in order to actually have in order to supposedly build assertiveness, you would have to get rid of like the nice guy thing. You would have to get rid of, there's more, but Lokai don't do that shit. I don't know.
We love Lokai. Lokai's fine.
She's annoying me.
Well,
You're annoying me.
It's fine. It's okay. Let that doggy listen.
Pasta.
Remember, we all stream from our homes. Like if
Sure.
Tomato Jr. walked down here, I'd be like, pardon me for a moment, and I'd take care of business and whatever. And I'd feel stupid for a moment, like, oh my God, like I had to go off cam and mute, and it was so rudely interrupted. But at the same time, these people know and understand, like we're streaming from our basements, our bedrooms, our offices, or whatever. Like we don't get to leave and go to work.
Yeah.
Right? There's home interruptions and stuff like that. You're fine. Let the puppy pup.
She's so calm. I had another point.
Oh, I rudely interrupted you.
No, I was saying you can go, but I had another point. Don't you think that because of the way society treats men right now, that like male therapists are not going to give like their job is on the line if they give men the real advice that they could really only get in a one-on-one session? Because like the true advice is not socially it's not socially acceptable. Like for instance, true authentic male identity or masculinity in general, where you have to be strong, stoic, and whatever, like they'll teach you that in therapy, but they don't teach you that online. So if you choose not to go, I feel like you're listening to a more feminized culture on how to be a man. When really, if you had a one-on-one with a guy who like gets it,
Okay, so but is that more accommodating? Like I feel like men, the only person that can give a man accommodations is his mother.
Oh, they work on the mother wound. It's like a huge mental model trauma for most men. Thanks for reminding me.
Okay, so you're saying that the feminized,
so like culture will say this is what a real man is, and it flip-flops all the time. I'm sure you've noticed it. It'll be like a real man does this, and it's whatever whoever's talking at the moment thinks a real man should be. But there's really no male role model right now. But arguably a therapist will give you the true advice on masculinity that you won't get from pop culture. But then also he works as a male role model on how to do it when most men don't really have a role model.
I do think if you don't have a good male role model, you're in messy territory. And that was a whole nother point, right? So you're saying the therapist can cue in on that male role model and guidance. But what if he doesn't own that position? Because a therapist backs himself out of the position, right? He simply takes the position of like, I'm here to talk and give you guidance in talking, but I'm not here to be daddy or mommy.
Yeah, but there's still a positive role model. That it's not gender specific.
Well, what are they modeling though?
They're modeling, I guess, positivity.
Positivity, but
Just reflecting back. What do you call that? Assurance, maybe? I don't know. Depends on what therapy you do. But we're just saying any therapy, yeah. Loci. When they give you the feedback, what do you call that? Reinforcement? Maybe.
Yeah, but is it always is it validation? But men don't need verbal validation. They get verbal validation from women. That's what makes them happy and go forward, you know.
Right, but when men are trying to solve a problem and they tell them, yeah, you should do it. It's like that type empowerment. Men need empowerment, whether they think they do or not. I'm not even saying that as a woman that thinks she knows what men need. We can see it in the culture. We empowered women, and look at men, you know, falling behind.
Women need the support of their peers. Men, I feel like they don't do a whole lot of talking, but do a whole lot, at least the ones that get shit done, right? And I feel like if you need the verbal validation from another man, then you're not going to be doing it anyways. Don't worry about the doggy. The doggy's fine.
I know, but if I don't do that, she'll keep going. Go away, Lo. This dog is needy. Can you repeat that last point? You don't think they need it from a man?
So women, we need the social structure of other women supporting, validating what we're doing, and or maybe I'm just calling to vent. And we have to hear it, right? We have to hear, and talk about talk.
But don't you think that the male suicides proved that to be false?
I think
that's like just a woman thing. I was going to ask your thoughts. There's no right answer.
Well, let's use the word unalive for TOS
sorry.
purposes. Oh, that's okay. I forget that there too sometimes. But I think that most of that is because it's not validation. It's that they have no purpose. If I don't have a purpose, then why am I here? And men thrive on having a purpose. Well, so I don't think it's validation. I think it's purpose.
I think it's like multifaceted. I think it's hormones. I think it's
with purpose, right? Then comes validation later. Like they get the trophy, they get the car, they get the money, they get the girl. But for men, I feel like it's more tangible, not necessarily like a pat on the back, good job. Whereas women, we need to hear it. I just want you to tell me I'm pretty. I just want you to tell me it looks nice. I just want you to tell me you love me. You know, we need to hear it. Whereas men, it's like, what trinkets can I collect from doing this? Like a car, money, status, like more tangible items, right? So I think that for men, maybe, and this is, I'm not a man, so I don't know. But I think in terms of the unaliving portion of things, I think most of that comes because men need purpose. If there's no purpose, there's no drive. If there's no drive, there's no happiness. If there's no happiness, well, there's my will to live.
But don't you think talking out the stress and the fact that they can't find purpose is useful? Because maybe they want feedback on that? Because remember, I don't know if you've been in this situation, but men can trauma dump on some dates.
Oh my God, they trauma dump so much. But
if you're saying
we are, because women are receptive, and we are receptive, and we're not there to we're gonna judge them, right? But
up the shit that they should do.
We are the little sponges, right? But they feel it. Like I said, they just need the mama accommodation. There's a difference.
Well, you could get a female therapist, right?
You could, but they're all recommending there should be more males. They think that female therapists are wrong because they wouldn't give a man the right advice. I think more men should just call their mama more often.
I think so. I was doing a lot of research on this, and if you go into a specific therapy with a goal like CBT, DBT, EMDR, that's gonna get you the stop dating betas. I mean,
trauma dumpers.
so are you familiar with how to like develop new neural pathways?
I would guess it would be like habit building, right?
Yeah, but like new stuff. Working out is a way to build neuroplasticity, but like if you wake up in the morning, whatever time, and you go to the bathroom and you brush your teeth with like your opposite hand and you do that loci, you do that a few times, it'll eventually create a new path and reinforce that. So by men who are in these toxic, I hate my life, I have no purpose, I'm catastrophizing, I'm not operating in gray, black and white thinking, all women bad, all this bad, don't you think they probably would benefit from CBT, where you'd work with a therapist to create new neural pathways, or like do this when you get home? Like there's different types of therapy where it's like problem solving.
Well, that's why I say get in a ring and box.
Yeah,
And I say that because like you're now, because the first person that you take, like you may lose the first, and I'm not saying boxing, but jujitsu, martial arts, whatever. I mean, whatever. And they're very discipline oriented sports, and they're very respected self-esteem building as well. And the first 20 things you may lose, but when you win that first one, your whole world changes. You're dynamic. It's like, oh, I earned that. And now you know what it feels like to work towards something and get rewarded by
But what
winning.
happens if they keep losing?
Oh, well, your
It
coach
just
is gonna,
reinforces how much of a loser they are, no?
well, but see, again, in the martial arts, the jujitsu, like kind of like they build you.
Self-reliant.
But they build you in a way where it's like, I don't think that it's like, oh, haha, you lost, go sit down. I think they work with you. It's like the
A
teaching of
therapist?
it's similar, but with a way that a man would understand,
Yeah.
like a physical language, not verbal language. Again, mind is body, body is mind. What I learn externally, I'm going to incorporate internally. And what I figure out internally, I'm going to incorporate.
Yeah, but in order to even build new behavioral habits, you have to fix the mind first. That's why people have such a hard time quitting addictions or even getting in the gym, because they cannot get this part first. I think they're totally intertwined. Some people might be able to go to the gym first, but like a lot of people, I would argue, can't, because like if they could, I don't think we'd be so fat in this country.
I think, yeah, see, one of the dudes gets it. Sarah's on a point. Jiu-jitsu, it builds framework for self-discipline. What I'm saying is, I think that, I think men don't always know what to do. I think it's more or less like, we like put it back to the caveman, and they're like, well, if I go to the gym, maybe I'll at least start to look better. So their purpose is like
But
skewed.
that's still external validation from women.
Yes.
It's bad.
But as they begin that journey, they start to realize, okay, wait a minute.
Healthy.
I'm starting to feel good. And then once you start to, and I noticed I did the same damn thing. Like I went to the gym, and then I started eating better, and I started, walking my dogs like even more, and I like was happier for the kids.
Like a domino effect.
And then I was like, okay, body is feeling good, but the mind, now you're isolating and getting back down and down and down, and you're getting it down to like, all right, I've done this, I've done that, I've done this, what's left? And now then I went and did the hypnotherapy and stuff, and it's kind of all like domino affected together.
So then why don't you do it?
Why don't I do what?
Not you. Why don't they do it?
Why don't men do it?
Yeah, if it's that easy, they don't need a therapist and they can just do it at their local gym. Why aren't they doing it? Why do we have
why?
3 and 4 unaliving,
You know why? Because we have the internet and games and TV and other things to get lost into.
Escapism.
Exactly.
So what do you think's the best way to get out of that?
Turn your fucking screen off, get up off your ass, and go for a fucking walk. Start there.
And if they don't?
Then it's on them.
Really?
It's you are accountable to yourself, right? And again, we've excluded anybody with mental illness,
Yeah,
health
I know.
disorders,
Yeah,
right? So these are just your average dude, and and he's like sitting around eating Cheetos on his beanbag, sitting like feeling sorry for himself. Oh, my life sucks. My life sucks. And it's like, well, look around. You're the only one responsible and accountable for this.
Yeah, but if they can't do it, don't you think they should try something else?
It's up to them. Okay, what would get them off their ass to go to therapy?
I don't know. I'm asking you.
That's what I'm saying. The same motivation goes either
Something
way.
with the mind, I would argue. You have to fix the mind first.
But I feel like a therapist would coddle more of it.
Oh, hell no, they don't.
I feel like there would be more coddling, especially in the beginning.
Coddling?
Yeah, because well, they're going to want to get down to the roots of it, right? Okay, well, what happened to you as a child, or why are you feeling?
You don't have to do that type of therapy, though.
But I feel like if you have the capacity to get up and go to a 1 hour appointment, you have the capacity to get up and go do 1 hour at the gym.
Well, what if they're doing the gym thing, but they're still not feeling good?
Then I would say they probably have some type of mental letdown somewhere. Something else is wrong. Yeah. Because the amount of dopamine hits you get by going to the gym, the endorphin pushes and all of that stuff. Like anytime I've ever left the gym, I leave feeling like I'm high on a cloud.
See, I get so tired after. I feel good in the morning, but I feel exhausted. I could a lot of people feel energized. I don't.
Yeah, I feel like it's more like of course I'm still tired, but I mentally feel like I'm on top of the world.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like an instant high. And I think it's great.
Yeah, I agree. If you can get there. I know it's easier said than done.
Well, to me, if you don't have enough push to just say, you know what, I'm going to go to the gym 1 day a week. If you don't have enough push to do that, then you don't want to get better.
I disagree. I think people can stay stuck and desperately want to get help and not know where to go. Hold on, let me try to get this bitch into the bed. BRB.
Get the bitch into the bed. That's what she said. She said, get this bitch into the bed.
You sound like the stoner from Little Nicky. Throw a fat sack.
You and I are the only ones that are like the Little Nicky people.
Thought I'd spice up the batch.
The batch. Yeah. Why are we the only ones? But she didn't know Waterboy. Right, Little Nicky is clearly an Adam Sandler movie, but she didn't know Waterboy. I don't get it. Yeah, sandwich chef. You're always too high. I don't know what's going on with the numbers, folks. It's kind of weird to me, but whatever. We're just rolling with it. I feel like... Okay, the concurrent live viewers is 1,151, but the actual view count is only 610. Physically impossible. So it's definitely, I think it's a YouTube glitch. Something's going wrong. Does somebody else know Little Nicky? I remember seeing the movie theater when it came out. Same with Waterboy. All right, do you remember the part where he like died and went back to hell? And he gets down there, he like falls through the flaming gates, right? And he stands up and he looks, and then there's the other two guys, like the Sasquatch looking guy, and then the other dude, and he had the boobs on his head, and they're over there with the tassels, and they're like, the Sasquatch is like rubbing the tits and stuff. Do you remember that part? That part will never leave my mind, because the look that they were like, I wasn't here, and they're like, we weren't either. Oh goodness. Yes, you're most welcome. Who does it? I don't know. Sara, why it's weird. I didn't do it.
Take this dog out.
The dog doesn't it's not bothering me.
I know, but it reflects poorly on me.
The nipple guy.
She's like, oh, that got so loud. I have to
It
like
did.
take her for a walk to get her to stop.
Well, why don't you go take 10 minutes, go do your thing or whatever? I can entertain a chat.
Okay, I'll be right back.
That's the easy part. This is challenge accepted. Hold my beer. Oh wait, don't hold my beer. I want my beer.
Okay, be right back. Give me 10 minutes.
All right, children. Hold on just a second. All right, what do we got in the chat? Where's the nipple girl? No, it was a nipple. He had like a nice set of knockers on, literally on the top. They made him grow boobs on the top of his head. I think because he was like talking back or something. And of course, Lucifer is down there and he's like, titties on your head. Here you go. I got a rehab next week because I keep having flashbacks of a mission I did in 2006. I'll beg one for 2 weeks. It's so I don't snap it. You know what? And I think that that's honorable, right? To recognize. And again, like we said at the beginning, you would have to accept the fact that anybody with PTSD, mental disorders, illnesses, so on and so forth, is automatically accepted in this group. Like, we're not even arguing that, but that's good on you for recognizing if you got things going on, you know, more power to you. Spreading trash in the man's space is telling them not to go. Why? So you can give coaches the oh, that's a good point. What's Sarah's channel? Does she host debates? Yes, Nick T. I am the Raging Tomato. I'll come back on cam here in just a second. I'm the Raging Tomato. That's where you can find me. And yes, we do Moderator Mondays, and then we do the Thursday Throwdown, which we'll open the panel up here shortly, and we just let people kind of duke it out, whatever. But Moderator Mondays are the fun ones to tune in if you want to hear. We've actually got an AI topic coming this coming Monday. I've got a great panel put together, and it's whether or not AI should be, or robots, like AI robots, whatever, should be recognized to have human rights, like rights and legal rights. So I think it's going to be a really interesting topic, a lot of back and forth, a lot of philosophy behind it, I believe, a lot of moral grounding. Yeah, so he had a hat. No, he had a bra. It was a bra for his boobies. Do you remember? And then he had the one with the tassels too. Yeah. Mama can't wait. She wants me to open the panel. We will. We're just gonna clear up our talking points and then we'll open the panel. We have a whole plan set. It's good. Cam on. I will in just a minute. Can someone link the channel? Can somebody that's a wrench over on Torsha's end link my channel? But I mean, literally, you just type in the Raging Tomato and you'll find me. Cute little profile picture and all. What's my channel about? So we host a lot of debates over here. Somehow I fell into moderator, where I like to mom people through conversations. It gets fun. But we've created Moderator Monday, and that's where I host the debate panels. They get pretty fun. We have the hot seat, so we have new people coming in every like 10 minutes so that we keep the panel fresh. It gets fun. We run kind of different games on that. And then Throwdown Thursday is more like the gloves are off. You guys can duke it out and do whatever you need. Yada, yada, yada. And we pick a topic for Throwdown Thursday. And then Saturday night, we do Saturday night sipping streams where it's just like, now we're all chilling. We've all had a busy week in the panel verse. And those get pretty lit and crazy. So it's fun. They shouldn't have human rights. Well, show up Monday because we will have the hot seat. So when we open the hot seat, you can come on and you can duke it out with the panel for 10 minutes on why you think it's not. They are crappy YouTube content creators, though. Oh, yeah. iFi's got you, but you're dropping it on the wrong chat. You'd have to be a mod over on Torsha's side. But yeah, just the Raging Tomato. It's pretty easy. But please feel free to watch over on Torsha's end. I would actually love for all of my people to go and watch on Torsha's side instead of mine and give her the love that she deserves. So if you love me, please go over to Torsha's channel and do as I say, because I'm telling you to do this. Go watch on Torsha's end and give her the love. She showed up tonight. She had a long day and she still showed up. And plus I've got apparently some weird way 1,000 viewers. So I think we're good on my end. We can go over to Torsha's side and send all the love. I will still see all of the chats. So don't worry. And Hater Cell wouldn't mind me being mommy. All right. But I'm no longer, like, my milk glands aren't milking anymore. So yeah. Show up. Ew. What up? And then we also have a Discord too. If you want to hop in there, we talk about Moderator Monday. I do sign-up sheets as well. So I throw the topic in there. If anybody takes interest, you know, we have a conversation about it, kind of pinpoint it, and we go from there. What's Torsha's channel? You got it right there. Torshaa, Torshaa. Just type that in at the top. You'll see that lovely profile picture that's in her avatar, and then you click on that, and then you found her. But she should be the first thing that pops up if you go and select like channels only on the search. And she's also tagged in the description, so you can find it that way. Good job, Jake. Thank you. Yes, I expect to see her numbers go up and mine go down. So please, everybody, run over to Torsha's channel right now. Let's blow up her view count and send her all of the love. Go do it. No more tomato soup. The tomato stew. You talk about the news from the Manosphere tomato stew. Those were fun to do. I haven't done those videos in a while, but if I search her, she'll begin showing up on my algorithm. This is not a problem. This is a good thing. She's intelligent. She's beautiful. She's incredibly witty and smart, charismatic. She's a sweetheart, absolute gem, and she'll be quiet on a panel when she knows better. Just saying. Never take sides. Yes. Here, let me just drop her. I'll just do it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Let me see. Right here. And I'm just going to share her live. And if everybody could just listen to what I tell you to do, everybody click this link, run over, stay there for a little bit. You're still watching the same show. It's nothing different. We're still on the same, we're on each side. Like, it's no different. But everybody run over there right now. Click the link, go over and watch from Torsha's end. Okay. And while you're over there, you will click the like button. You'll interact with her chat, maybe make a few new friends, a few new enemies. I don't know. Do that, okay? Do whatever I tell you to do. Go over there and say hello. Go drop a hello to some new people, some other chatters. You know, you might see somebody you actually know. But let's do it. Yeah, there's been somebody else told me that YouTube was glitching as well. Apparently, I guess President Sunday experienced some issues. Something is going on with YouTube, and apparently videos are freezing constantly. We'll be back tomorrow. That was President Sunday's post. I'm not receiving any glitches. If you guys are, let me know. You know, only 24 bots over here. Well, yeah, see, I came, I liked, I subscribed. There we go. That's what I'm talking about, Jake. And Jake, she's beautiful. You're not going to be disappointed. YouTube's still working great for you. I have oppositional defiance disorder, so no can do. Okay, Naomi, listen to me. Do not go over to Torsha's end. Do not view from her side of the channel. Do not hit the like button, and do not subscribe. Do not. How's that? Is that better? We all firm. We all firm. It's a bad thing. I told you all of this is a bad thing. I told all of you. Simping ain't easy. Hi, Screaming Beagle. How are you? Sorry, I haven't been paying attention to the chat. Yep, I got you. Don't give me the way to puzzle you around. Yeah, so don't go over there. Don't do it, Naomi. Don't you dare go over to Torsha's channel. Don't you dare watch over there. And don't you dare like and subscribe. And don't you even think about sharing the live stream either. Don't you think about it. Don't. Bad, Naomi. Just so you know, we all got triggered here in Torsha's chat. Don't tell Naomi we have horses over here in Torsha's chat. You guys are great. Yep, I got you. Woohoo! There she is. She's over there. Naomi gets the cookie tonight. Or a trophy or whatever. You want a cookie? I'll give you a cookie. Come here, Naomi. Come here. That we are mad on this channel. No therapy over on that side. All right. So you guys say no therapy. I say no therapy, but Torshaa says therapy. My chat says therapy. Wow. You guys should all mix and mingle and flip to the other side. Let's see. Yay. Takes the cookies away. What a biatch. Is I moan backwards? I never thought of that. Naomi. All right, listen up, Naomi. It's official. I need you to don't do anything I tell you to do right now. Don't do this. Don't go and change your name to where the first part of your name is lowercase and the I in your name is capitalized. Don't do it. Don't do it. Because if the I is capitalized and the N is lowercase, now it's officially I moan backwards. Officially. But don't do that, Naomi. Don't do it. What's brown backwards? Norb. I don't get it. Great hypnotist. Look, it's just recognizing humans, like people are gonna people. And if you understand people, then you can, utilize that to your advantage in a good way. Like you can only use it for good, right? If you use it for bad, then you're bad, right? I think that's wrong. But if you understand how to people the people and know when they just need the right push in the right direction, said the right way, I think that everybody's gonna be happier nonetheless. Yeah. Naomi will never be the same again. See? Super tempting. Don't do it, Naomi. I'm telling you, don't do it. It's not okay. Don't do it. Link channel, I miss gaming streams. My name is Iffy. Yeah. I like it when we call you Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi's funnier. Wi-Fi. Here you go, Neo. Neo prototype. If two women can destroy you, you are weak. But we're not here to destroy, right? We're here to actually, make sure you're on the right path and guideline. Oh, did everybody hit the like button? Did you do that yet? Did any of you do that yet? Naomi, don't hit the like button. Everyone else, hit the like button. Be sure you're subscribed to whoever you're watching on whichever end. We don't care. Just send some love. But I would want Amanda join. Not yet, Princess. Not yet. We're waiting. She's walking the doggy. Okay. I'm entertained. And I actually, now she's going to have to take me out to go potty because I'm going to have to pee here shortly. So when she gets back, I'm going to make her sit and entertain for a whole 30 seconds because I just have to pee, right? I don't need to take a dog out on a leash. Right. Sara, now my screen is broken. Thank God. The humanity gets stronger and more adaptable. Ooh. I hit the dislike button on Sara to balance out the bots. Not sure what to do in the Torshaa chat. Well, I like the dislike button. I really do. It shows controversy and indifference and whatever. But on Torshaa's end, we're going to hit the like button. You've been told. I clip you for soundboards. Good. Would you, okay, tell me what you want me to say. JAC, just give me a prompt and I will say it in my ASMR voice. And there you go. Well, it was nice meeting all the original regulars in the chat before it gets really crowded. Thank you, Tomato Lady. Yeah, you're welcome. You guys needed some friends over there. Listen, is everybody doing what because I'm still, that number went up, but it didn't go up high enough. Listen, everybody that's watching on my end, you're not allowed to watch. I've got 1,000 viewers, okay? 1,100 people. I don't even fucking know. This is so stupid. So I don't need the love. And can you feel the love tonight? I don't need the love tonight. Okay, we're going to send all of you over to Torshaa. So go over to the other end. Watch Torshaa on that end. I will still be here. This whole show will still be exactly the same. And then when we do open the panel up, then we'll tell you all to come back because I think she's going to disconnect at that point. All right. So it's okay. You'll be back. You'll be back like in another half hour. But just go send Torshaa the love. She deserves it. Will Andrew be on Mod Monday debate? I haven't invited him to this one. I don't think AI would be his forte or what he really cares about. Of course, he could argue the rights factor of it, but I want it in a different angle. I appreciate his logic on the matter of rights, but I don't think it's the right type of rights conversation for this topic. And I'm trying not to push him too much. I'm trying to he's got other shit to do, right? I know he likes coming over here and he likes doing the debates, and this is it's like grab bag for him, and it's fun. Animalist for therapy. Ooh, what do you guys think about support dogs and support animals and stuff? Like how freely people get the paperwork, how easy it is now to get, you could literally get your crazy ass dog certified as a support dog. Yeah, I need to pee so bad. Super bad. That's okay. Engagement is engagement. That's right. So send the engagement over to Torshaa's end. It's still not going up more. You aren't listening. None of you are. I find you're still on my end. Go over to Torshaa's end right now. Don't the down button. No numbers. I don't know. We aren't wanted. No, I do want you. But I want you to love Torshaa right now. That's it. Just love her right now. You'll be right back. Give it 30 minutes. You'll be right back. Don't worry. You'll be back. Aw. Oh, how far behind am I in the chat? Oh, only 3 minutes. It's okay. Boating uniparty. Why Tule's debating about men's issues? That's a great question. That's why we were going to open the panel up. We were just literally laying the foundation of thought processes. I guess it doesn't matter at this point, but we'll open the panel up here shortly, and all the men can come swarming us and telling us whether we're wrong or right or stupid or whatever. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. But either way, whatever. Hey, Beetle Babe, go tell Waxed. Go tell Waxed. Because he always says, yeah, you only have 10 viewers all the time. Go tell. Actually, take a screenshot of this and send it to him. Do it. Who's a fake ass Christian? Oh, you're not a Andrew fan. Hey, you know, it's for some people. It's not for some people. It is what it is. I know I don't like the portrait mode either, but I noticed she's been doing it double now. So she'll do it where you can watch one in the this way. And then she'll at the same time she'll have another one that's horizontal. So if you just go, like if you come across and she's doing the vertical, just go to her main channel and you'll see she'll have a regular live going as well. I prefer the regular one too, because I don't like the chat. For if you're a chatter, like the vertical is, because you can only see like the last 3 messages and it's like hard to follow. It's really annoying and it's like barely there. The opacity on it's really thin. Yeah. Admit you stole my viewers. Yes, you're one viewer. I stole it. Mr. Wilson, no. How my family doing? What's up, Ty? Red Rover. Send all my chat over. Let's see how many more went over. Nope, you guys still aren't listening. Unacceptable. Aussie, hello. Hello, my darling. How are you? It's not even comparable. Oh, that's fair. And I feel like, Andrew's a good segue to, different communities because he kind of makes his way around. So it's good. I feel like that's a good thing. Don't be fake. Yo, did you get it? You got it. She did it. She did it, folks. I wish the I looked like a big I and not an L. You know what I mean? It would just make this all better. I have a support Komodo dragon. Yeah, exactly my point. The support animals are stupid. Support machine gun. I'll wait. It's okay. I'll wait. I won't get a UTI from holding it for an extra couple minutes. It's not going to break me. Oh, Samanda.
Oh, sorry. That literally
she's back. That's okay. We've been having fun over here. Big Jake's about to propose to Torshaa.
Who?
Oh. Terrible. Yeah, they're not listening to Blind Spot. They're not listening to me.
Who?
I've been trying to send all of my people over to your chat, and like maybe 10 went over, but the rest of y'all fuckers aren't listening. I don't appreciate the lack of compliance here.
Why have you guys been talking about?
My asshole. I don't know. I'm going to go tinkle, so now it's your turn to take over the chat. All right, everybody. Blow up the chat. Light them up. You have 10 million and one questions. Go. You've got like 45 seconds. It won't take me long.
Okay. Let's see what we got. How do I go to my side? Can I even do that? I don't know. Am I loud enough? Testing. Testing. My dog literally pulled me, so my shirt's kind of messed up. I'm sweating. Okay. Let's. Ew. Oh, you like my nails? Okay. I don't think I can put it on the screen though, even though I have this streaming. Whatever. Let's see. Fast food is super unhealthy from Deepak. You just destroyed someone in their love for their lizard from Squids. Neo Prototype says, what about support bacteria for all of those people that don't bake? Sorry. What? You're always loud. Oh god. Bad dog. Yeah, it's got like a... Can you see? Wait. You can't see, but it's like an arrow, but it looks like the tail of a demon. I got the demon nails. I don't know. I wanted to do black tip ones. I've always wanted to do those. I just didn't. They also had neon yellow. I feel like red is good though. They're just stick-ons. Win for everyone. Men do not need therapy. Men need social options. I don't know. I feel like men need... I feel like you can do the mental model stuff that Ryan and Rollo talk about, breaking those mental models without a therapist. It's just, you know, it's probably quicker to do it with one. But therapists are neutral for both people because the goal is either, depending on what therapy you do, but trying to find out why you self-sabotage, why you drink, why you do this. And sometimes when you know why, it's like, poof, goes away. Not for everybody, though,
Poof.
you know. But hello.
Hello.
God bless that you're back. I'm not good. It's like I have a show and I don't like this. I can't move the comments on the screen.
Oh, that's right. I forgot you don't have the... I think there's like a co-host option where you can do that.
Oh,
yeah.
You have to make them like I think you have to make them an admin.
Well, there's on the admin spot, there's two separate worlds. There's an actual admin or there's a co-host. And I think the co-host option, if I added you in as a co-host for the evening, you could bring up comments. I never even thought to do that before.
Yeah.
Like with as many times as I'll restream with somebody, like I don't know why I didn't give them. Well, Flow State, I would never give him the keys to anything because he takes advantage of the situation and dupes himself over.
Really, I feel like if you give a wrench to somebody, they do well with it, or any sort of responsibility.
Most, but like Flow State lost his wrench because he got emotional. We had a whole de-wrenching ceremony because he timed out two of my people for a full day. And I said, don't do that, Flo. Don't do it because he was getting...
Women don't have the time to deal with men's emotions.
Yeah,
that's why you need a therapist.
Yeah, well, he could just use a purpose, right?
Just get a purpose.
I'm telling you, think about any man... Okay, like they say, the men who will never... there's like a meme about it. The men who will never cheat on you... And then they point the camera at their husband, and he's over there with his little Dungeons and Dragons like little miniatures or something. You know, it's like because he has a purpose. He's too busy. He's too busy to think about like, you know what I mean? But idle hands are the devil's plaything.
I don't know. We're seeing more men go into therapy and having a better okay. So just to put it in perspective, I looked up the stats before this, and it was like. It was like 18%, either 24% of women go to therapy and 18.4% men. I was like, it's that close? You would think it's like 0.1%. But apparently it's like pretty much the same.
Most women, I would say, like, take your moms and your wives, and we're too busy worrying about everybody else, we forget about ourselves. That's probably why the women's number is so low.
Or maybe they went when they were younger, so they don't have to see one in person.
Maybe. But I think about like that's why it took me forever to like wrap my head around like, no, I need to worry about me because if I'm not good, then everything that seeps outward is going to touch everything outward, you know. So, yeah, my mom keeps saying, "Open the panel, open the panel." Look, bring Mama Mater on. Mama Mater does not want to join the panel. We've already had this discussion. She's okay with being on the chat. Your mom wants the panel open, Sarah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we will. We'll give it 5 more minutes, right? Because then we'll be at the 2-hour mark, and I think that's a good. We'll get there. There's 1,100 viewers.
Toad. Let's see what it is on my end. Hold on.
It is 39 right now. I sent my people over to yours. Yeah, it shows me both ends. But I sent my people over to yours. I'm like, I don't need the viewers because We got 11. Where the fuck did this come from?
I don't know. Try to do another trigger word.
Tomato. Glenn.
That was funny.
Grid 1. Let all 1,000 on the panel. Yeah. But see, the thing, and this is how you know they're fake, because I think I only have like a 5-minute set on the subscriber mode, maybe even 10. And it's definitely been longer than that. And hasn't been any new chatters in the chat. So like, that's how you know it's not real. Q-Tard says, I subbed after the Andrew thing on Monday. Well, thank you, Q-Tard. Yeah. And we host him here. I'd say I want to keep him at like a once a month thing if I can, maybe twice, but you know, it just depends on the topic, I guess, and who's coming on and what's going on.
He's always entertaining. Always.
He's definitely reliable for that. 110%. Yeah. All right. So what else you got on why they should go to therapy?
Probably like because you're going to have a lot of life setbacks, and going to the gym doesn't cure all of them. And men are more susceptible to mental illness. And it's just, I think we need to teach them mental resilience. All the successful men that I know have a coach, a mentor, who are also licensed therapists. So it's like, if you want to model yourself after high achieving men, probably should follow what they do. It's really, I used to say the thing about the gym, and if I ever had a son, I would put them in combat sports early. But if you're already set in a certain behavior, it's going to be really difficult to pull you out of that without talking to either a psychiatrist or a psychologist. And the world doesn't like you. Society wants you to be a certain way. You probably should go talk one-on-one with somebody who can give you the actual truth on defining masculinity for yourself, and be strong, assertive, not like focused on not being physical all the time or whatever. There was something where it was like they're constantly not using violence, which makes sense because it's like, you're a man. That must be very frustrating. You just all the time, you know? And I think physical fitness is absolutely crucial, you know, but some people need help first mentally to break some of those habits in order to get to the gym. I know I was one of them, so ta-da.
So what do you think about, like, why did, and I don't know how you feel, but I feel like this was in more recent years. Now I know
No.
Well, what I'm saying is I know late 90s, early 2000, that's when we started like actually recognizing mental illness, or recognizing that people like needed mental well-being and therapy. It was okay. It wasn't like we took the stigma away from it, right? But do you think men were always like this, or they hit it better, or
Probably.
like, I mean, I would even say 1970s, you know, like, were men still manly? Were men still, you know, unaliving themselves and doing these things? Or did those not, I feel like those numbers just jumped in more recent, like 2010 and beyond.
I mean, we're all engineered by like apps and stuff now. We're lonelier than ever. And as much as we like to say, shut your phone off, the reality is we're fed a lot of stuff. Even if you take breaks, you know, it's like, of course we have mental illness. But I guess on top of that, we also have more single father homes. Environment's huge. If you're, you know, you don't have to be rich, but if you're in poverty, that's one type of trauma. It's like a lower grade one, assuming that there was no violence or anything. But then you have an absent father, you're bordering on like 2. And when you get 3 before the age of 18, it's the ones that have more than 3 end up worse off, I guess we'll say. I think we
Well,
just became more noticeable of it because it was impossible to ignore. More men have mental illness, more men are homeless, more men make up the jails, more men get into a drug addiction. Actually, there's a new stat that came out that was something like, I'll send you the link. I actually think I still have it. It was something like men are twofold more likely to die of an overdose, either twofold or threefold, which is terrifying. It's like solely because they're male. It's like, why? It's crazy.
So, do you think this is a sense of like Darwinism, where like the strong survive, the weak will fail? Is this nature's way of, if you're weak, nature's way of naturally kind of like impeding on like all of the social media, the influence, and all of these things that we've accommodated to in our livelihood? And then Darwinism's kind of taking over and being like, all right, look, if you're going to let something as easy as this ruin you, well, then I'm going to let it ruin you all the way.
No, I think we tried to pick women up, and by doing that, we inadvertently like fucked up men. Like that's the main issue, in my opinion. On top of social media, on top of women's more education or whatever, which is great. I love it. You know, I love a bitch that's got her master's and shit. But when you do that, and we kind of know that women go for certain things, education, job being two of the biggest ones, when our men are falling behind, you're going to see a collapse in nuclear families. On top of that, like with all the other stuff going on, I don't really feel like it promotes like families. So a lot of social issues. But when you say the thing about Darwinian, I would say that the men that are deemed autistic are actually the high achieving ones on certain, it depends on what end of the spectrum, but I think that what we call normal, aka more men are playing video games and not having friends and having porn addictions, and that's normal. I'd rather be with a man that's autistic. I love my autistic men. Have you seen that TikTok?
No.
I love my autistic man. Yeah, but it's like so something that we deem as a mental illness, for instance, it's like that's your best bet for survival in this country. Like somebody who's got more focused on work than relationships. That to me, that's a skill that's going to benefit you in sexual selection. But that's just like a hot take. I think that the only way to fix the problem we have now is to empower men. And it sounds stupid and it sounds girly. But
do you think we've kind of taken away, and by the way, for the record, I've opened the panel up. You can start heading backstage if you want. I'm not going to bring you up right this second, but here in like just a few minutes. So if anybody wants to come on, go ahead and head back there. But do you think that women have almost emasculated men so much to now they don't know what to do because the women have caught up in theory?
I think a lot of the messaging around male issues has always been pick yourself up by the bootstraps. They talk about porn addiction. Well, you should just not watch it. Like a lot of the messaging around men is pretty bad. And I know my feminists are like, no, we don't do that. You do though. And like my issue is the way they want to fix the world. And I'm saying feminists, but really anybody like postmodern. But it's like they want to fix these issues by leveling everybody out except men. Except men. And men have 50% of the population. The 50%. And it's like, if you want to solve this problem of equality, you have to include them. And if you don't, because you think they were privileged, you're going to have a rude awakening, because it's not, you can never get equality if you are now oppressing the group that oppressed you. That's regression. or repression. Like, you have to keep including people if you want to move up. You know?
I agree with that. But I also, like, I still hold myself up to the standard of pull yourself up by the bootstraps, right? Like, and I would never hold anybody else to that standard if I didn't hold my own. Now, maybe I just have, like, I grew up with two brothers. Maybe it's just kind of ingrained that I was dad's little princess, but at the same time, it was still like, no, get your shit together. Like, you can do this by yourself, figure it out.
But I guess, which totally, I think everybody should be accountable of themselves. But when you look at the economy and how we have like resource distribution going to all the other groups but men, and men are the ones that produce more. It just is. They've been doing. I agree. I think men are inherent or innately hierarchical. I don't know for sure, but I see that, like how you were saying, purpose or fulfillment, or they need something. It's like when you're giving everybody all of your stuff while also stepping on them, while also women saying they need all these things and men are saying we can't meet that, you're making men disenfranchised to even do anything.
I agree
because
with that.
every time they try,
if your mama always does it for you, then why do you have to, right? And if women have taken over that secondary role and it supplements the difference, then men now, it comes back to purpose.
And it's like the little that they make in this economy is taken from them, though. Like
purpose, Torshaa.
No, I know. I already acknowledged it, but I was saying like the only, in my opinion, the only way to get men on board with it is, and it's not the only way, like different cultures do different things, but in this culture, I feel like we need to really put out messaging for men. We really do need to get men in therapy if we're not going to be putting out pro-masculinity type content because women or anybody feels that's dangerous. Well, that's an opinion. If you want men that are healthy versions of themselves, not just for you, for themselves, they have to follow like stoicism. They have to do pro-masculinity stuff, and it's not a message that they want. They want to feminize it. It's one of my biggest pet peeves. If you can tell, I get like triggered by it.
I agree with that. I agree with that. Are you ready for the gentleman?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Do you want to still stay connected? It's totally up to you.
Yeah, it's still early. We're good.
All right, fair enough. We're going to go ahead and go into open panel dumpster fire, ladies and gentlemen. So buckle up. It's about to get whatever.
Yes, and I do want to extend my appreciation. I do think that Sara has been an adequate moderator. I think that there's times where she needs to mind her own fucking business in this space, but she's been an adequate moderator, and I do appreciate her having me on her channel.
Listen, I love you, the Raging Tomato, but I would kill myself doing more red pill debates, okay?
The Raging Tomato, at least she is attempting, like, she's trying to be a comedian. You know, she's trying to be funny.
All right, the gentlemen are here.
Hello.
They've all
Release
come
the
to
Kraken.
Release the Kraken. Oh, I haven't played that for a Mod Monday in a while. I've like gotten so offbeat because all of the different variations we've done for Mod Monday. It's like I forgot about my Kraken video. Oh, somebody else.
I'm just here for the popcorn farts.
I'm here for the popcorn farts too.
Hi, Sarah.
All right.
Hey,
Hi,
it's all right. I'm
Nicole.
just the cure you need.
Can I give my take on it?
Sure,
What's up, friend?
Nicole. Let's start with you since you normally only last like 7
Since
minutes.
you need the most therapy, go ahead.
Actually, I have a psychiatrist, so I've seen a psychiatrist for 10 years.
Based. Me too.
Mostly just to get meds from him, but it's not a therapy issue with these guys. Let me explain. I'm 66. I've seen the whole thing. And I'll tell you why men are deleting themselves at a higher rate than even in the 60s when we were being sent over to Vietnam or the 70s. First of all, it starts with the nuclear family. It starts with these guys being raised by single mothers, half of them. They don't have father figures. Then they go to school and they're being taught by women. So they don't have any really male role models, number one. You know what I'm saying? So without a father figure or a teacher or something like that, these young guys who are under 30, under 40, whatever, they are not as purpose driven as guys my age, let's say, were. At 8 years old, I knew I wanted to be a filmmaker. You know what I'm saying? So what happens is, and part of it's feminism too. What happened was we started promoting women. Back in the 70s, it was 60% men in college and 40% women. Now it's reversed. Now here's the situation. We all know that men traditionally share their resources. So a guy like me or any of these guys will date a hot chick we like if she works at McDonald's and makes 15, 20 bucks an hour. We don't care. We will date down or equal to us. Where you women tend to only date up or on the same level as you. So when you get your master's degrees and your BA degrees and all this stuff, and believe me, I went to USC and UCI, and I've gotten enough college credits to have a PhD if I wanted to, more than most doctorate people. The bottom line is, the last 10, 15 years between the Me Too movement, the Gillette commercials and stuff, it's not just white men that have been shit on, it's all men. And a part of it also is the lack of accountability on women's part. What women do to these guys really is the modern day woman disgusts me. 80% of them disgust me. And it's not even the weight that disgusts me. It's just the fact that the entitlement, the lack of introspection, the delusion on women's parts. You know, you talk to women today who are like 200 pounds and they want a guy who's 6 feet tall, 6 figures, with a 6.5-inch penis like me. And these women are fugly. You know what I'm saying? So basically, you've got guys that a lot of these guys don't have anything to live for anymore. They don't have a purpose. They don't have a girlfriend. They don't have a wife. And the reason they don't have a purpose is because there's the pool of women out there for these guys to choose from. When you got, look, the average American woman weighs 175 goddamn pounds. 50 years ago, she weighed 125 pounds, okay? So when you've got women walking around, 80% of them that weigh 175 pounds, you know, that means a lot are over 200 pounds. Basically, what man in his right mind who's young, is gonna be motivated to go bust his ass and make 6 figures just to end up with some fat broad? Whereas in the 70s, we were motivated because the women were all thin. I dare anybody to look at a picture from go check out videos from the California beaches from the 70s and 80s. Nobody, in fact, you know what Lane Bryant is? It's that where the store where like the fat girls go. In the 80s, that store almost went out of business. The bottom line is, I don't think these guys need therapy. What they need is, and plus women have invaded all of men's spaces, literally. They've gotten into our country clubs. They've invaded every space that we fucking have. You know, in fact, they don't even want us to congregate as men. And I'll tell you this, there's nothing more dangerous in a society than guys who are not getting laid and guys that don't have money. And that's why we have all these school shootings and shit. And I'll tell you what they really need to do.
With your words, Carrie.
I'll be careful. They need to legalize prostitution, number one.
Okay. That's enough.
They legalize prostitution.
Stop. Locksmith Jerry coming in with the $2. I'm here to smell the popcorn farts. Yes. Thank you, Locksmith Jerry. We appreciate you. Spicoli, mind your freaking words. All right.
There's some things I wanted to address with his little monologue right there. I think beauty standards have changed. I mean, 175 is not outrageous, Spicoli. If we really think about it, are men like thicker women nowadays?
175 is not outrageous.
Well, let's be real. I'm being genuine.
Aren't men a lot more overweight also at the same time? So
yeah, this is simultaneous. And Locksmith Jerry coming again with another 2, only 7 inches. Sorry, my guy.
I did hear the dad bod is in now, so I feel like beauty standards as a whole have changed completely, Spicoli. This ain't the 80s anymore. The old man.
I just want to thank Spicoli for showing why
any doctor, anybody will tell you a 5'4" woman should not weigh 175 pounds. I'm 5'9", I weigh 145 pounds with a 29-inch
You're a
waist.
string bean. You're
A
a string bean.
175-pound woman. A man should weigh 175
Okay,
pounds,
we
not
get
a
it. We
woman.
get it, Carrie. You don't like the weight of women. Okay,
All right, I'll
we
see you
get
guys
it.
later.
Moving on. Bye, Carrie.
Thanks, Sarah.
Coley.
Bye,
Coley really
Torshaa.
needs therapy.
Bye, Carrie.
I think that man
I think
really
we can
needs
all
therapy.
agree the reason why so many men are in therapy is because of fat chicks. I think he's got a pretty good point there. So.
Yeah, that's like solid.
That's
Hold
the end of the
on
debate.
just a second. I need to voice confirm. J.K. Fierte. I don't know what that is. Can you, I don't know, sing me a song or something? JK.
Hey, you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Sing me the ABCs, please.
A, B, C, D.
Thank you. All right.
That was beautiful.
That was beautiful. All right.
So what's your thought on fat chicks? Is that what causes men's therapy?
Well,
It's gone. We can get it back to ground now.
I think it might be societal standards on men. Let's just open it up with that. We got a lot of guys out here. I'd love to hear their opinions. Has any other man in here been in therapy? Because I'm starting my therapy journey. I'll say that.
My opinion is, ladies, you don't need therapy. I'm here for you, and I want to go on a speed date with Torshaa.
That's my boy right there. That's a dog right there.
I went to therapy once, but it was forced by my mom. So that's the
kind of
problem
where
with society.
Kind of where I'm at. I find I didn't like it. I'm gonna be honest. It just seems like it's paying someone to talk to. When I do have I look at panels almost as my therapy. I'll say that. Like, you get on here, you just yap, get your problems out.
Yeah.
I thought men already had therapy. It's called bars, hanging out with your buddies.
Fair enough. I do say
Isn't that our therapy?
No,
no.
we've also isolated ourselves from society in a lot of ways. Now we find our friends on the internet. We don't have to leave our house to have social interactions, right? We don't need we don't have the physical need of friends anymore because we've got all of our friends online. And
Is there an
while I
app
take
where
that
we can drink
moment,
with our buddies?
there's the
Right
Raging
here.
Patriot in with the $2. Too many creepers and
This is
simps
the
in the
app.
chat. Stop it. Thank you, Raging Patriot. We love you.
Well, I
Go,
say,
Hey, if I don't have my fun, I'm heading out of here.
It's kind of based on what you're saying, because I'm kind of realizing, at least my opinion is, I think a lot of men don't really understand the point of therapy or what the purpose is. But I'm curious from people on panel, what do you think the goal is of going to therapy, particularly for a man? What do you think the point is?
To satisfy a woman.
maybe. I don't want to.
Legacy.
I think, however, that's
Satisfy a woman?
woman?
Yeah, there's usually a woman complaining in a man's life, and that's why he ends up in therapy. Not sexually satisfy her,
Right.
just
Like, no.
I
mentally.
feel like men internalize a lot of things. You know, me and Prawn are like decent buds, but I wouldn't go tell him about my mental problems at all. Like, it's just there's a stigma against men sharing their mental health problems. You know, that's a genuine thing.
Like, in other words, no man has ever told another man you need to go to therapy. It's usually a woman that brings it up.
That's a great point.
What about the times that men say it and you're not even asking about it? They'll just drop it all on you. It's like you guys might say that they don't talk to each other about it, but women deal with men like dumping it all on us. And by dumping it, it's like acting irrationally under the influence, like typical shit. You know?
Well, as a woman, that's kind of like, I don't want to say your job, but I know I've had relationships before, and like I like to confide in my girl. You know, I'm not going to confide. I like to confide in my girl. I don't confide with the boys. We drink beers and we swallow all of our problems until it blows up at home.
So you guys will talk about it. You just don't want to talk
Well, you don't
about it.
spit out beer. That would be a
with
waste.
men.
Yeah, but Dan,
the last Jack coming in with the $2 and then to Process, not just in the chat. Guy panel not looking good. I think he's referring to the creepers and simps, and that was probably to Carrie. But yes, to Process.
See, I think I'm definitely not against talking to your friends and your girlfriend, but I think the whole point of like therapy, I agree, it's probably way too expensive. But the whole point is to have like a third party individual you can talk to that can like take a more objective look. Your friend and your girlfriend, one, they're really close to you, so they probably can't communicate with you in the same way a therapist would. And one, they don't have the knowledge that a therapist would have. They can like maybe see patterns, diagnose you, maybe see mental health issues before they kind of occur that your friends and your partner might not be able to see.
That's a good point. I mean, women were very intuitive, right? So we can walk in a room and we can find the creeper, we can find the asshole, we can find the nice person, and we can find your mom without ever even meeting her before. You know, we're very intuitive.
She's not that fat.
Milk Cow coming in with the $1.99 super sticker. Thank you, Milk Cow. But I think women, you know, we're very receptive. We're little sponges. We take all of your emotions in and we give you a safe place to kind of like drop that load. Little do you know, it actually affects us more than like you dump the trauma onto us and you feel relieved. But then now we carry that weight because now we feel the need to like fix you or make it better or snuggle you or something to that degree. And in reality, like you shouldn't be dumping all of that on us. You should have a man to talk to in such a way, or a male role model, or your father or something, or maybe your own mama. Call your own mama. She's there to deal with that much better. But unfortunately, you do pick your women to do that too. And we are very receptive to it.
Yeah, just one thing I wanted to say too. I think sometimes, or many times, why men go to therapy is because we're just told that's what we're supposed to do. And I mean, I've been to a few different therapists for different reasons, and I've always just walked away from it feeling like it was just a waste of money between my copay and then also what the insurance was paying. So it was pretty much the therapist was getting $300 an hour to tell me everything I already knew. And I think a lot of times too, just the quality of the talk therapy was just pointless.
Yeah.
I wonder how many men are in therapy right now for being toxic masculine. In other words, being a man. You know, maybe that's part of the problem.
Men do need an outlet, though. I'll say a therapist might not be the best way, but men do need an outlet. We can't be internalizing every single problem and then dumping it on a significant other. You know.
It comes out in other ways too, like you lashing out at a boss. Like it doesn't have to be just
drug abuse and
dumping.
self-deletion. That's what's common in men. Drug abuse and self-deletion. That's where it comes out.
Alcohol abuse too.
I worry that men don't know how to recognize when they're dealing with something. Like it's almost like they've pushed it down for so long since like a young age that they wouldn't even recognize if they had to go to a doctor until maybe they were like gonna delete. And
so
even
who do they need to depend on to tell them that, or who should they turn to tell them that?
I would say a coach first, like some sort of mentor, you could, like a life coach. It doesn't necessarily.
That's a privilege idea, though. Men don't have access to that on a regular basis.
Yeah, like men that right.
And women have a monopoly on public perception. You know, it's almost like men have to filter what they do through the idea that they have to please women on the optics level.
And it contradicts itself depending on the woman, I've noticed. Yeah.
And we have to ask, like, are we asking men to be like appealing or appeasing to these like warm and fuzzy ideas, or do we want men to be competent? Because the two aren't mutually exclusive.
Yeah.
I don't think that's what's happening in therapy though, where it's like, oh, they're trying to be the warm and fuzzy. I think it's kind of a character of what their therapy is.
It depends. Like if you want somebody that's going to cheer you on for making a decision, I think that's the stereotypical therapy. But then there's other types of therapy that like help you navigate decisions. So if you're ever in a moment where you're just like, I don't know how I'm supposed to do this and also tackle this, they'll give you like the non-toxic version of your conscious. Well, should I do this, or this? But you'll notice that you talk to yourself, at least for me, you talk to yourself really negatively, which makes it difficult to find the appropriate decision, I guess. But that's just me. So I don't know if that's every time.
And also, I think it would be beneficial to take into account that when we're, especially in our personal relationships, one-on-one situations, we have to remember what role we play in each other's lives, because the advice that would be brilliant from like an older father figure may not come across the same way if you're getting it from your younger girlfriend. You know, and she could tell you the same things that he would be telling you, and they could be hitting you right in the face, and you won't see them. We all do still have to operate with an ego and pride and all this stuff.
Yeah, when you get triggered, you almost know that it's the ego. Now reverse it, flip it, and that's why you did it. I learned that in therapy, though.
I put my thing down, flip it, and reverse it. Is it worth it? Is it worth it?
Yeah, like if I started screaming at blind right now, something that you're doing reminds me of myself. Technically, is like what you learn.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Oh my God! Hold on.
Something I hate about it.
Not all heroes wear capes, ladies and gentlemen, but
There's your
puppies
therapist.
certainly make us happy. And somebody who's sprung up from nowhere, we haven't seen him in forever. Ryan, the Radical Coder.
It has been a minute. How do I sound?
It's been months
Sound
of
good.
minutes.
Nice
Yeah,
wrap.
definitely.
Yeah.
I want to see the dog.
Yes, I saw the picture on Facebook.
This is so cute. This is Umbreon, everyone. Welcome to the debate.
Umbreon, that's a Pokemon reference?
Oh yeah, definitely.
You're coming in very masculine. You got the CEO masculinity. You've got the power rack behind you.
Yeah, and I'm here to tell men it's okay to go to therapy. Although, full disclosure, I myself am not in therapy. Although there have definitely been points over the last few years of my life that probably would have benefited me greatly. And I have a lot of close personal friends who have gone through therapy and
What are
on
we
the other
doing?
side, like much better, more well-rounded people who I have a lot more respect for. Not that I didn't respect them before, but like they've they've solved a lot of problems in their life by like going through this process, and I think that's something that like really speaks to it. I'm sure that like if you talk to people in your life who have gone to therapy, they'll probably tell you some more things. Like someone said earlier, like you used to go like they treat panels like therapy, or therapy, you're just there to talk about your problems, and that's part of it. Absolutely, from my understanding, is that that's a big part. But then the next thing is that they're also like it's a qualified professional that can give you strategies to approach those problems, and that's what you really want to do, right? Like that's
a
the main
good
goal, so you
point.
can solve your problems. And then people were talking about like doing it just to please women or whatever. Like it's like I think Sarah was trying to convey like the goal is not just to like we're not trying to just entertain.
Are you guys hearing something that I can't hear or something?
What?
I hear him.
Sorry, real quick.
I think it's just you.
We're not just trying to entertain the whims of
Yeah,
women
we
or
can
whatever.
hear.
Yeah, we're trying
Like,
to break
the idea-
men of the external validation from women for sure. I think therapy can do that.
And to like frankly to make men more tolerable to women in a lot of ways, because like Sarah said, like every woman if you ask any woman you know, she will tell you that guys are, and I'm guilty of this as well, like guys trauma dump on them. I trauma dump on women in my life as well, and I try to spread it out, and I do it to men as like like I try to
spread
talk to your
it
male
out.
friends, guys, like it's okay.
Spread it out is big.
Spread it out.
Do it. We're
Talk to all
social.
your friends about problems. It's okay.
That's why we're on panels. We're getting it out.
Shut up.
We're getting it out.
That's what I'm saying.
Snaps.
If
Well, I
you
wanted-
guys only knew what the like after the live stream ends, and then you're on here in the back chat, talking to somebody, and it happens to be a male, like you'll get the entire freaking life story, and it's no shame on them. It is what it is. Like they find an opportunity, they're gonna utilize it, but
I just don't know what to do with it. I'm not a healthy person to carry that for you.
I'll let me go
you
to
know?
therapy.
I'm worse.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do is trauma dump on a girl. That's the worst thing you could
well,
do.
I think if you find the right girl, right?
Yeah, if
the
she's your
right
therapist.
Well, at least okay. Listen,
I don't think so.
I'm gonna give you all. I'm gonna give every man a little hint here. If you find a female that happens to be a mom, she will handle with care. She will recognize what you're doing. All right. She's going to mom you. She's going to give you kind, gentle advice. She's going to let you talk and talk and talk and talk all night long, literally all night long. And she won't even be judgmental because she accepts you the way she would accept her child. Right. So I think if you're going to do it, this is where all the single moms suddenly become the best thing on earth.
Single moms are killing it. Everybody knows this. I feel like online people act like that's the horrible thing, but
we're the worst.
Everybody, like if you're a bartender, you realize that single moms are winning this dating thing. 100%.
Oh yeah, they definitely are. And Milk Cow coming in with the $4.99. Great panel tonight. Shout out to Prawn and Dan.
Thank you.
Everyone say hello to Milk Cow. Thank you, Milk Cow. Yeah.
So Ryan, I have a question. Did you notice changed behavior in friends of yours that pre-therapy, post-therapy? What changed?
I don't want to like talk too much about one specific person's experience, but like I know a specific person who had a lot of anger, right? A lot of anger issues that I witnessed at times. And I saw after he went through therapy, like we had conversations years later. Like I didn't see him for a long time, and then I saw him after he'd been through a lot of therapy. And like the way he was talking about things that we all went through, like me and my friends and him, like collectively, his reflection on them, like there was clear signs of growth, and in ways that were like
stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, like accountability and reframing things in like productive ways. And it was, I don't know, it was a really nice, like it was a really great conversation. I was really proud of him. Like honestly, that's how I felt. I felt like super proud. I was like, that's awesome, man. Like hell yeah, dude. Yeah.
Yay.
Can I jump on that one? I want to one point before you have the other panels. Because I think a lot of people here, even people that are not into therapy, probably would say like men should do self-improvement. I think what therapy can do is like give you the right pathway to go down. Like without it, you can kind of be walking aimlessly. Whereas if you talk to a therapist, you might realize like, oh, this thing happened in my childhood impacted me to operate this way. Now I know how I can kind of operate and what path to kind of go down. I just want to add that.
Floor's open, Jeff.
What's up, new panelists?
How's it going? Hola.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm just saying. I have nothing to say, but I'm all for self-improvement as a guy. You know, when I think about life, I always improve the amount of women I break up with. That's just a great standard to have. I love it, and I'm sorry for all these women that I broke up with.
Yeah,
you know,
Bad Gemini, you better be sorry with nothing to say with that freaking Stanley Cup you're drinking out of, boy.
That's
First
a manly.
Off, the fact
That's a
that
manly.
you had an aggressive boy. I would say Sarah didn't bring me up to deal with this vitriol right here. So the fact that you would say that and think you look cool, you and your mediocre representation of a man with your standard cap, and you talking about me a Stanley Cup. You wear khakis that have at least 7 pleats in them. You have on these earbuds right now, like the original ones. You're drinking, it just says beer on your can. I don't even know if it's official. And then what you have on as a freaking, you know, I'm finna bypass him. Let me talk to somebody else who's more respectful. I want to say hello to the women on this panel, not ladies, but these beautiful women. Sarah, you know, look, Torshaa,
I didn't do it.
Y'all doing?
I didn't do it.
I'm
hiding.
y'all.
Yes, you did.
I'm gonna respect y'all. Y'all are.
I can try to get
perplexed.
Kid.
Look, I'm not going to listen to you guys right now because the energy y'all have is not indicative of beautiful women being on the panel. You should not be focused on me. Right now, your ball sack is being shipped in an Amazon package. It's not even been safeguarded.
Man.
So it's been stepped on and crushed right now.
Your barber pushed that line back. Your barber pushed that line back, Gemini. Let's talk about it. That man, so he pushed your shit back.
Well, you're talking about being respectful.
Off,
but
this forehead is my birthright. There's nothing I can do about it.
That's 5 at this point, buddy.
If you add $15, you get free shipping.
That means I'm 5 steps ahead of you based on my forehead. That's now 5 head.
This is like.
First off,
I'll try to get us back on track with the question. I think this pointed at Torshaa and Ryan, but I want to hear everyone's answer. Why do you think people are, particularly men, why do you think they're so opposed to therapy? Like I almost like feel like almost triggering where they're like, a lot of people just like are super opposed to it like on a internal level, and I can't really tell why.
I think
opposed to therapy?
Men are not taught like to, I don't know. I feel like as a girl, you're taught like if there's something wrong, go to a doctor. I feel like boys are not taught the same thing, and so I've been in a space where I pushed emotions down in like adulthood, and I didn't go to the doctor, I didn't go to the dentist. So I can only imagine how men are kind of in that area, just longer. I don't know if that made sense.
Well, it sounded like
the boys
projecting
are
right
taught
there.
to. The boys, I think, are taught to like rub some dirt on it. You'll be all right. You know, get up.
Like you said,
brush
pick
yourself
yourself
off.
up by the bootstraps.
Yeah. And see but see that's kind of where I sit too, where but I still have the common denominator of saying like, oh, something hurts, I'm gonna go to the doctor because I want it fixed. But I also think that women or as young girls are taught to be compliant to the concept, right? So we become compliant to the idea of, oh, hey, you know, if somebody says jump, you jump, and you ask how high or whatever the case may be, but also in the degree to the concept, right? Compliant to the concept. If something hurts, you tell somebody and get it fixed. Like that's like we're taught to tell somebody to get something fixed, whether it's I hurt myself or I need a pickle jar open. Like you tell somebody to get it fixed. We become submissive naturally by compliance. Whereas men are taught to defy and to like strive to be above. So I think that can vary in that concept. Like I don't need a doctor. I'll fix myself. It'll be all right. So I think that's where that variation might come in.
We don't understand how
there's a
broken
couple
things are, though.
points.
Go ahead. I'm listening to you. If I was going to say as a guy, we just don't understand the levels of how broken something can be.
I
So,
was just thinking that, like, that was a
Yeah.
good point. Like, we've never, especially our generation of millennials, we had this sort of idea of what normal was, but so many people vary on it, like mental illness wise, like what's a healthy dose of communication? How do you know if you didn't have, like, your parents didn't necessarily have to like beat you up and like do drugs for you to have a bad childhood on accident. You know, parents do their best, but you can be carrying stuff even if you think you had a decent childhood. It's like shit happens. So it's
I gotta
like
give a little pushback on it. I think people do recognize when they're in the wrong. Like if they're battling a drug addiction, you know that you're not supposed to be doing these things, but it's internalizing the problem. Like I said, that's one of the biggest things. It's hard to break the cycle. It's hard to find self-worth sometimes. You know, you feel like, oh, life's not going to be better if I change, so you just don't.
Yeah.
Things of that nature.
Yeah, I feel like if you're in an addiction specifically, you need somebody on the outset to pull you out of it.
Well, even depression.
Yeah,
just
that
it's
too.
hard to change your thinking sometimes, you know?
That's tricky because you could say,
but that
Go
still
ahead.
falls under like that mental handicap, right? The variation of people that we determined already were under the acceptable yes.
Yeah,
right.
but
We're
mental, we shouldn't like disregard it though.
No, I don't
Yeah, I see.
disregard it. But what I'm saying is, we all already agreed that people in that circumstance would, like, we would have agreed, yes, they should seek therapy. You know,
But-
so it wouldn't be necessary. And let me hit the super chat real quick. Rude Mud Crab comes with the $5, and I think this is a great point. Women mature faster, but men are expected to be independent faster. We won't see men if we don't raise men.
True.
And so I think that men kind of get left behind in a sense, like they're expected to be independent, but they're mature wise, they're not there to be. And women, we're told like, you will nurture, you will do this, you will be, you know, figure this out, you will do these things, you'll be resourceful, XYZ, because it's kind of a natural instinct, a survival skill, for instance, to be resourceful and figure it out and find somebody who knows how to fix something or whatever the case may be. Whereas men, they can only depend on themselves, you know, and so it's like as if they're not mature enough to recognize I need to be resourceful, well, then they're kind of just stuck in this spot where they're left alone.
Look, I see it as the flip side. Hold on, Sarah. I'm going to give you pushback. I see it on the flip side because typically men are by themselves. So I typically see men as being resourceful because we have to depend on ourselves and figure it out by ourselves. And I think with women, they have resources because other people are willing to pour into them. And so a guy's going to be like, you know what? I'm going to figure it out on my own, use my own internal strength, whatever it is, to be resourceful because I don't have help. Because sometimes we get knuckleheaded, stingy, and we dismiss every level of help we could. So now in that instance, I have to be resourceful because I rejected every level of help. Where a woman, even if she wants to be resourceful, I'm not saying that they aren't, but then men or even other women will still volunteer services and resources to help them through those situations. So I think typically men have to be more resourceful because we're out here trying to figure it out on our own, where it's still the whole damsel in distress and so on and so forth with people who want to pour into women compared to men.
Well, can I say real quick, like to that point, I agree with everything you said about what men are tend towards, right, and what they're like, what they do in that regard. But I think what like Sarah was kind of outlining, that like in a lot of ways, like women are being more successfully resourceful by finding other like human resources that can assist them with their problems. They can depend on other people easier. Like what you're describing is antisocial behavior. Like we don't want men to be these like hyper isolated, antisocial, like I need to depend on just me. Like you want to depend on other people because we're social creatures and we live in a society. You know, I hear like these are super important things, and I think that's kind of like speaks to her point really more than anything.
I think what he was saying though is like if you look at a homeless population and there's a woman asking for money and then you have a man who's looking for money, people's automatic assumption is, oh no, the woman, maybe she has a kid. But for men, it's not really the same. They're almost like people are scared of them. So I guess I feel like just in general, the way that we look at women versus men has to change because there's more men that are homeless, you know? Sorry.
Sure. Can I say, I mean, I agree with what you're saying too, but I think what you're describing are obstacles in the way of men getting those resources. Like you're like very aptly describing those things, but like, yeah, again, it speaks to the problem. Yeah.
And just a heads up to the panel, I do have 2 other people sitting backstage. So if anybody's just plans to panel squat this evening and not necessarily...
I'll say I actually just wanted to pop in for a few minutes, but I love you, Sarah. Nice meeting you, Torshaa. Everyone else is good to see meet you.
Did you see what Mama Tomato said? She said, oh my God, I was just thinking about him.
Oh, that is so sweet.
She conjured you.
Tomato. Love for everyone. Yeah, be safe, guys. I'm glad you got to meet Umbreon. This was his first appearance on a stream, so he was pretty nervous. He had to go curl up on a towel.
Stop staying away for so long. We miss you. We love you. You're so much value comes from you, Ryan.
It's good to see you, Radical Coder. You put on some weight. You're looking good.
You look great.
It's sad to see you leave, man.
Yeah, no, I'll come back. Yeah. I mean, this is my permanent residence now. I don't live in an Airbnb right now, so that's the last time we spoke. I was in Seattle in an Airbnb.
Oh,
but
that's right. That's right. That's awesome. Well, I'm glad you're doing well, and we look forward to another appearance from you. It's cherished.
Peace out.
Bye, Ryan.
Gemini, he mogged you, bro. He mogged the shit out.
All right, and let me just do another voice confirm. Locksmith, is that you? Can you sing me Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star?
Look, no, but I can say hi, sir.
That'll work. It's just a test. It's just a test.
Yeah, what up, Gemini? Hi, everybody.
Hello to you.
What's up? What's up? Dan, you talking reckless. He actually provided a tie-in to push the conversation forward. All this mog stuff, this young jitterbug stuff y'all be on. I appreciate it because that's the nuance of conversation. And then Torshaa had a valid point as well. So it all just came in overlap. So I appreciated that. That's all I got for you. And I'm not pandering tonight because Sara, she's cute sometimes, but until she puts on lip gloss, it doesn't matter to me. Her lips are dry and so is her attitude. And then when it comes to Torshaa, she's feisty as her hair color, which means I have to avoid her at all costs.
Hey, weren't you just simping for these ladies like 2 minutes ago?
Apparently
he says
not.
He doesn't pander, but then panders every time. I've seen this like 7 times.
I know. We know him by now. Hey,
He likes to put everybody in their place. We know it.
I got a couple of items for feedback here. So I think the main reason was kind of covered earlier about the idea of societies that most men shouldn't need therapy. That's kind of already a sign of, a weakness in their character, traditionally speaking. And so maybe modern people think that, men should be more in touch with their feminine side and cry about their feelings or whatever and all that jazz. I'm personally more concerned about the quality of therapy these men are getting. And I think the guy who just left made a very good point that he said that after therapy, the men were trained to be more tolerable to women. And I think he put it perfectly. That's the quality of therapy you're going to get when you put man into therapy. So I think a better therapy for men would be first to let, life teach them how to be a man, the rite of passage that man has gone through since the beginning of time. And we did okay up until about, 20 or 30 years ago. And in spite of that, even if you have to force him into therapy, hopefully it's at least a man who knows what he's talking about to set a proper role model to this lost, misguided man, and not, the stuff that we're continually perpetuating anyway. So that would be my 2 cents.
Hey man, I think you
And
brought up
shout
a
out,
good
let me
point.
interrupt just for a moment and then you can go on. Radical Coder sending the 5 memberships out. Congratulations to Safe and Sound, Squids, Sam, Chaos Queen, and Lord of Pies. Shout out to all of you for winning the lucky lottery. We love you. Go ahead, whoever was going.
Yeah, so what I was saying, I think he brought up a good point. There was a rite of passage that, boys had to go through, 20, 30 years ago. I'd say even, further than that. But, I think fundamentally, a boy's father is his best therapist, starting at a young age, because, the father, typically he's already gone through, all the bullshit, all the hard times, and he's the best source to, teach his son how to get through those things. Now, things have changed drastically. That also involves a dad who's involved, a dad who's there, a dad who's, present, a dad, who, isn't only spending, 50% of the time with his kid, or, is going through a divorce and, he's, completely checked out. A lot of that shit, is
Maybe
happening
they should
right now.
default dad takes the kids in the first 5 years of life. Huh?
I don't think it's the first 5. The first 5.
Fuck no.
Well, no, what I'm
have a
saying is the
motherly
first,
nature.
well, actually, I would say like the first 7 to 8 are very vital for the son and daughter both to develop that bond with mom, right? And then after that, that's when the dad really takes a toll, because they're already foundationally built in, right? Essentially the mother is teaching the same values as dad, right? And they both have paired up on that. And so mom is doing the nurturing, the coddling, the love, the care, right? But it's once you kind of hit 7 or 8, you don't need to be coddled as much.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be coddled as much, right? That's where the discipline, hold on just a second. And I think that that's where the dad really starts to step in once they're already like brought to like, okay, now you can tie your own shoes, you can get your own book bag, you can grab your own snacks and all of those things. Now that the independence has developed, now dad comes in and teaches how to utilize that independence and put it to the best case scenario.
Yeah. I like that.
I don't disagree. Should we start educating men on how to maybe be a therapist in some way? Because I don't know if all men are necessarily equipped to give that to the son, even though that's probably what the son or the children might need.
Say that again?
Do we need to start educating men to be able to do something like that? Because I imagine not all men can do that initially. Some might have to be taught that skill.
No, men just need to take on the responsibility when they decide to bring a child into this world, for starters. They need a man to fuck up, excuse my language, but fuck it.
Well, we're not talking about having responsibility of having a kid. We're talking about now being a therapist to your child, which I'm not saying I'm against.
I went to a male therapist.
It might require some additional education. You might have to read a book or two if you want to do that pretty well as a father.
Finish.
I went to a male therapist and it was a waste of time. So I would vote no on that one.
It's trash. I don't know about men being
There's
a
nothing to do with
therapist,
what I'm saying.
but men need to be communicative. Like they need to learn how to voice their opinions and their words and their feelings more. Most definitely. I feel like a lot of men don't even know how to talk about what they're feeling inside.
I feel like going to see a therapist is like going to see
one at a time. One at a time.
Sounded kind of fruity, but like I was saying, be more communicative, learn how to voice your opinions and be able to like speak what you're feeling inside versus just getting all riled up and angry,
I guess I'm trying to think about the underlying issue. It seems like men in society seem to be having more mental health issues than men. If you look at the self-deletions, the number just tend to be higher. So I'm trying to address that issue. And while I think it would be great if you have fathers who are better therapists to their children, I don't know how that really addresses the immediate issue at hand.
You know, I think a lot of
vinyl. I see you looking like you want to say something. You want to maybe push back a little bit?
Oh, someone just said something super funny in the chat, but
never mind, my bad.
I actually, since I am speaking here, I want to give a quick shout out to the porcelain god of the BC, Depeche Commode. What's up, my dude?
There it
We're
is.
having a lot more fun here
Good
than Record Store Day talk, right? Or not?
I'm sick of Record Store Day talk.
I know. I mean,
sick of it.
Never want to hear about it
Sarah,
ever again.
I have to go.
Oh, all right, Torshaa, great having you here.
Are you
feel like I talked to you.
Hold on just a second. Are you disconnecting or you got to go?
I'm going to disconnect.
Okay,
Yeah.
I can do that on my end.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me.
Are you leaving us completely?
Yes.
Okay. Let's do this. All right. If anybody cares to or wants to of any sort continue on, I'm dropping the link in the chat. It's going to show up on both ends, but whatever. So anybody that's watching on Torsha's end, if you want to continue, the link has been dropped. I'm going to disconnect her end now.
Love you.
Love the
I love
Torshaa.
you too. I love you too, Torshaa.
Bye, guys. Have a
Any
good rest
final
of your
thoughts
evening.
to the world, Torshaa?
You know, I think men, when it comes to self-improvement, you know what's best for yourself. So, you know, take what you can and put it to work, you know?
Before you go, can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you think Christians should give women's rights or promote them?
No. No.
Okay, I was just curious what your since you didn't
Yeah,
talk
no.
in that debate.
Yeah, I know.
Thanks for sharing.
All right. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
I'll debate you on that if you want to.
I think like one thing that I wanted to say about crappy therapy, and I believe that there's a lot of crappy therapists out there, and a lot of it has to do with the way that the system is set up, is when we look for a therapist, we usually just look for someone who's covered by our insurance and is close enough to our work so we can go on our lunch break. And you know, you can't really, it's not set up so you can really find someone who fits with your personality and can really understand what it is, because it's not really always just about relationship issues. I had something more PTSD related, and I had an awful therapy experience because the therapist was pretty much just didn't have any interest in anything that I had to say, and his solution was just to not think about it.
Are you a vet? Are you a vet?
No, this was I witnessed a kid get run over by a truck a long time ago.
Sorry to hear that, bro.
Yeah, sorry to hear that as well.
It was a car accident, and so I went to a therapist for that, and his solution seriously was just to don't think about it.
That's like saying don't think about the color red, and what are you gonna do? You're gonna think about the color red.
Exactly.
Did you maybe try a different therapist to see like if it was just that one, or did you kind of ditch the idea as a whole after that one bad experience?
After that experience, I just said fuck it, you know.
Yeah. And I mean, how did you? I feel like men need their own. It doesn't have to be therapy, but how did you then self therapy? What did you do to then get over just problems in general?
It took a while because I was scared to drive.
Yeah.
Especially if there was, it was a tractor trailer, so it was like a car fishtailed on the highway. Kid was thrown out of the window, but then I saw him get run over by a tractor trailer. And so you know, there are things like the sound of that, and then the visual that wake me up a couple times, you know, in the middle of the night. And then driving was difficult for a while too, but those are the type of things where you can't really talk your way out of it.
Yeah. Are you suffering physically from it still?
No, this was a long time ago. I do stand-up comedy and I talk about it on stage now. So I'm over that whole trauma.
Would you consider that as maybe your therapy, your form of therapy is like, make humorize it almost, and that's how you got through it? I know a lot of people got through the worst situations with like finding the humor in the terrible situation itself.
I tried talking about it as more of like a spoken word a long time ago, and it wasn't really, you can't make humor of it because still then I come off as being insensitive.
Yeah.
But I've learned now to make it funny by talking about that experience of trying to talk about it back then. Yeah, I mean, things like that, it's kind of just needs to work itself out, really.
Well, they say time is the best like healer. They do say that. I mean, took me a while to get over my ex, fellas. I miss her to this day. Look at King. King hates that shit.
How long were y'all together?
3 years. 3 years.
Yeah. But, how long ago was it?
Like a year ago. I'm not honestly too. It doesn't take me down too hard. I'll say that.
I think for most things, time can heal things, but also at the same time, like you can also like kind of leave like scars that last forever.
Locksmith, that was my first love. Locksmith, what do you want me to do about it? That was my first love.
I'm asking, bro. You young, I see that.
Tell you shit. King, you are muted right now, King. I'd love to get your opinion on therapy. Do you think men should go through it? Maybe. Just what's your opinion?
You're still muted, King.
You're muted.
You're
King.
muted, dude.
King, you're muted.
Okay, I'm just gonna talk over him.
Is this man dropping sign language to make his point? I'm trying to understand what's going on with
I
King.
can't even unmute him on my end. Like that's definitely
on his end.
I'm going to go ahead and head out, and I'll share one more thought about the comment Dan just made about whether or not it was just like one bad therapist and maybe he should have tried another one. I think in the big picture, we can still look at history and see that after thousands of years without therapy, men did pretty good. And now we have decades of men in therapy. And would you say men are getting better or not? And so that would be my parting thoughts on whether or not the big picture is getting better or not. So that's
a good question. I mean, I'm gonna answer it and say I feel like men are at a decline. I'm gonna just say that. Why? I don't know. Go on, pro.
I blame feminism.
All the feminist fault. I think more so we've seen decades of men not going to therapy. There's like stats say like literally 40% of men with mental illness do not receive mental health care. So even the ones that are diagnosed are not getting health care. So I doubt the ones that are undiagnosed are the ones that had nothing.
I feel like society, we've gotten a lot softer because, my grandfathers, they went to Vietnam and they've probably seen some stuff that they just internalized and never really let it bother them, And nowadays, guys stub their toe almost, and it seems like, oh, this is life-changing news.
Yeah, I think Sarah differentiated like actual mental illness and like the general vibe of just like men's feelings being hurt kind of therapy. Yeah. Those are two different discussions. So I agree with her on that one. Like people who have like schizophrenia and shit like that definitely need therapy. But I think she was talking about more of like the modern use of the phrase therapy, like. When men feel like,
I'm saying if the people that have those are not going to therapy, do you think men that don't have that are going to therapy? They're not. So I'm saying
what she's saying is
not going to therapy. For decades of men going to therapy, men are not going into therapy.
I think what she was saying, and I agree with her, is that I think we all agree that people who have actual mental illness, like schizophrenia or whatever, should definitely be in therapy, period. Like, I don't think there's really any debate there. I think her topic was more about the modern sense of, basically most men in therapy these days being too toxically masculine and not, sensitive enough to women's feelings and stuff. Kind of like that last guy phrased it. And so that was more my feedback was like, I don't think that's helping society at all in generally speaking, but
yeah, and,
maybe I'm wrong.
To add to that, back in the 70s and 80s, from what I can remember, I mean, guys had clear roles. They had, clear duties of, what they should do, who they are, what was right, what was wrong, who was the head of the family. Now, I mean, it's just everything's just so fucking androgynous. You know, it's just like, okay, men and women are equal. Men and women, you know, are interchangeable widgets. Men need to be more sensitive. Boys need to act more like girls and sit still. You know, it's like, it's really, you know, big. You know, I don't want to say. I mean, yeah, it's an attack on, you know, the patriarchy. I mean, that's clear. But when you take that hierarchy away, yeah, guys are going to, you know, go to therapy because they have no idea of who they're supposed to be. They're suffering spiritually because I know there's something inside them that's telling them, no, this isn't right. You shouldn't be fucking coddled like this. You shouldn't be treated, you know, like you're, you know, a defective girl. This is why you're suffering, because society's telling you there's something wrong with you.
But
there's nothing wrong, you know, with
I gotta kind of agree. I gotta kind of agree with what he's saying.
How are you gonna address? How are you gonna actually address that though? Are you gonna take all the women out of the workforce because men are like they don't feel adequate, that they're not the main provider in the household?
That'd be a good start.
I'm not.
That's never gonna change. So what men should do is they should go.
It was that way before.
Because I do wait. Let me finish. I do agree with you that like the changing of gender roles or like the changing of what is how masculinity is defining is definitely causing men stress in the society. But I don't think that's going to change. We're not going to go back to our traditional structures. So I think men should have therapy, deal with that.
To follow up with that, I think women figured out the game and got really good at it. And now men don't like that we're doing so well. And now it makes them feel inadequate to some degree, right? To some degree, I think.
And they play it so good.
Here's the big complaints, right? I want you to think about the biggest complaints that you've heard from men, especially around this space. They're better at dating, right? They can get every man that they want. They have all the options they want. They're making more money. They can get any job they want. They can do this. They can do that. And then they can divorce the man and take the kids and take the house and take the dog and take the truck and take the this and take that, right? Like we figured out the game and we got better at it. And now men are like, wait a minute. Like it was so much easier when you didn't know how to play the game. Because then you could just be the pawn, right? Like you just do what I tell you to do. You could just be what I tell you to be. Like I was supposed to be playing the game, and now that's like if a boyfriend and girlfriend start playing Mario Kart, and she gets really, really good at it, and then he gets pissed that he's kicking his ass in Mario Kart, and he's like, "What the fuck? You're not supposed to know how to do this."
Yeah, that's the same analogy. And I just got to jump in one to make sure my mic works. And at the same time, just to jump in with the last thing you said about how women feel that way, and the dude will look at the woman and be like, damn, you ain't supposed to learn how to do that. I don't even want to bring this up. I'm just bringing it up so it's a context that there's also multiple ways that you can look at it too, as being a black dude is that's the same way. That same energy is the same thing with being the way I look living here. Like I'm not supposed to have any of the shit I have. I'm not supposed to talk the way I talk. By me being able to do this, not a lot of people, one in my little town, want to do shit like this. And it like fucks with their, like Django said, they've never seen a motherfucker with a horse. Just like when a dude's looking at a woman like they ain't supposed to be able to do this and that. It does send some people the wrong way, but I'm assuming it's the people that don't, just the controlling type of person. Because I have no problem with a woman that can get her own shit or do her own shit, and I damn near feel like I can compete on the same level as bitch getting whatever the fuck she gets. And the only reason I had to say it like that is because that's the energy that you guys were forcing me to say. My football team lost today.
Oh, here he comes.
Stop
Milk
it,
Cow
stop
comes in with the 5. Who's everybody on the panel voting for? There was a error correction. Who's everybody voting for? We can start at
Ron
the top.
Paul.
This is legitimate. Let me get mine out the way.
I mean, I'm not gonna vote probably if I were to Trump. I'm gonna say that. I just don't know a lot about Kamala, and everything I hear is bad. But I'm not too political.
That's fair. Depeche.
Pass it on.
Bye.
Okay. Fair enough.
Good answer.
King.
What was that?
Who are you voting for?
I could have sworn we've already talked about this. Move along.
All right, I-Fi, who are you voting for?
Ron Paul.
All right, Locksmith, who are you voting for?
Grab him by the pussy, Trump.
All right, Melanie, you're here now. Who are you voting for?
I'm Canadian, so Justin Trudeau.
Oh, that's fair. And JK, who are you voting for?
I'll be voting for Trump.
All right. And Pumping Vinyl, who are you voting for?
Yeah, I don't know. I've given it a little bit of thought, but I think I'm gonna.
Fair enough.
I won't say
And Prawn
Look at
said,
Aaron. I'll be voting for Vice President Harris.
all right. And Bad Gemini, who are you voting for?
It's going to be a write-in, and his name is Bad Gemini.
And Aaron, who are you voting for?
The good old-fashioned nobody's fucking business. Excuse my language.
Thank you. That's perfect. I actually expected, here's what I believe about voting and politics. I think that it's actually meant to be very private, very personal, and you shouldn't be making it a public thing. Actually,
You just asked us.
Huh?
You just asked us all, though.
I know, but the
But
correct
she accepted the answer of nobody. You know.
Yeah, the correct answer would be it's my business and not yours. I think that that's where you should stand. I don't tell people who that's why do you think the ballots are private? Why do you think you have the little cubicle and all of the things around you? Because it's meant to be private, even if you feel a certain way and so on and so forth. Yeah, we're going for a while, Primal. You feel free to hop on later. I think that we need to recognize all of this advertising, all of this influence and blah, 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 blah. It doesn't fucking matter because when you get to that little cubicle, you can vote whichever way you want. There's no peer pressure. There's no nothing. Nobody's going to fucking know.
Yeah.
So then by that
And if you
logic,
vote uniparty, it doesn't matter. So
by that logic,
don't
my
worry
meme
about
answer-
wasting your time.
by that
I
logic,
actually
my
need
meme
therapy
answer
because
was
of
correct,
voting.
because I wasn't taking that question very seriously to begin with.
And that's
Go
fair.
back to your topic, Sarah. You're right.
Oh,
Women
yeah,
got
took it
better. They learned to
serious.
play the game,
Got smoked.
and they got so good at it.
Move along.
Now they bring home the bacon. Congratulations, you played
I was
yourself.
the first. I felt pressured to actually take the question seriously. My bad.
Wouldn't
Fucking
you
hell.
say that part of the issue right now is
I'm
that
head out.
we are also grappling with the
I
fact
five?
that we have to
Shut up.
equalize, that we
See ya,
have to
I-Fi.
accept other people working? Hey, have a good night.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
that would
think
be
it,
my question.
I think it's
Isn't
part
it a
of.
thing we're working
Oh,
on
hold
learning
on,
to do?
Aaron, I didn't hear you. Sorry. Go ahead.
I just am wondering if a lot of what I've heard on the panel tonight is, as it's gone on, is of us versus them. Well, they have, we don't, they do. You know, and I would ask sorry, that's my phone in the background. Isn't it more a thing that equalization is just hard on everybody? That it's hard to be.
I agree.
To get,
I
rid of
agree.
old practices and learn how to deal with each other as equals, as opposed to being team sports, which seems popular on the internet.
There definitely was a period of us versus them, and that would be like when women were expected to stay in the kitchen. I think women having the option to either be in the kitchen or to have their own careers is just like a natural part of women's liberation. The us versus them is when men tried to act like persecuted that women want to have the same rights.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I agree.
I agree.
So
with that.
maybe we should have an evil playing ground all the way around. So in family course, let's say women got the upper advantage. Why not make that an even playing ground?
Okay, everybody likes
system
to
isn't even
say
playing field.
everybody likes to say in the courts women have the upper hand, but if
They
you
do.
really if you look at state to state, the bulk of the states have a 50-50 default. The only reason you're going to lose any percentage of that 50 is if you have the incorrect schedule that works in the best interest of the children. If you're a total douchebag and you've done things to harm the family, harm people, whatever, so on and so forth, or if you're a longshoreman and you're gone for months at a time. Like you have to come into the courtroom with a needle in your arm and say, yes, Your Honor, I'm here. And then the court's going to be like, yeah, no. And actually, Ashley and I did a full breakdown of the statistics. And out of all of the 77% of women who divorce men, like a very small percentage actually showed up to court to duke it out and to gain, like in child visitation and all of that, and the numbers and everything. a very small percentage of men actually show up to defend themselves and to find that time. And then even if they have that time granted to them, they still, a small percentage of that, actually utilize the access to that time. So you guys sit here and blame women all day long. You blame the courts, you blame the states, you blame the system. It's somebody's fault. But at the end of the day, none of y'all fucking show up for your shit. So that is the last thing I want to fucking hear.
Go ahead. Sarah, hold on. Hold on, Sarah. Hold on. I'm a daddy. Shut up to all these people being daddies who don't know what child support is. Y'all shut your stinking faces. I'm going to speak to it. Now, I will say I do agree with you, but this is the problem. Men get offended because you take us to court. Now, there was a time that you could talk to this person, you work it out behind the scenes, and the court was not involved. I think that's where the offense begins, where it's like, gosh, damn, you taking me to damn court? I got to go sit here and do all of this here and show up in motions and all of that?
I will fail you there again.
No, you can say that.
Nope, I will fail you there again because mediation is actually the first step you take before you go to court. Most of the time it's mandated. The courts actually require and push the idea that you go find a mediator first. You each pay $300 a piece. You sit with a mediator. You try to come to a conclusion. If you can't come to a conclusion together, then you take whatever little tidbits that you can't agree on to the actual courthouse. So yes, mediation is pushed and promoted in order for you guys to find, because the judges don't want to weigh in on your personal lives. They don't fucking care.
Listen to what you just said, Sarah.
Care.
Mediation, there's still a court element to it. I'm talking about not even going to mediation at all. I'm talking about having grown-up conversation.
The only way to get divorced is to file a document, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
I don't knock that.
The only way to legally protect yourselves from, like, if you and I, Bad Gemini, if you and I both had a baby right now, okay? And you and I just said, you know what? Yeah, I'll just agree. You get Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I get Saturday, Sunday, Monday. We split Tuesdays. I don't know, whatever. Right. And we just had a verbal
Tuesdays.
Right. We just had a verbal agreement of that. There's nothing stopping you from taking our child on Wednesday to Mexico and never coming back because there's no legal order in place because that visitation of that child has not been put down on paper and not consented by a judge. So therefore, there's no legal contract between us. It's just a verbal arrangement, right? So if you got up and took our child to Mexico tomorrow, right? And I think this is what I'm telling everybody. Go get it on paper. Go get it on paper. Even if you agree. No, I've seen enough. Not on my own. I've seen enough in other people's. I studied law, like literally. This is all I did, but like I've seen enough to know.
I know law.
Get it on paper. If it's on paper,
you gotta go
then
King.
It's enforceable. If it's enforceable, then you can take them to court and you can find cops to say, hey, he's gone. He hasn't brought the child back. It's been a full day since he was supposed to be here. Bring him back. Right
Sarah,
now, that's kidnapping. All of those things.
I think this actually brings to light kind of the issue I wanted to talk about a little bit, which is the preconceived notions that damage men, which a lot of these things that would be in our favor are told to us by our friends, family, colleagues, and our belief systems that they're bad first and foremost before you find out anything about them. And so as someone who deals with a lot of contractual agreements, I also agree. No matter what you're doing, get it in writing, get it in writing, get it in writing, even if it's on a little piece of napkin. It makes a difference to have an agreement for me.
Contractualizing a relationship.
Hold on, let him finish.
My bad.
I hear where your point is going there, but it's not contractualizing an arrangement between your emotions. It's saying you and I agree to, if the outcome is bad or the outcome doesn't work out, we can walk away separately and we don't have to argue about it then. It takes the temperature down in all cases. And those things are just grown-up things to do. I'm sorry. It
actually escalates the temperature. That's why men hate court. But I'm listening.
Dan, also, Dan, marriage is a legal thing also. Like when you're getting married,
I
you sign
understand,
like
but
a legal document also.
building a failsafe into something is almost anticipating it to fail in some sorts. I mean, listen, I'm not getting married, and I don't have a daughter, I don't have a son, and I'm currently single, right? But if I'm going to get married, I want to try and at least choose something that I think is not going to fail at all. You know, building
you
these
wanna mitigate
fail-safe.
risk.
Don't
Marry
choose
the
wrong.
Catholic. You can't
Yeah,
marry
Let
a
me
Catholic or
let me hit
pretty
up Rude Mud. Let me hit the super chats real quick, gentlemen. Rude Mud Crab comes with the big 5. Women's liberation. I can't even talk. Women's liberation was a psyop. They doubled the workforce, and now we all earn half as much money. GG, kind of joking, kind of not. Yes and no. I heard somebody break down the logistics of that, and they actually proved it to be incorrect. That it
May I
wouldn't
respond
matter.
real quick, since that was for me?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Just feminism actually fights for like a fair wage, and many women's liberations groups do. So it's worth noting.
Jobs.
I
and
think
ERA is
somebody
equal
broke-
rights, not just women's rights.
Yeah, somebody broke down the economics behind that, and they said that it actually doesn't make a difference. We actually need more people in the workforce or something like that. Don't quote me on it. But somebody broke it down, and they're like, no, if you took all of the women away, it wouldn't actually do what you think it's going to do. It would actually break down our whole economy system or whatever it was. But Belize comes in with the big 5. Women force men to legally represent when they are the ones providing for everything. They can't afford legal defense and they give up. You are a liar. I say wrong as well. So you don't actually have to have a lawyer to go to family court, right? No. You start at the 50-50 mark, right? And you have to be proven wrong. So as long as you can come in with logic, gentlemen, because you can all speak logic, right? If you come in and say, no, Your Honor, like she's a great parent, I'm a great parent. And actually more people are going for co-parenting operations. If you look at the trend, just look at the people around you, look at the trend. I'd say like 2010 and beyond, more people are voting to co-parent and be flexible to one another and do all of those things than just like, oh, mom has the kids and dad gets them like every other weekend. And actually most courts are voting for 50-50 too, and they're promoting 50-50. That's a thing. Look it up. Look it up in what states are a 50-50 default.
What's the
There's
results
nothing
though?
hotter
Promotion
than good
and execution are two different things. Yes, they may promote it, but we talking about execution.
Well, you have to show up
show
to
they're
your
not
own
executing.
court hearing to
Stop
get
it.
50-50.
Stop
May I
it.
put it in your-
No, we broke down. I kid you not. We broke down the
Stop it.
statistics. Pardon me
Stop
for
it.
just a
I know-
moment. We broke down the statistics and actually pulled up all of the stats and reports for how many men show up, how many men do this, how many men file a counter complaint, and all of these things. And it was incredibly low. So the percentage
How many men know they got served?
You have to
Let's be honest.
literally. You have
How many
to
men knew they
literally
got
be
served?
You have to literally be served. It's not.
They can
just
proceed
like-
without you receiving your documentation.
Yeah,
Let's
I don't
not
think
act like
so.
you
That's
have to receive it for them to go
No,
forward.
I don't.
That's-
Gemini,
it's
I don't think
either-
so.
So you
it's
trying to
either-
say
No, I will tell
that-
you. I know this. It's either certified restricted mail, meaning if it's sent in the mail.
Third party.
Hold on, pardon me. If it's sent in the mail, it has to be certified, but also, pardon me for just a moment.
Denzel, may I tell you about my
Where?
uncle real quick? Just let me tell you about my uncle real quick.
No, shut up, Furby.
He was going through like this parental custodial court for paying child support and stuff. And instead of like actually dealing with the court process, he became a depressed and alcoholic, but most importantly, a sovereign citizen, where he literally tried to
That's a
fight the
problem.
courts by making up kind of like borrowing his own bullshit law instead of actually following the law.
That's a big
And I know
problem.
that's just an anecdote, and I know not a lot of men are sovereign citizens, but a lot of men don't like. They seem to think that they should get what they want without actually like fighting in court or doing any of the steps involved with it.
The men that do go to court.
Most of you have no idea what
I
you're
have
talking
talked
about.
to a lot of men who are like this, who are like,
tell them.
since the courts are against me, I'm not even going to fight. And that's why that rhetoric is harmful.
And what about the men that do go to fight?
I would love for all of you to talk to Flow State because he has full sole custody of his child.
Yes.
Like, if he went to court, he fought tooth and nail, got everything he wanted done.
How much you spend on a lawyer?
I don't know. I wasn't going to inquire on that. But either way, you are both given the right and access to the same public abilities as anything. You can go to the courthouse, to the help desk. They will help you fill out forms. They will help you answer questions and all of this. Most of this domestic stuff doesn't actually need to require a lawyer. But if you plan on going like a tooth and nail on it, then yes, I would recommend getting a lawyer. But most people are very co-parent oriented nowadays. Most of them are. I would
it's healthier for the kid, but whoever wanted to add on, please do.
No, I'm sorry. It was real quick, but there's a big think out there that one of the country's leading divorce specialists or attorneys is a woman, and she basically mostly represents men, and she talks about the two things that hurt men in divorce court the most, especially when it comes to kids. And the number one thing is the preconceived notion that you're going to lose. That's why men don't show up, number one. And the second one is that you're going to harm the children by playing this out in court. And those two things tend to stop men from going at this. And by the way, once again, to drag us back to the mental health issue stuff, this is oftentimes because, men are way more sensitive than anybody even up there on the panel. I'm going to break some rules. Men are super sensitive. We just don't talk about it. We internalize it. And then we may grunt at the guy next to us, and he gets that grunt because it's a super sensitive grunt as opposed to the other grunt, and it's something to take into consideration that we may not verbalize the same way. We may not think the same way, but we are feeling as deeply. And so oftentimes, instead of going and taking it out or confronting the situation, we'll step back, especially when it comes to love and family. We'll step right back and screw ourselves.
Yeah. No, so police comes in again with the $2. Women get pro bono and man goes bankrupt. Like, that is horse shit. That is horse shit. I paid every fucking dime. I paid every fucking dime. All right. And
you did, but most of them don't.
Right now. Well, if you
are reading ghost stories.
Okay, hold on. In order to get pro bono, you have to qualify, which means you have to be below a certain income level, and you have to be able to prove it. It's not just like I could go and be like, "Oh, I'm a woman and I want to file because he's a poopy head, and you should pay for a lawyer." No, it doesn't work that way. You have to financially qualify, which means I would be able to, like, if you qualify for like food stamps and shit, then you will qualify for this. But like the average women would not qualify for this shit. Sorry, but no. Let's not talk about logic, not your forte. Okay. I'm like, you're welcome to pay me for
Come on panel, Bellas.
I was about to say
the average woman would qualify for it. Stop it, Sarah.
What doesn't qualify?
The average woman would qualify. I will say this.
I don't. I feel like I'm your
That's
average.
You special.
Bitch.
Shut your stinking face up. We know. Okay,
Wait,
illustrious.
Gemini. What do you not
I've
agree?
been through a divorce with kids.
Gemini, if that's the case, is it usually a full-time stay-at-home mom who maybe is not working and the dad's working? Is that usually how it is?
Well, the thing is, they're going to look at their incomes comparably. Now, the thing is, both could not qualify. If the
woman has no income, how is she going to pay for the divorce?
If a man's only making such amount,
I think this is a problem. We look at Hollywood divorces and think those are the standard.
I'm not talking about Hollywood divorce. I'm talking about normal family where a mom is staying at home taking care of the kids.
She can file to have him pay the attorney fees, but she would still have to be able to put down a retainer fee to hold the lawyer, and the lawyers. So blame the fucking lawyers, right? Like, they're the ones that are going to attack that. My lawyer offered me the option, and I said, like, we're still living together. It's okay. Like, I've got this. It's like for my divorce. Like, we're good. I'll figure it out. And then even after the fact, after he moved out, I took on the bill from there. But I wasn't gonna like we minimized it because of his job. Like, he had a free lawyer, So he was okay with like helping to supplement to, you know, whatever. Like it wasn't a big deal. He had the free lawyer. I paid the money. Like
that was a smart man.
Men can also do this.
Yeah, but we
it depends on your
recognized
state too.
But it was based on his job, but like, and that was offered through his union and everything like that. That's fine. And we utilized that to our advantage. And I said, do you want to have your lawyer draw up the paperwork based on what we agree on? Yep. Okay, no problem. And then my lawyer's just dealing with like the logistics. It was no big deal.
That's how it's supposed to be.
Right? We used it, like we had a very, as much as we were mad at each other at the time, right? But it was very co-parent oriented, best interest oriented. Like, let's just get through this together because we got into this together. That's where everybody fails. If they're gonna fuck them, like fuck them, I'm gonna take everything, whatever. No, you got into this together. You have to get out of it together, and
But
you
that's
have
not
to
always
be
the
a
woman.
team.
That's
not
the
always
woman
the case.
would be the person to get to do all the shit that you guys are talking about. That's honestly make believe. The people that are just saying.
I literally just did it. I literally just
I
did
have a
it.
settlement agreement.
Yours is normal. That exact same way mine went. But the ones that are like the single parent that it doesn't work and doesn't have a job, that's not the woman that's leaving the husband. The woman that's at home all the time taking care of the kids, that's more than likely the person that sticks out whatever relationship they're in. The one that is gonna.
Yeah, but I'm pointing out the scenario to point out a unique case where it wouldn't make sense for the woman to pay for the divorce if she has no income. So I'm saying that's a unique scenario where that was ridiculous to expect that of them. Also, I did some research. Only 10% of divorce cases involve pro bono or free legal representation. So I guess there's
we can't worry about extremes and
this.
exceptions. Extremes and exceptions. I mean, 10% is 10%. We're talking about 90 other percent.
And let's also think if they got a house they can put up that's got equity that can be collateral, right?
Most of the time, doesn't the
But look, as Sarah said,
entitlement.
every
That's-
divorce doesn't require a lawyer, so we have to still tie that in there. I had a settlement agreement, and so no lawyers involved. A judge came, signed everything. This is COVID time. I didn't even have to show up in court. We're both on a freaking Zoom. Here are the documents. Settlement agreement that you two drew up, me and her, made it work. Everything there's like y'all agree, sign. You have any discussions about this? Okay, we'll edit it, resubmit it. We're gonna file it in the court docket. Have a great day. See you later. That's that. So everything doesn't have to be contentious. And so and this is kids involved, because if you're solo, just two individuals, way easier. Once you throw kids in there, the court by default will make you have a family parenting plan. Even though you say, oh, we're good, I got it. They don't give a damn about that. They're like, look, we need you to map out this plan. We need to know holidays, weekends, all of that. We need it in writing. Even if you say, oh, we'll work it out amongst ourselves, the court does not care about that once kids are involved. That's when they get nosy.
But in that, all you have to do, you make the parenting plan,
Yeah.
you make a schedule, but then you add this little caveat note at the end. Parents will remain flexible, and as so long as they both agree, the schedule can be changed as needed. Done. Boom.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's how that works with kids.
Just as an example, because I know a lot of people, I would be saying, well, and like to Dan's point earlier, he would say, well, if you're going to make an agreement, you're just expecting things to fail. And I have to disagree a little here. Is that we're not talking about prenuptials, but being able to sit down at a table with the person that's about to be your ex and say, okay, this is where we've been, this is where we're at. And my question to you is, do you feel better or worse after you had that agreement in writing?
I would feel better. If you were asking me, I would feel better. Just knowing that there is a fail-safe, I'll say. I don't know. I would like to bow out. I'm a little younger. I don't have any kids. I've never been married before. I was going to go hit McDonald's. So, Sarah.
He's funny.
Is he good?
He's funny. I did feel better, though.
And shout
He's
out
talking
to the Fatty crew coming in. Hello. Thank you for the raid, Team Fatty. Everyone, I know Nightbot drops Team Fat. I can't even fucking talk. Nightbot drops Team Fatty's link in the chat every like 30 minutes or so. But if you don't know Team Fatty, get your asses over there.
Good show.
It's great. It's wonderful. It's fun. They talk about a lot of this kind of stuff. We just love them. So hello and welcome to the Fatty crew. Thank you.
Dan,
I did feel better though. I did feel better after it.
See you later, Dan.
That's my answer.
Thank you.
Good night.
See you, Dan.
Have a good one, Dan. Yeah, so I mean, it kind of goes to show that, like, by having that, did it also chill out the things that were problematic, at least emotionally, to kind of
not from an emotional standpoint, from a paper standpoint.
No, I think it always does because then once you get into the like the habit and you start accepting like this is what it's going to be, this is what it is, and then you find it's working to your advantage or working to this or working better for the kid and all
But
of
that
these
takes
things.
a while, Sarah.
Like your
Let's
emotions,
be honest.
it takes a while.
Let's be honest.
It takes a while, but like once you
Thank you.
realize that, like, I'm glad we did the work to get us to this point, and now it's just like, yeah, whatever. Okay, no, whatever. I mean, Dad calls and says, "Hey, can I have kid?" And I'm like, "Whatever you want. I don't care." You know, like, it's your kid. Come get, you know, like, I'm not going to be mad. I will never say no to that. I will.
I'm not going to
It can be
stop
2
you.
to 3 years out, depending
You're-
on the situation.
Yeah,
It's not
she-
automatic, is all I'm saying. It's not like, oh, we signed it, now I feel good because we got it in writing.
Yeah,
There's still the
ours,
hate, depending on who divorced, why they divorced, how the circumstances happen, and
Okay.
getting past those emotions
So
are hard.
maybe you
Go
weren't
ahead.
watching earlier when I was talking about not internalizing everything. People are gonna people, and you can't let it affect you. Don't let it into your bubble. This is my fucking bubble.
no, but
Anything you
that's-
say or do bounces off me and sticks to you, right? And I
did you
think,
go Tomato Simon, by the way?
huh?
Brittany Simon, you just went Tomato Simon right there.
I don't know who
You said-
Brittany Simon
Oh,
is. but-
you just totally quoted her. It's people gonna people and people in their bubbles. That's her entire.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
She says humans gonna human.
Humans gonna human.
Yeah.
Say it, Sarah. Say humans
People
gonna
are-
human.
Humans are gonna human, but I think that here's how I look at it:
Ooh.
chaotic. The link's fucking pinned. Pay attention. Jesus
Uh,
Christ.
in his defense, the poll blocks it at first.
Well, then no, I'm looking at it on my end, and it's literally sitting above the pole. Either
I had to
way,
close the poll.
he like straight up goes to chat and just says link, and then waits until somebody drops the link. So like he's not paying attention. He has no idea what's going on. He just jumps in to jump in.
I'm gonna jump in right now, Tomato, because
Oh,
every time I come here, you're fucking yelling at somebody before I gotta say
I
anything.
listen. I gotta fucking lay the law down over here.
No, I'm slipping.
A hammer.
I'm over here like,
But-
can I say anything? I got my mama abuse
Okay.
problems
All
happening.
right, King. I'm gonna go pee. King has the
you
floor.
go,
We got
yes.
45 seconds.
Now we're finally
You have a king, 'cause she's disrespectful. Go ahead.
all we had to say was with what we're talking about, I don't want to jump in and not know what we're getting into. The situation that I was in was actually one where I was paying more with our agreement, and then I ended up getting I think a double DUI, and I had to do 6 months, or I had to do 120 days in prison or jail. And during that time, I wasn't allowed to work, and so I had to get court pay. Like she had no option to even get anything, and kind of didn't know what to do. And our communication went to shit just out of the simple fact that I was in jail, and we were separated before that had happened. And all I'm saying is, you don't really have to. You can still just mediate the situation, and mine's never changed from the like original whatever. There's a state. Every state has a certain amount that a guy has to pay. It's a fucking general thing. There's like no, like this person pays a certain amount and this person pays a certain amount. If you're in a certain bracket of money, it's this amount, and it's like a cut and dry thing through. This is North Dakota too, so I'm not 100%. And I never went to any court shit. I just signed the paper when I was in jail, and then I had that whole feeling like, oh, I was under duress to have to pay it. But it was it's a weird thing, but it's fine. And I would never have it any other fucking way. I hate that people even can't be civil with having a kid, because I don't think there's a way to go back. If say you're getting $300 taken out of your check a week and you feel like that's too much, I don't know what that feeling would be. If I feel like, if I saw an amount and I go, my daughter's worth way less than that. Like that just is something.
Yeah, that money's hopefully that money should be going to your kid also. So like,
I'm saying, like,
if you're a huge revulsion that, that's gonna be weird too.
I would never, whatever they were gonna say was, because I was honestly giving her more before they like had a whatever mediation, and
so is it the general consensus that we as men internalize these experiences that could be considered a failure or a broken
definitely
in our lives?
I think so. I mean, if anything, this panel demonstrates that, because it's a discussion about therapy, and we've been talking about women in divorce for the past half
we need
hour.
therapy, Prawn, for that. That's how bad it is. Like, we still recovering. Divorce is one of the biggest things that men need therapy for. We always talk about the women. Oh, he was a dog. He left me. Men are devastated because failed marriages, because we always use the word fail, not separation, didn't work out. He failed. In that always, how many failed marriages have you? That's a bad title. I hate hearing that, because you do get disgruntled when you're like, dang, I failed that marriage. I had one assignment as a guy, got married to a wonderful woman, had kids, ready to have my nice house, picket fence, and then it all ended. So that causes trauma within the emotions of a man, to think that you failed in something called family, because we say marriage, but really you failed at being a family man. And so that's trauma that men deal with. And I would say therapy is good in that instance. Did I have therapy? No. But when I reflect back at it, probably would have helped. But you just shut your emotions off and you just try to move on to the next situation and just go on with life. But I think therapy for divorces should be high priority.
I want to pick up on something you just said there. You said like shut off your emotions. I don't know if that's what we should be doing. I feel like that is the default, or at least what a lot of men tend to be doing in today's society. But I think that's causing a lot of the issues we're seeing today.
You can't help but not shut off. So my situation is, and I don't give a shit, I'm not doxing myself or whatever. So my mom had me in Minot from an Air Force black dude, and so I was raised around nothing but white people. And there's a certain just bullshit that I've dealt with my whole life, that once I had a daughter that with a white woman, and I told myself I'd never leave him, right? So she didn't have to feel that shit. And so there's this horseshit feeling that you are gonna feel as a dude, no matter what, with leaving that.
King, are you still feeling that? And how long has it been?
I feel it constantly.
Oh, therapy. Let's go.
It's impossible to not. When I still live in the environment of just knowing the little shit that she's gonna hear that's already that a woman probably hears, and then to have the extra is a lot. So
what do you mean by the extra, man?
That we're not, there's I'm a minority, like a super minority where I'm from. I live in North Dakota.
So do you think you have to do more? Is that what you're saying by extra?
No, what I'm saying is she's gonna deal with a lot of stupid shit that usually people don't deal with just because she looks the way she looks. She's raised in a white, affluent, fine family, and is the black girl. So impossible for her to not feel a certain way.
Are you saying that you feel responsible for that in some way, or
why wouldn't you?
I don't know. You'd have to tell me.
I think you chose wisely. If you're concerned about her well-being at the end of the day, I think you chose wisely. Especially if you're still concerned about it. But I think that at the end of the day, like, she knows where she's at. She knows kind of like her dynamics and her social structure. And at the end of the day, like, she's probably thriving. She's probably doing just fine.
Ooh, my daughter?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's it's something that she's probably not. She's only 12,
Mm-hmm.
so she's probably not even thought of the shit that I.
Right. That's why I'm saying she's
But it's
probably
just something that
thriving.
you were you raised with being the only different one?
I mean, I grew up in Baltimore City. It was a little odd, but
That's
I
fine.
mean,
So everybody's probably had a completely different cultural upbringing than I did. I was raised in a small farm, fucking country area, right? So it's like, it's just it's probably the opposite of what everybody usually thinks that's from a city. You know, like it's just different.
well, so I grew up in Baltimore City, right? And then I
Well,
went to high school. Then I went to high school out in bumfuck Egypt, Maryland, or I'm sorry, Missouri, where everybody like had tractors and trucks and four-wheelers, and they all hunted, including the women. Like it was a very different, it was a shell shock, a culture shock, you know. But I think we all, like at that age, like we all learn to adapt. So I don't think if your daughter's grown up in that arena already, like it's normal to her. That's the world that she's in, and that she doesn't feel any different. Kids are very open and versatile to the people that surround them. They build their social structure naturally based on cliques and friends and this and that. But I don't think that kids just don't recognize the minority concept or anything. They don't recognize it, unfortunately. And shout out to Rude Mud Crab. He says, "Can JK stop appropriating Flow State's look, please and thank you."
That's my idol. I can't help it.
And then he comes in again. Being different makes you stand out. Be a target or be special. It all depends on how you wear it, show it. It all depends on how you wear it. Show her how to wear it well, King.
No, I'm with you, obviously, with that. It's well, one, I grew up when there was nobody else from the Air Force Base or anything around here, or even Somalians or whatever the fuck that moved in. And
well, I love this, but I kind of feel like you're trauma dumping right now. I feel like you're treating us like
I'm
we're
just wondering what that is. Like, I'm just saying that.
Even at that, here's what I say.
Even at
It
that, we can
sounds
move on.
like you're
You ever
projecting.
do that again, Bronx, I'm gonna
Well,
rip
here's
your
what I'll say. You are projecting your fears on.
That's what I think I am. That's
right?
where I was
And
about to
all you're going to do is give
Yeah.
her something to think about that she
Yeah, I
would have
don't-
never
I
thought
don't-
about
I don't-
before. So I would recommend just keeping that internalized. Look for cautionary things, of course. We want to be fearful of that because you experienced stuff. But overall, if she grew up there, she's probably doing just fine.
And if she's feeling different, I can tell you as someone who did feel very different and outed everywhere I went, because I never had a stable place that I stayed at. I was always the new kid. I always stood out no matter how much I tried. They'll express it. They will say, like, I feel like an alien. I feel like a fish out of water, whatever terminology amounts to that. And that's when you can start talking to them about it. But overall, like, if that's what you're worried about, what I lacked from my background that would have certainly helped me now that I'm an adult is just seeing like normal life, like going out to the movies, having family dinners and stuff.
We're confused on what I was tripping on. What I was tripping on is
I know I can't speak to her experience.
on what I was trying to say. What it was is this. My dad left me and he was Tommy King. When I had a kid, I didn't want to leave my kid being. That's all. That's what I was trying to get at.
Right. So I guess I'm saying make the most of when you do get to see her.
We went to I'm over here wading water in the deep end.
You know, TL, I'm going to shut you down. All right, just for your safety here. Chaotic truth. Should men go to therapy?
No.
All right. Deliver.
You do what?
Deliver.
Back it up.
Why?
Oh, American men or men in the West are pretty much living in paradise compared to other men on the planet in other societies of men and women. You have places on the planet that have literal wars taking place on a daily basis, like South Sudan. You have places where atrocities are taking place. People are seeing horrific things. I dated a girl, a Rwandan girl, when I was in college. She ended up being a medical doctor, but she saw her family killed in Rwanda, in Kigali. Kigali is the capital city. It's like she literally was hiding out in a neighbor's house and witnessing her family being hacked to death. And she never cried in front of me. She never was emotional. She, you know, and in America, you have people who it could start raining and they are depressed and sad. You know, America has given men and women the ability to be sort of like divas to a degree. Free range divas.
We like
living
to call that first world problems.
Or first world problems, if you will. And so here goes a country where men have rights that other men don't have. Men don't have rights in North Korea. Men don't have rights in that hyper surveillance state in China. Men don't have the ability in other countries to wake up one day in absolute poverty and then work hard.
I don't think any of us. I don't think any of us are going to say yes.
Let me.
Yeah, go ahead, Sara.
Let me finish my thought. And so when I see men in America who really haven't really gone through anything, to me it's offensive when men are pushing for this whole therapy thing. Now, I will admit there are situations where horrific things do happen in America to a person. But you hear so many men now talking about, oh, I need to go to therapy. Why? Oh, I'm just stressed out at my job. What? You're stressed out at your job? Get your ass. Like, to me, it's like, man, get your ass back there and get back to work.
Okay, I got to push back on this bullshit because number one, technology was invented. Okay, so he can't take pushback. All right. Amazing. He ran.
I can't finish my thought. I don't mind the pushback. I don't mind the pushback.
Haven't even said anything.
I patiently waited my turn, right, Sarah?
Okay.
Like I always do.
Go ahead.
Let me just finish my turn. Okay. Thank you. Men in America have been known to rally. Men in America have built the greatest civilization known to man. This country has never been invaded. We don't live in tyranny here, etc., etc. As a man, if you are able-bodied and have a right mind, you can become pretty much anything you want to be. So in my opinion, there's nothing to go to therapy about. We have become weak as a society because of woke indoctrination. We've become weak because we've allowed women to become leaders. True. You know, you see these broads in Congress now and in the Senate, both on the right and the left. Now we got this idiot that's running for president.
Are you still talking about men?
Yeah, he's still going on.
So what I'm saying is that if you are an American man to land the plane, if you have the ability to make money, you have the ability to work on your hobbies, what on earth are you going to therapy for? Therapy is working out, it's eating good, and it's relieving yourself of unnecessary stress. Plan landed.
Okay, thanks.
Before anybody responds, Bad Gemini, did you want to exit?
Yeah, I'm tapping out, but I will say this. I think that the problem with therapy is it's called therapy. That's really my last statement, because we get therapy in everything else. Like when you talk about relaxing with guys, playing video games, going on out and doing this, whatever it may be, therapy happens every day in multiple facets. But once you attach the word therapy and it's involved sitting with somebody, then that's when we have the negative energy. But when you look at the conversations we have with our best friends, the experiences, the trips, everything like that, the outings, that is therapy. And I think that's what needs to be adjusted, taking the negative connotation away from the word therapy, because actually we all get therapy every day in different ways through our life experiences. But unfortunately, once you say the word therapy, that's when the negativity begins. But I think we all get therapy when you think about your friend groups and the things you do on a daily basis in life. And so that's my final thought.
Awesome. Thank you, Bad Gemini, and we'll see you next round.
Wow. There's some deep thoughts in there.
Can I
There's a
ask-
lot swamped. I'm sorry. I actually am going to jump, but I'm going to also make this my final statement and also a pushback. I wish I could talk to you more, Chaotic, because I think this would be an interesting conversation. Sorry for interrupting you at first, but it did push me to the thought that, number one, psychology was invented here in the United States by Americans during time of non-war. And the reason it was invented in a time of non-war is because we had the time to think about our brain and processes. Two, war is not the only reason that people get mentally ill. Chemical balances and trouble in life should just be talked about. Therapy and psychology, these things give us an outlet as humans to talk to other humans who may have more experience in saying what can help us calm down or feel something better. And there's no shame in that. That's the other problem that tends to come with some of the push from our society and our friends around us, which I was talking about earlier, which is the most damaging thing to men's health in general, preconceived notions caused by other people. And then the third point, there was like 6 of them. I'm not going to take care of all of them because I didn't write them down because it was too swamped, sir, which is that mental health is a real thing. It is not just chemical. It is also how we deal with society, how we deal with the people around us. It is multi-leveled, and it can be many different variations. But the real deal with mental health is that you have to accept it as a real thing first. And if you don't accept it, then you're never going to see it. And if you only see it as, oh, something horrifying has to happen to you to have PTSD, then you're missing the point altogether. It's not about weakness. It's about the strength to say you may need some help. And I think you, sir, might need to talk to someone too. And I'm going to leave us all at that. Thank you so much, Sarah. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Hey,
Hi, Aaron.
Aaron got.
Hey, I kind of like him.
Got triggered.
I like Aaron. All right. And JK sent us this to watch. Let me turn my music down so we can get more clarity here on what's going on. All right. Let me just push play.
Never considered that thinking about your problems all the time and talking about your problems all the time.
Oops, sorry. He likes to
Facts
do that
on
every now and then. It's
Right
so
on.
annoying.
That was really synchronistic with my screen glitching
Literally make the problems grow.
That's right.
Yep.
I mean, it's the number one symptom of depression is what they call rumination, this pathological obsessing over your pain.
Yeah.
That's why stuff like exercise, that's one of the reasons, aside from chemical reasons, one of the reasons that doing anything, that running errands is good for your mental health, getting out of your house and accomplishing anything is good for you. But sitting around talking and thinking about your problems, that's a bad habit. And the best cognitive behavioral therapists and others, the dialectical behavioral therapists, the ones who do really well with depression, the first thing they do is try to break that bad pattern. But a lot of therapists just indulge it.
Never considered that.
Okay, so I
lot of
really want to
therapists
push back
do
on this
indulge
because
that, and it's true. And I'm sorry that Gemini had to leave because I can relate to what he was going through. In terms of feeling like he failed. Because of divorce. Stuff like that. And a lot of divorce guys go through that. But and it's difficult not to ruminate on that feeling and that failure. And when you have kids, you have to, try to get out of that rumination in your head because you have to try to think of it as a new opportunity. Okay, you're their dad and you gotta, now it's time for you to represent. You're the head of the house. You're the dad. You are the guy. You're the fun guy. Do as much as you can with them. Talk to them all the time. Whenever they have questions, boom, give them the right answers. It's just a new opportunity. But, because, sitting there being angry about, being a failure, that's just going to rub off on the kids. The kids can sense it. And, you just gotta, try to, shake it off somehow. And, maybe a good therapist, can help you get through that. But like even this therapist said, most of them are bullshit.
I got to push back on this a bit because I think there's something that's even better for men's mental health, and that's not being stressed. If you look at like stress and what it does to just the brain, not even the body, let's forget the body for a second. With the brain, it makes long-term planning and all this stuff that what JK is talking about and what was talked about in that video kind of just like out of reach for people to plan for. And more importantly, like we're talking about this as like first world problem or not. I just disagree with that framing because I don't think it matters when at the end of the day, 10% of America's population are homeless men. 60 or it was 30, so 70% of those men are fathers. And if we're talking about like outcomes for these kids and stuff like that, we want to get them housed, we want to get them mentally well and stuff like that. And when you're pushing men away from options that can help them, you're way more likely to be a part of the problem than when men have the option to get the help that they need.
Everyone say hello, Father. My father's in the chat. Obviously, he has awoken in his slumber and is here joining us tonight. Hello, Father, the grumpy tomato. Enjoy your insomnia therapy.
Can I give a quick suggestion for insomnia? Just something to try if you're looking for things that work for me. I've been doing light therapy, and all that is for me is I have grow lights that turn on in the daytime and are just around me where I am. And because of that blue light, it tells me it's like daytime, and I synchronize them to like the actual when morning starts. And honestly, I even helped get rid of almost all of my depression. I don't have suicidal thoughts anymore. I'm doing way better. Just me personally. I'm not saying it's going to work that well for everybody.
No, that's a really great idea, actually. Very functional. Yeah. All right. Anybody else wants to give pushback to either JK or Chaotic Truth? The floor is yours.
Well, Chaotic Truth, I think I wanted to ask you. So, like, I think you said like something. That's okay. I think you said something a little bit. Something I disagree with. Like, I think you said men's mental health is like not an issue. So, like, would you say there's not an issue with like men's self-deletion rates, at least as compared to women?
I'm sorry, Princess, you were asking me what?
Would you say there's not an issue with men's self-deletion rates as compared to women?
I will admit there seems to be an increase of American men that are self-deleting. Yes, I'll admit that. And it seems to be far exceeds that of women. Yes, I'll admit that.
I understand you don't think therapy is the solution. What kind of solutions would you kind of propose to maybe address that or possibly solve that issue?
Quit being a pussy. Go for long runs. Exercise. Eat good food. And stop oppressing yourself mentally.
Do people in poverty eat good food?
That's
definitely not.
That's their fault. No, they don't. But that's their fault that they are in poverty.
I thought it was the woke indoctrination's fault.
No, you are in poverty because you're not willing to work 18-hour days and sleep 5 hours and eat 1 hour out the day.
You understand that poverty is like a cycle, right? Excuse me.
No, I don't.
It pulls you back down.
I don't understand it's a cycle.
And limits your opportunities.
No, that's what you understand. I don't understand that.
But most people who research poverty understand.
That's fine. That's totally fine.
Well, of course, it could be cyclical if you don't break the cycle, right, Mel? Like, I understand.
You need an opportunity to. Right?
I understand. Well, but you have to create most of the opportunities that you actually obtain, right? If I sit down and I stare at a wall, no doors are going to be opening. But if I stand up and I walk around the building and I look for a door, then naturally I'm going to have more doors to open, right? So I think that I understand why poverty can be deemed as cyclical, but I also am a pull yourself up by your bootstraps kind of girl, right? And I create every opportunity I'm granted. I don't just sit here on my ass hoping people show up on my panel, right? I have to go out, I have to market it, I have to find people, I have to gather their interest, I have to make a topic that's worth talking about. I have to do the work. It's like, I don't just sit here and things magically happen. If it worked that way, it'd be a lot easier for me. But even at that, like going to college or starting one job, working maybe multiple jobs. I can't tell you how many multiple jobs. There was one time I was working 4 multiple jobs at a time and going to school because I was determined to get this shit done.
I think the problem is, though, that like this only works when there are infinite opportunities, and you may have succeeded, but there will be people who have to continue doing their jobs and stuff like that while raising a family, while going to school to try to actually secure a longer.
I did school, I did family, I did work all at the same time. Like
okay,
that was
so,
there,
and I'm glad it worked out for you. What I'm trying,
something just handed to me, and it just
that
happened.
Doesn't mean that the cycle doesn't exist, especially when we talk about people who have mental health problems. When you have mental health problems, it's still kind of a limiting factor when you're getting help as it is. But I guarantee you, like when you see homeless men out there, all the homeless men you see, probably 80% of them have mental health issues. And the reason is they're not getting help for it. Most men in their lifetime have been told to pull stuff up by the bootstraps. They're aware of that logic. And so it's more likely that when you see a man who's not doing that, that he's struggling with an unseen mental illness that he's hiding because he's afraid of the stigma.
But we
that he'll
already
get from other men for
agreed
having
at the beginning of this entire show, we already agreed several times that anybody with mental health issues, that's not who we're talking about. We already agreed on that. We all agree that if you have mental health issues, disorders, so on and so forth, yes, we agree that therapy is good. Primal, I know you had your hand up, and then Chaotic.
I'll let you cook with that. I was maybe itching or something like that. No, I was gonna say though, real quickly, I did have a question because I pulled it up. When it comes to self-harm, I think the rates actually indicate that females attempt at a higher rate than males, but males are more violent in their attempts. So there's a disparity in that comment. It's not that just men attempt more. It's actually, from everything I saw, women actually attempt more, but men use more violent. They use more violent means, so they're often. I think it's more 90% success rate.
Damn it!
Yeah.
They even top us at offing themselves faster.
Part of it is guns. Guns exist and they help.
Yeah. I think it comes down to the ability of the success rate, right? And I think also women chicken out a lot quicker. Oh, sorry, Francis, you're in the middle of a tomato. But yeah, I think that probably speaks volumes to how women just don't have the means to do it, in a lot of degrees, unless it's soft and easy. Right, but the soft and easy is still slow and demeaning, and
women don't want to, ruin their pretty faces with a gunshot to the head.
Let's be mindful.
It might speak to the psychology is a little different as well, at least in general.
Well, there is something called gender role strain, where we're talking that men feel kind of confined to certain behaviors because they feel like if they don't do it, then their masculinity is going to be questioned. Going to therapy is a great example. It's also a good explanation for why so many men are afraid to show affection to one of each other and be labeled as homophobic, because somehow, even though masculinity is supposed to be something that's intrinsic and makes them who they are, it's also very fragile from a gender norms perspective, where the moment you do something that puts your masculinity into question, people will pick on you for that. I experienced that firsthand when I moved into an all boys group home, by the way, but I'm not going to go any further than that.
I want to agree and give a little pushback because I think I do generally agree, but also I think it also can be used on the flip side, where also you might say the erosion of the masculine identity could also cause some stress that you should go to therapy for as well.
Well, where is the erosion happening? Because I still see masculine gender roles represented in things like video games and media and stuff like that. There may be counter representations, but there are still traditional gender roles depicted, right?
Yeah, I don't know which is more. It depends on your bubble, but yeah, I'm saying you're getting both messages, and I just imagine depending on the individual, they might find both messaging stressful or one or the other.
And so, Chaotic, I actually have a question for you. What do you think of Jordan Peterson's self-help?
I'm sorry, who are you asking?
Jordan Peterson.
Yeah.
I think
but you realize his self-help is therapy, right? It's helping people navigate their issues.
Well, I mean, you were asking me a question. Are you going to answer the question for me?
I'm asking, do you agree that that's therapy, though?
I think that Jordan Peterson is a Canadian quack. He's boring. Okay. He's boring. And no, I don't believe that it's therapy, in my opinion. No.
Well, that is essentially what you go through when you go to therapy. When you talk to a therapist, they'll help you navigate your issues. It is different from a psychologist who will give you testing, diagnose you, and give you actual prescriptions you can do. The therapist may have extra tools and things you can try that you may not have thought of. They can't, but here in Canada, at least, they can't often send you to other therapies and stuff like that. They're just someone to talk to.
Sarah, may I go, please, sweetheart?
Yeah, go for it.
Sarah, it is great to have met you, and you've come on my panel before, and I've came on yours. I feel so sorry for you as a white woman. Think about this, Sarah. The white man went throughout the world. He traversed over an ocean with wooden boats 700 years ago. He went into frontier territory and established the greatest civilization ever, the Western civilization. He created the greatest institutions. He fought in the greatest wars, all to have his descendants sound like beta male soy boys. What in the? It's like I live in bizarro world. You guys are white men. You guys are a part of the greatest ethnic group, at least in the past 1,000 years. I don't know about.
Come on, man, that has nothing to do
1,000
with
years
it.
ago, but at least in the past 1,000 years, and for you guys to sit up here talking about mother effing therapy when your grandfather stormed the beaches of Normandy.
Hey, chaotic. Can I ask you a question? I rudely am interrupting you, but
Yes.
do you have to go hunt for your food? Do you okay?
No.
Do you
Do you
have
harvest?
to? Pardon me for just a moment.
I don't.
Do you have to sharpen your own knife?
I don't.
Do you have to leather bound your own sheath for your
I
knife?
don't.
Do you have to?
I get it, Sarah. I get it. I get
So, okay, again, and I said this earlier, first world problems, right? And so we have to recognize we have weakened as much as we have strengthened society with technology, right? Everything is at the matter of a click of a button. Simultaneously, we have weakened society as well. White, black, Asian, Indian, you name it, it's on the list. If you can order groceries in the click of a button, you have been weakened by society.
What is there
all
to
right?
be depressed about if everything is a creature comforting?
Because we don't have a purpose. I said this at the very, I know you weren't here, but I said this at the beginning. Men need a fucking purpose. You need a purpose to survive. Therefore, you eliminate the purpose. There's no need to survive anymore. It's just, do I make money? Do I pay my bills? Done, 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 done. Right? Now there's no art of survival. So therefore, men get all of these, silly things in their heads because now they're confused and not sure. And what am I supposed to have feelings? I don't fucking know. This bitch keeps telling me I should call my mom and yada, 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 and blah, blah, blah. Right. But if he had a purpose, even if his purpose is Dungeons and Dragons, he would still have a purpose and he wouldn't need fucking therapy.
May I just give a second perspective on this? And is that things are getting so complex now that it's hard not to have something like anxiety, because when it comes to our dreams and stuff like that, we may dream about one or two things that are happening in our day-to-day lives. But usually if those dreams are stressful, then we don't get as good sleep and stuff like that. And now there's with social media and stuff like that, there can be all these things coming at you from day to day. Even if I've heard if you're in a gaming communities, drama can pop up out of nowhere, and then suddenly you're on one side or the other of the issue. Friends are breaking up, and it seems like humans are really we're more connected than ever, but we're also kind of more alienated than ever because we're too this comes into the whole internet interactions, and we're more sociopathic when we talk to each other through the internet because we don't care as much about who we're talking to. But that increase of technology, that increase of capitalism driving us, I don't think the whole idea that more of capitalism, more of everything that we've been doing up to this point is what's supposed to work. We need something different in terms of what are we demanding from men? We've been asking them to pull up their bootstraps for centuries now. I think it's time for something better. One of the things I was thinking about is okay, well, if men want to go hunt and get a purpose that way, again, what's stopping them? Usually it's startup. A lot of men just can't afford a vehicle that's for off-roading, the hunting equipment, somewhere that they can actually hunt. If they're in the city, right, they have to go to a club. These are all confounding factors to what may sound like a good solution, only if your definition of first world privilege is as luxurious for the lowest class as you say it is.
You know, and Dad has a great point here. He said, interesting correlation that as churches have dwindled, therapy and consultation has risen. And if you've never gone to confession or talked to a priest, you're missing out. It's literally free therapy. You'll feel like the weight has lifted off your shoulders in a matter of 30 minutes. And you don't pay a dime, and your insurance doesn't have to get involved, and there's no stigma to it.
Or just go to Canada where the therapy is free. And I'll just note that there's been a downward curve since the dark ages of self-deletion rates. So even while churches were there, didn't help with that.
I was looking this up. I think there has been an uptick in the last 10 years.
Well, is that part of COVID? Like, are they averaging? Because I've seen
That's a good point. COVID definitely would have an impact on mental health, I would imagine.
Hey, Sarah, you brought up something about men lacking purpose, right? Who do you think that the primary person teaching young men how to find purpose is?
Your
Their
teachers?
fathers.
Oh, well, yeah, your fathers, yeah, outside of
Who
school.
would be your first male quote-unquote therapist? Therapy can take many forms.
Yeah.
Your dad should be taking you out to do shit and
Yep.
teach you skills and live
Mhm.
life. Your
100%.
dad should be your first therapist. That is the real therapy. Now, yeah, people have weird, bad shit happen in their lives that maybe they need some clinical intervention at points. But your therapy, like for most people, should come from your surroundings, whether it's your father, your uncle, your peer group, men you do shit with. Like men need to learn how to be men from other tough fucking men. That's how it
Not
has
from
to
women.
be.
Let's just hope your father's form of
That's just where
therapy isn't
we're at.
alcoholism.
Well, okay,
Let's
so
hope
let's
not,
backtrack to that, Furby, because we noticed this uptick in men unaliving themselves in more recent years, but I also noticed an uptick in like single mothers, men, you know, becoming alcoholics or abusive or this or that, or walking away from their children and yada yada yada. Is there a correlation with that? Could we determine that kind of calculation based on fathers not being there? And therefore now we're raising boys who become men who don't have the male figure or the male role model in their life, whether it's their father or their grandfather or their uncle or
even their
you know,
mother.
or no,
From the other
the mother has a certain particular role. It's very specific.
Well,
I know my role with my son.
What I would agree with you on is that two parent households always give better outcomes for a child than one. And that's kind of where I was trying to go with, like, it can come from the other side too. And yeah, like their grandparents or whatever as well. So long as they have that stable childhood, that's what seems to really help them the most. As far as having influences go, I think children go through a lot of if they're stable enough, they can have like a lot of chances to find a teacher who's a good influence, find a like there could be a church leader, for example, just trying to like put stuff out there. But there are plenty of times that like someone can be that role model, even on TV and stuff like that. And like personally, you know, I'm for abolishing gender roles. I don't think you should stop any child from emulating the behavior they want to do growing up. I think it's just important to remind people, like, you don't have to fulfill the masculine archetype if that doesn't feel like you. You know, search within, ask yourself how you feel. And if you're like, at the end of the day, you know, that doesn't feel like me, then we're not going to force men to live up to that and shame themselves if they feel like they don't.
I think men should live up to that. You're a man, be a fucking man.
Right, but like going back to the gender role strain, this whole like shame, like them feeling shame because they're not living up to that archetype. This leads to them not getting therapy when they need it.
They feel shame because they're told that they shouldn't act that way.
So have you ever noticed like a guy who acts out because he feels like his masculinity's been challenged, and so he acts like super tough, maybe tries to fight somebody within like soon after, if it's not that person who
he's feeling insecure and like his ego's being attacked and whatever. And it's a
is it ego or is it masculinity?
Ego.
I think that's
Ego.
buck up or be gone, you know.
Do we see women do this as often?
Listen, well, we see animals do this. When one animal challenges another animal to a territory, and it's usually the men, like the males, right? And they buck up or be gone. Right, and they fight it out.
Not all. There's a lot of gray zone.
we do.
Actually,
We're making generalizations, though. I think we can all agree this is.
So when it comes to like gender roles, right? What I'm talking about is when men feel like their gender role is in question, we see them start to try to act more hyper aggressive, hyper violent, and this hurts them and their people around them.
That's not what
and
you
guess
did.
What? Okay, cool. So guess what? When that happens, sometimes they can do damage to themselves or their lives. They can wind up with criminal charges.
Well,
that
I
leads
mean,
to
boys
a
fight,
cycle.
you know,
Okay.
there's
Do
through
you,
things.
so hold on. Let me
Girls are
ask you
conflict
this.
avoidant.
Let me ask you this. If a man doesn't feel like he should be a man or measure up to being a man or whatever the case may be, is it like, are they failing being a man and therefore they're like running back to the other direction? Because if I fail as a man, then I'll succeed as a woman. Or are you just failing in both aspects because you're neither? Or are you failing in terms of like, I don't feel like I can keep up and therefore I'll just level down?
I think the problem is defining it as like success or failure. When like most men succeed at being men because they have a penis, if we're being honest. As a trans woman, I get told that all the time that I'll never be a woman because I have a penis.
You never will be a
we're
woman.
overly sensitive to feminization.
You're
because
delusional.
Men in media, for example, are hypermasculinized. But like
Finish it and then you go
feminine men can be very strong when they need to be. I'm just going to say that much.
Not
All right, I'm gonna push you backstage, Mel. You got 5 minutes in
Beep.
timeout.
Thank God.
Well, and here's how I think. Like, to me, in some ways, it's like if I can't be okay, I'm 5'2", right? Obviously, I can't be the best tall person out there, you know. So like, I'm really short, so therefore, I'm gonna look for every person shorter than me, and I'm gonna be better than them. Like in my brain, that's the way I configure the concept of like, if I feel like I can't be a good man, well, maybe I'll be a better woman. You know, it's like, it's a less than. So it's actually kind of shitting on the women in that aspect. Like, I feel like you're kind of shitting on the women when you do that because it's, I don't know, somebody else take the reins on that one.
No,
Can I try to use
No, I agree with you, Sarah. What's happening is
one second, Spoiler. You're gonna take it off track, so let me just finish this. I want to try to use a specific example because, like, I think talk about purposelessness. I do agree that is a big cause of why people are depression, maybe self-deletion, the lack of purpose. And I do think this has been affected by our societal gender roles. For example, men used to get a lot of purpose out of being the provider in the family. Now it's not the case because, hey, a lot of women are in the workforce. It's not going to be the case that men are going to be the sole provider in the household anymore. So not as many men are going to be able to get that purpose in life anymore. So that's just something we have to deal with. We're probably not going to go back to the way it was before, where there's no women in the workforce. So I think we just have to deal with that new paradigm.
Mm-hmm. Flo?
So what you have, Sarah, excuse me, what you have
get him out of the way.
people like Melanie. You have people
Let him
like
go ahead
Melanie
today.
who
We
are
can get it
born.
over with.
You have people like Melanie who are born male, and basically they identify as a female because it's a coping mechanism. Nobody's born in the wrong body. Basically, it's a cop out. Melanie knows that he cannot hack it as a man, so she has to identify as a Furby or as a female. And in reality, you cannot change sexes. Melanie could cut the penis off and get the fake neo-vajayjay, but the reality is,
you're obsessed with Melanie.
She is still a man. Melanie, there's no such thing
I'm
as
speaking in a greater dynamic.
we're 100 years away from being able to change
Nicole,
sexes.
I'm not even speaking like on a gender role necessarily, like in terms of like the physical features. I'm speaking more in the gender roles. Like, are men getting to a point? Oh, sorry, Primal, you got a tomato on your face. Are men to a point where they feel like they can't be enough as a man, so then they start like taking on female qualities or female traits or emotions or this or that, because it's like, what's the point of being a man? There's no benefit here, right? Or I suck at it because like the women are doing just fine. They're doing their thing. Like, why not I'll just take a step back and sit down and do nothing and be pretty.
Well, then I could easily say, then why are females acting more masculine. I could
Because sometimes
throw it right back
women only pick up the pace when we have to. We are supplemental support. All right. If we look around a room and we see like, all right, he's got that, he's doing that, he's doing that. And then it's like, oh, I look over here. It's like, oh, that needs to be done. I'm going to go get this done. Right. Like we're supplemental support. We are not the main resource, but we're very supplemental. So what women naturally do is if we just walk into a room and we say something needs to be done, I'm going to do it. And I think overall around the world, or at least here, we've just naturally said, well, shit, he's not going to do it. Dude on the beanbag eating Cheetos naked isn't going to do it. Dude playing his game isn't going to do it. Dude sitting on YouTube isn't going to do it. I guess no other dude's going to do it. I'll just take care of it myself.
Well, that's because society has forced women into that role. To be honest with you, men.
First
of all, Sarah, let me just make a statement. Sarah, a lot of times you come on here and you talk like women are so organized, so resourceful, and all this stuff. To be honest with you, Sarah, women are a lot less resourceful than men. Women are handed a lot more shit than men are handed. Men basically have to, in other words, women who are born attractive at a young age, you know, in their 20s or whatever, they can get handed the fucking world just because their genetics are good. A man, he's got to bust his ass to become something. A woman can either do two routes. A woman has two choices. She can either go the traditional route and become a stay-at-home mom and raise kids, or she could go into the workforce, not have kids, blah, blah, blah. A man doesn't really have that choice. Men, there's very few men that can stay at home and raise the kids. So men, by nature, are forced to go into the workforce and make something out of their lives, where women have a choice. Men don't have the choice.
No.
Women.
So
Why do men pay the money?
Hold up. So you mean women are capable of doing two different jobs and men are only capable of doing one?
Ooh. No, I didn't say
So
that.
we're able to be versatile. We're able to be versatile and do both and just pick up the slack as we fucking need to and supplement wherever it needs to be done.
Sarah, I'm more versatile than most 90% of men or women out there. I'm more versatile than just about anybody I know. The reality is the gender roles have switched, and we've got a lot of we've gone from my era of the Vietnam fighting man.
Nicole, you got 5 minutes in the back if you make it.
There we go.
Thank you, Chuck. Thank you. Thank you.
So I want to respond to Chaotic saying like men create all the
No,
great
it's
shit.
not your turn. It's not your turn. It's not your turn.
Okay,
It's not-
cool. Apparently it is because I
Flo
started
hasn't
talking.
spoken yet, actually. I would like to hear from Flo, please.
I don't think that therapy is a helpful solution to men. I think that men are helped by resolving the problem or just leaving it behind if it's unfixable. Sitting around and problem admiring just makes everything worse. So no, I don't think men should go to therapy, and no, I don't think the outside world owes men meaning or purpose in their life. If you can't find it, then that's your problem. And the solution to that is the solution to not meeting the standards of what it means to be a man is not to just get rid of standards. It's to turn into a Furby and start taking dick.
So a good way to think about emotions and like bottling them up is like it's like forcing more and more pressure of water or even air, if you want to think about it that way, into a container, right? And what happens when you get past a certain pressure? That container explodes. Therapy is just like an outlet, like a little relief valve to say, okay, my pressure's too high now. I don't want to explode on myself. People around me become self-destructive or anything like that. So I'm going to get the help
hella
that I
new
need.
reason to exploding. I think if you get out and you go for a fucking run and you lift weights and you take a martial arts class or a boxing class, you beat the fuck out of somebody. Some of y'all haven't gotten punched in the face and it fucking shows.
Okay, so what if that doesn't change the fact that someone has PTSD?
We already agreed at the beginning of this show.
Right.
And all in between all of
But
this.
men have to get diagnosed first, right? They have to seek the help first.
If
No, they don't.
anybody with already has mental disorders, so on and so forth, that's
I think that's just
whole
dismissive
nother
because
creature.
please listen. That's just dismissive because at the end of the day, they have to get diagnosed. They have to get the help that identifies it first, instead of trying to bury these things. Because a lot of these things do show up in like emotional outbursts and stuff like that. You
Who
can't
knows you
tell
better?
them that it's
Who knows
okay
you
to
better
get it
than
once
me?
they have a label. If you're also telling them to suppress it, because then it's also advocating for not.
One second, CT. I want to back up a little bit because I think I agree with Melanie also because I do. One second. Sarah, I do agree with your caveat, like maybe just for the, like argument purposes, but I think in practicality that kind of breaks down because most mental illnesses are like a spectrum, so you can't just be like, oh, here's a hard line. Now you don't have to do therapy. You do. Like you probably send more people that need to go to therapy than actually are diagnosed. That way, people get diagnosed, and then that way we don't end up missing people that end up getting diagnosed. That's all.
Furby, you got 5 minutes in the back again. Chuck's
CT's gonna cry if you don't let him go.
All right, go ahead, CT.
I just have one question for Furby, man. Besides a combat veteran that has served in the military in combat, what on earth would Furby need to go to therapy for? I just, to me, it just boils my blood, Sarah. When I hear this conversation.
Well, I think it sounds like, based on what Furby said, and I'm not going to speak entirely for Furby, but I'm going to reiterate what Furby said earlier. All right, Furby said earlier about being in like a all boys home or something like that and bad things happening. All right, now I do agree that's traumatizing if things happen to that degree, whatever, so on and so forth. But in those instances when those things are found out, they immediately put you, or they should put you in a trauma-based therapy to help resolve those issues going forward. But I don't know. And Furby can speak for themselves when they get back in 4 minutes, but it sounds like there was some type of trauma induced, and that's okay. Like,
well, I can put it back, Melanie.
Yeah, go ahead.
I didn't know that part. Okay, I didn't know that part.
Wait, are you not aware there's like stuff you can get out of therapy that like would not be only relevant to a war veteran? I can tell you if you want to know.
Sure.
So like, they might help you with like emotional regulation, self-esteem, and self-worth, developing healthy relationship, coping strategy, problem-solving skills. These are all things that people like generally need and would not just be addressed like for war veterans. So like, I don't know if you know. Like, I don't know if you don't know what goes on in therapy, but way more than I think what you're.
I didn't know Furby. Okay, so I didn't know that about Furby's life, but
I'm telling you what goes on in therapy.
I don't know, but
I don't know anything about what Furby does.
Right, but what I am saying is that I've heard men who have not gone through traumatic events like what supposedly he's gone through as a child, and I can understand a man probably needing therapy for that later in life. But you have men who are just office workers, men who, I'm telling you, I hear this all the time, man. Oh, I need to go to therapy, man. I'm so stressed out at my job. Like, what? You're stressed out at your job, man. Get your faggot, get back to work, dude. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I can understand, again, those types of problems, but yeah, okay.
Well,
I think if most men initially, let's start by isolating the issue, right? And if most men are sitting around in a day job, 9 to 5, then they go home, they have their meal, they play games with their friends, they watch TV, they take their shower, they go to bed, and life is good, and that's the end of the day. Well, I think if you fall into like a depressive zone, right, the first start that I would do is physical. I would first start with physical outlet, physical build, go to the gym, take a class, just go for a fucking walk, right? Start something physical because you're going to get the dopamine hits and so on and so forth. And now you're going to start isolating the problem. Was it because I was physically stagnant and sitting around on my ass all day and doing nothing and not being proactive and not getting fresh air and yada, 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 yada. So now you start by eliminating the physical aspect. You're boosting that method. And then if you still, at the end of that, like do that for 3 months. And if after 3 months, you're like, nah, my brain just ain't right. It ain't cooking for me. Then I would recommend you go seek therapy and then walk that avenue of figuring out if there's something clinical that you need to go from there. That's what I would say. But I think most men just aren't active enough. You guys have to literally be active.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I don't completely disagree, but I do think we get the picture of therapy's only for dealing with depression, but I think actually that's causing a lot of issues. I think Torshaa said this hours ago, where most men don't end up going to therapy until it's way too late. That's why they had this self-deletion issue, where I think we had more preventative care. I don't know what that actually would look like. It might actually address these issues.
People need to address the issue, not go to therapy and problem admire. If you're stressed out because of work, then change the fucking work situation. Don't go whine about it to some other dude. That's
I think I don't completely disagree with you, but do you think every person's equipped to address and find their own issues? I think some people might be benefited with a third party. It's a lot easier to see someone else's issues.
Can I interrupt for just a moment? Locksmith, are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm still here. I've been trying to say stuff, but
okay, because at this point you're kind of panel squatting quietly, and I do have an extra person in the back waiting to come up.
Okay,
so.
can I jump in real quick?
Mm-hmm.
So I do actually believe men need to get out and be more physical. That'll cure a lot of shit inside your head. Definitely need to eat right. You might not have the funds to eat proper, but do the best you fucking can. Definitely go ahead and start working out. Do whatever the fuck you got to do. Move that body, man. Get your ass back in shape. That's going to put you in a better mind state. You're going to start looking better. If you got insecurity issues to where you might not think a woman's going to look at you, start working out. You're going to get all kinds of eyes looking at you, for real. And when it comes to family court, I wanted to say earlier, Sarah, you're saying that everybody's got a fair, equal opportunity. Yes, a man can represent himself, actually. Yes, absolutely. But if a law student can actually beat a dude in court, you got to know the rules to the court system. You got to understand what procedure goes to what, and how to file paperwork. Absolutely. And the judge ain't going to tell you that. They're going to tell you, they can't tell you all that stuff.
But you go to the clerk's office. They
office,
literally have a help desk.
Yeah.
Nope, they literally have a help desk. I've gone in there myself. They give you exactly which paperwork to file, what to do, where to go, what's the next step, XYZ, XYZ. The only thing that I would be on my own would be in the courtroom with the judge.
Yeah. 100%. But men, y'all need to
I gotta bounce off. Thanks, Sarah, for having me.
All right, see you
care.
later.
Good night, guys.
Okay, thanks for coming on.
Yeah, but I think working out will solve a lot of issues with a man. He can actually reflect on himself internally and start thinking about life a little bit different. When he starts getting those endorphins going, he's gonna feel a whole lot better. Dude, that's what I had to do myself. But Sarah, I appreciate the opportunity coming up here. All you guys, have a good one.
Awesome.
And I agree,
Thank you.
actually, that working out, and I'm going to respond to Chaotic within this as well. I agree that working out, when it helps things like stress, even if that works for you, then that works for you. And if you don't need therapy because of that, then that's great. But if you see yourself in a downward spiral, then that's the key thing. And so to respond to Chaotic, trauma is obviously not the only metric we can use to evaluate when someone needs therapy. Princess got into early warning, stuff like that. One of the things I don't know if you said this, Princess, sorry if I missed it, is actually identifying early warning signs can be something that therapists are trained to do. Whereas someone was talking about going to your father for therapy, and that is true. Your father is your parents are your first therapist at the end of the day. But identifying early warning signs is the professional's job. And with things like addiction and stuff like that, it could be helpful to have that second opinion of hey, I think, you might not be the best person to try this kind of substance just because you're already seeing other things are bothering you right now. It's not the best time. It's important to note that stress is like a downward spiral. It kind of, and I'm just going to be kind of speaking general terms here. It kills motivation, and most men don't do self-care when they're overstressed. For example, working out or doing things that require long-term payoffs. It just never seems worth it when you're stressed because you're kind of focused on survival. If someone tries to pull themselves up by the bootstraps, and I think Sarah already pointed this out, so sorry for the redundancy, it does make sense to try therapy when nothing else works. Because at that point, if we're talking about men staying strong and stuff like that, you've got to focus on self-preservation, and that is when it makes most sense. And if you think about it, shaming them for being a failure at that point will only make them more stressed. So that's my point.
I agree with that. Rude Mug Crab comes in with the $5. Living a good life without struggle lacks contrast. When a little struggle happens, these men can't cope. Men need some daily struggle. I 100% agree with that. If everything is unicorns and rainbows, then when it rains shit, people suddenly don't know how to. They don't know how to do in anything. I'm gonna go make a quick sandwich. I'll be right back. You guys continue. Behave.
Who disagrees?
Can we address the first world problem thing? Like, let's say, okay, so we've got all these things figured out and stuff like that. Like, it actually kind of makes sense that once you have kind of like the survival issues figured out about humanity, well, now we're gonna have new problems that we have to figure out, right? And they're not the same as the old problems. And for these new problems, we need new solutions. Is that necessarily a bad thing that we have new solutions now?
But when do we agree that something isn't working? Like that we're trying something that isn't accomplishing what we're trying to accomplish?
The problem is we've not tried men doing therapy. Most men don't do therapy, so we can't say like we actually tried this.
No, I agree.
Men have not been
We've
doing
definitely
therapy.
put men through therapy. There have been enough men in therapy that we know if.
Most
Therapy's
men
been around
don't
for a long
even
time. There's a
those
lot
that
of dudes.
are
Most
diagnosed
dudes don't go to
with
therapy.
disorders.
Just because most dudes don't go to therapy doesn't mean we don't have a ton of dudes who've gone to therapy.
And Flow State, when you look at the outcome of men who go through therapy, they have better outcomes.
Yeah, they literally make more money.
Then
People
what?
that go to therapy.
Okay.
The people that do not.
Then people that don't go to therapy, how do we know that? What's the
give you more.
I say more people who make money can afford therapy. I don't think that that's the. I think that it's that more people who make money can afford therapy.
It could be that. I'm still reading this.
Well,
down.
yeah, people shouldn't have to pay for healthcare, and this includes mental health care.
People who go to therapy are certainly not doing better than the whole group of people who don't go to therapy, because that includes all the people with no problems. So what is the control group for that?
I think you'd be surprised. Like I bet a lot of like the 1%ers are talking to therapists.
So the interesting thing is we're talking about people. People have problems. Hold on. People have problems. Therapists are people. Therefore, therapists have problems. If I had
That's
a
why they
dime
become
for every,
therapists.
Exactly. If I had a dime for
That's
every
not why they
freaking
become
screwed up.
therapists.
Hold on now. Come on, respectfully. If I had a dime for every therapist that had more problems than me, back when the Army would throw every resource at you, and I'd take advantage of anyone to talk to that I could. And I'll give you an anecdotal story. I may have said this to Sarah before. I might have said this on the show a long time ago. But I talked to this family life group advocacy. They'd come around our offices and say, does anyone want to take an opportunity to have a conversation? And I would often take an opportunity to have a conversation, just touch bases, see if my thinking was on par or if I needed some blind spot advice. And I was talking to her. This is probably about the fifth time I'd interacted with her over 4 months. And I was talking to her, and I said, I have you to go to when I have issues that I'm trying to deal with my family or stress or whatever, war. I said, who do you have to go to when you have problems? And she said, well, I've got a person that's above me. And she actually started to cry. And she said, in all the years that I've done this, not one person has ever asked me, who do I go to when I'm dumping all my problems on this one person? And who does she talk to? And 4 days later, I found out she made a final solution to a temporary problem, took her own life.
Okay, so that's very unfortunate.
Yes, I know it's anecdotal, but my point still remains. Weak men make hard times make strong men make easy times make soft men. We're in a soft men cycle. That's why we're having a hard time.
Are you kind of saying that person wait, real quick. Are you kind of saying that person should talk to the therapist because they know to talk about their problems with? Isn't that you're saying why they did that?
Well, who gets benefited from people going to therapists? And when I just demonstrated, most therapists are more effed up.
You're just going to not answer my question. So Didn't you just say that?
You were garbled real bad, so I didn't actually hear your question. Somebody's got an open mic and it's feeding back real bad.
Could I just try to point something out for GS here? It's that, like, if that's an issue, that's more of an issue with, like, in the therapist and psychologist professional circle, where they need to be more open about talking to their problems with their coworkers and not having to hide that to show that you're a proper psychologist. If that is an issue, like, I'm not a psychologist, I don't work in the clinical circles. But when it is, yeah, we need to deal with that. However, most of these people are meant to separate their personal lives from their clinical practices, right? And ideally, like, if they're good at their job, they should be able to do that. And I think we can trust on the competent.
Okay, so then why can't the soldier do the same thing? Why can't the soldier separate the war from the personal life?
Because I don't think our brains are made to actually handle seeing that much
But
violence.
a therapist has supernatural power to take all that trauma of every person that's
It's called education.
Process it. Oh, and
Psychiatrists have the same suicide rate as the schizophrenic patients that they have. That's massive. That's massive. This is not an anecdotal situation.
But then there's a solution there, right?
Is that true?
There's a cultural solution. There's a solution of work culture where you can make it better for the psychologist.
So wait, do the psychologists need to be psychologists or therapists in order to help themselves out by having people that are more messed up than
they can
them
help
to
each
feel
other
better about themselves?
No, they can help each other by
what kind
having...
of snake? But hold on, what kind of snake eating its own tail logic is that?
Well, you talked about them. They said that they only had one person higher up than them to talk.
No, I didn't say
really
they only have
them.
one person. I said very specifically that they often are more screwed up than the people they're trying to help, because not only do they have their own traumas or their own experiences in life, they're getting everyone else's garbage piled on top of them.
I don't
know how
One. Okay, I'm going to interrupt. Locksmith comes up with the $5. Every boy needs to learn how to hold your own nutsack. To become a man, work on yourself. First, get headstrong, build a strong foundation, build it bigger and better. Hold your nutsacks, gentlemen.
Truck nuts. Get your truck nuts.
I'm seeing research that says the opposite, where there's no link to being like a mental health professional and having like more schizophrenia. So I don't know what you're talking about. The data seems not.
Yeah, I can't use full state metric because
not more
the rates of suicide
Or like to have it.
could be anything. You have to
Higher
point out
self-deletion
how
rate.
higher or lower it is.
Well, I heard that 65% of all stats are made up on the spot. Is that true?
Damn.
No.
Oof.
Can I ask the women if you ladies have dated men that were going to therapy?
I've dated a man who resists going to therapy, even though he was like work addicted and so stressed out. He said it was hurting his heart.
I bet he was a Chad too, right? He was a
No,
Chad.
he is. No, he is built like a fucking bull, and he works
There
his
it is.
fucking ass off like a Chad.
A fucking man.
No, here's the thing. Like, if he has a heart attack at the age of 50, I don't think he's living his best life.
Dude, it sounds
If
like he lived a
I-
good life.
I ever dated a man that was going to therapy. I didn't know about it.
So
And that's the other thing. Like,
I'm
confidentiality
gonna dip out to get some sleep therapy at this point, because that's the therapy I need in my life. That and sandwich therapy.
That's why they call it beauty sleep.
Whose phone is that?
Someone's got background audio.
But yeah, thanks. Good topic. Curious to hear more about it. We'll see you guys later.
All right, Primal. Thanks
See you.
for joining. Duck robe and all.
I was going to
There's
start
something,
earlier, but go ahead.
Sarah, can I
There's
ask
some. Oh.
you? Oh, sorry, go ahead. I'll wait.
Yeah, there's something that I wanted to speak on about Sarah mentioned earlier, and it was about men being having to overcome challenges and in sports or team activities or whatever. And I would totally agree. I feel like most men who don't face adversity and learn how to overcome it tend to look for the cheaper route on a way out to find success in things.
Yeah, because how will you grow if you don't challenge yourself? If you cower
Yeah.
away from it, or you ask mommy to coddle you,
Yeah,
right?
and there was a thing that I heard on a Joe Rogan podcast where he was saying that in the early '80s they started introducing the the whole aspect of giving out participation trophies, and I feel like that right there harmed the society in the way that it's harmed today. Because I mean, if you have to grind for everything and you have to work hard to achieve things, then I mean, you start to build a mentality that you are that man, that you build that arrogance that helps drive you and pushes you to overcome more things and try overcoming.
Well, did it
difficult
necessarily stop men from trying to strive further because they were getting the same trophy size as the others? Or did it force men to say, you know what, I don't care because it doesn't matter what I do, we're all going to get one anyways?
Hey, Chaotic, is this what you meant by wokeness culture? The participation trophy thing?
Yep. Oh, yeah.
So we did studies on this, by the way, and what it kind of revealed to us is that like our traditional way of doing sports, where we only focus on the winner or like the top three or whatever, that really enforces the feeling for men that they're a failure when they can't reach that level, and so they actually don't feel motivated. Let me finish. These results are interesting. They don't feel motivated to try again. When you tell them, "Hey, you at least tried, and we're going to recognize that," that motivates them to try again. Think about dopamine.
Didn't Michael Jordan?
They're little bunny.
So hold up. Michael Jordan didn't even get like picked or doing well or anything until he got to college.
But he had very supportive parents.
But in high school, they were like, no, this ain't going anywhere. He was benched. And I'm pretty sure this is the story because my ex-husband used to tell me all the time. He told my stepson all the fucking time. And Michael Jordan just got benched and he was like he was a seat warmer. It could be wrong. I could be totally wrong. But
I heard he didn't make the team.
Okay, you make an interesting point though. That ambition,
but what did that
drive
push him to do? Because why? Because he was a fucking man that said, "I'm going to do better. I'm going to go get what I want to earn."
Okay, you make a good point that ambition and drive matters, but what we're also talking about is if you're going to say to men like play sports for therapy, then you have to make like a kind of sports that doesn't shame them for trying and failing,
it doesn't.
where there isn't like necessarily
a non-competitive sport. You're making Sarah spit food on me.
All I'm saying is when you look at like how dopamine works and stuff like that, people try more when their effort is also.
Can we agree that some men are failures?
But at the same
I think
time,
that recognizing their failures is less important than recognizing their successes.
Does anyone deny that some men are failures?
40% of men don't ever procreate. 40% never pass on genetics. That's a failure for 40% of the men that exist.
That's weird bio shit.
Here's a real question.
What matters more, if they fail or if they try? Because I think the real failures are the people who never
Get
try,
a helmet.
right?
Life is tough. Get a helmet. I'm too pregnant for this bullshit. Next question. Mortal words.
But don't you think it's more useful to recognize the people who try? Because
no, I don't give a fuck about them.
Okay.
No, because
I think you're demotivating them trying in the first place. Then
there is no try. Do or do not.
Yeah, and there is no reward for trying, so therefore men aren't motivated to try at all. They don't try.
Talking about communism?
Yeah, but you can't necessarily.
You know what
better
communism
if you
means?
don't try and fail. Though.
Yeah, right. Everyone
Wouldn't
gets a trophy.
If you don't try and fail, you wouldn't be able to.
I'm not saying we can never allow failure. I'm saying having ways of recognizing.
If you fail the first time and you walk away from it, you don't deserve a fucking trophy for anything.
Yeah.
Hey, Sarah.
How many business owners, how many entrepreneurs have failed on multiple adventures
funnily enough, most of these participation
try this until they finally find the right calculation and they figure it out.
Hey, Sarah,
funnily enough, most of these participation trophy stories come out of like school sports, where like kids have to participate in some school sports as like part of their.
Why are we letting Debbie Downer control the entire flow of the conversation? Debbie Downer
track and field. You know how we all have to do track and field every year? Remember how we all had to do track and field every year? That's a good example.
I don't remember having to do that.
Oh, I did. Okay, so I did. And so when we want kids to feel like they will at least try some of these things, that's the point.
Okay, so we don't. In the immortal words of Rocky, right? It doesn't matter how many times you get knocked down; it's how many times you get back up. You learn more from failure than you do success most of the time. Men's clubs used to be ubiquitous. There used to be tons of spaces for men's and women. Now we got men's spaces that are being invaded by quote unquote women, and then we got women being told that they need to compete with full on men, and if they don't accept that men can be also get pregnant, then they're straight up bigots and they need to get canceled. It's not safe for regular women, and there's no place for men to be with other men. And we need to put the women and children to bed. Men need to go lead from the front, go looking for frickin' dinner, self-correct the course in which we're frickin' like an asteroid crashing into the Earth.
Before we get back
we
into
need to
gender
avoid
roles,
it. Hold on,
can
dude. I didn't invite you. You've
something?
been talking the last 30 fucking minutes talking about Debbie Downer black pill shit.
Well, may I ask you something?
Fuck's sake. What do you know about being a man? You reject being a man in favor of being not even a woman. You want to be a fucking Furby.
Believe me, I had to pretend to be one.
How are you an authority on any of this?
Believe me, I had to pretend to be one for a while.
Therapist?
If you want to talk about failures, I
So,
think
yeah,
if we're talking about athletics, especially with like Michael Jordan, we want to look at like who influenced them, who taught them what they know.
How many
as well.
pull-ups can you do?
Having
Why are
good
you gonna even
mentors.
talk about athletics?
Michael Jordan had to play against other people throughout his life to actually learn how to do things like offense and stuff like that to get to the fucking net, right? So it wasn't just the fact that he failed. I think that becomes minimized when we look at like more
But
positive
he found
influences.
it to be his purpose to be the best basketball player ever, and he went and accomplished that purpose.
Tom Brady, seventh round draft pick.
But I think
also
essentializing it to him just failing and then eventually succeeding.
No loser ass dude
is looking
ever
at the plot
accomplished
line of the
anything
movies
by getting
that
drugged
represent
through
him.
life with
Yeah, it also
sympathy
does-
and
starts with-
participation trophies. Good.
Yeah, it also starts with
I'm
the-
not saying we
let me
always
try
have to
to
do that, by the way.
elaborate.
I'm just saying the sympathy of recognizing when people try makes them more motivated to try, because then there's at least some
Who
reward for trying.
cares about them?
Well, you
Go
don't
ahead.
you don't seem to have a whole lot of
Do you want
sympathy
men
for
to
our
have better
viewpoints.
outcomes without having to go to therapy?
I don't
Then
care
have-
about them. I don't care.
Then why are you here?
Why aren't you showing us sympathy for our viewpoints, Furby?
Rude Mud Crab comes up to $5. He says participation trophies is a social movement made by those who couldn't win. So now nobody gets to win. Shut the fuck up, PDF Furby. Thank you.
And by
Rude
the
Mud
and
Crab.
by the way,
I hope I expressed that appropriately.
and by the way, people still get like first place and second place in these competitions and stuff. So that's.
I
just-
feel like you're not being.
But what is it? What is it worth? What is it worth, right? If we all pay the same fee, we all show up to the same marathon, we all run the same course, and I run my ass off harder than you, and I go and I get a trophy that's this big, but you show up, you run, you walk the whole fucking way, you barely finish the shit, somebody wheelchaired you across the fucking finish line, and you still get a ribbon, right? What is
You
that?
just
Like,
pointed
that's
out,
not
you get a
fucking
bigger
fair.
trophy,
You
a bigger
came
reward.
up, but you didn't show the fuck up. I showed oh wow, I get a bigger trophy, and the
Reward is what
I
motivates
want.
human
What is
behavior.
it worth if you get anything? You shouldn't get shit. You
You
should
agree
walk
that-
away with nothing but shame, knowing that you didn't work your ass off hard enough.
Then I'm just
get
gonna
here,
say,
you got this W
you're
down
gonna see
here.
you're gonna see a lot more people who go into like depression spirals and stuff like that because they don't feel like that it's worth trying for
Then
them.
they're not working hard enough. You should.
Okay,
It's
you can-
okay
maybe
to
you can
feel
apply this
shame.
to adults. Maybe,
Furby,
but
this is
we're talking
okay,
about
stop.
we're talking about
This
where
is
it came
the
from,
fucking
right?
problem, Furby.
School
This is
sports.
the fucking no. Shut up for a minute. This is the fucking problem. There isn't enough shame. Ooh, I got something in my eye. There isn't enough shame in the fucking world to go around. We're not shaming people for failing. We're not shaming people for being overweight. We're not shaming people for being immoral. We're not shaming people for having shitty fucking values. And I'm not saying we have to bully and torture and be assholes to them. What I'm saying is let them feel the shame. Let them sit in shame. Let them
Let
sit there and say, wow,
them
I
die.
suck. I could
There's
either
people who should
do
have
better or go find something else that I'm good at.
Yeah,
That's the
We used to
fucking
shame
I would
problem.
agree. Yeah,
we used to shame women for
definitely
showing
have
their
to go back
equals.
to the starting
No,
block and
the
find out
only
what you
people
can do
who
to
don't want
improve.
shame, the only people, I apologize, the only people that don't want shame are the ones that are doing it incorrectly and they know they're fucking wrong and they say, accept me for who I am, accept me because I'm still
that's
a
a lot of-
human and all of
Sarah,
this
like
shit. Right,
psychological experts. You're saying that people who study psychology are doing that?
Yeah.
No, what I'm
Okay,
saying
here.
are the people who are living in ways that are wrong. You failed. the test and you still ask for like some type of assistance. You failed the race. You didn't finish the race.
It's called the bell curve.
There's nothing wrong with trying and failing, right?
So you can fucking pass.
There's nothing wrong with trying and failing, right, Sarah?
I got 100.
You should fail. If you fail, you're gonna recognize.
Oh my goodness.
So then we shouldn't stream it.
To do better. Like,
Then
how
we
do you
shouldn't
know? How do you know?
There's
How
nothing
do
wrong
you
with it.
Mel, shut the fuck up because you're getting on my fucking nerves with this stupidity.
You just laid out the qualifier for shaming someone, which
Jesus
is they're
fucking
living the life
Christ,
that they
I just
shouldn't.
said this is
And
why
you said that they
nobody
should try
likes
and fail.
failing with you, Mel. Listen, if you don't fail and you don't get shamed for failing by either way of not getting a trophy, or maybe you're getting laughed at because you're overweight and you're not doing anything about it, or whatever the case may be, right? If you're not being shamed for poor behavior or the failure thereof, then you have no purpose to now push forward. Like
People can
I
get purposes
said,
from things other than
Jesus
shame.
fucking Christ, Mel, shut the fuck up. Like I said, men move with purpose. Why do we have all these big baby men walking around with man colds all the time? Because they have no fucking purpose, because they all got a goddamn trophy and not a single one of them had any will or motivation or anything to want to do better because they still got a fucking trophy, Mel.
So you pointed out that the qualifier for
Didn't
shame
hear a
is
thing.
someone is living a
Didn't hear a
bad
thing.
life that they should
Didn't
not
hear a
live.
thing.
CSS element
No,
comes in
please.
with a big five. Mel applies femme virtue to the masculine and is confused why it doesn't fit. But
No
that
such thing.
explains his entire situation with personal identity. Daddy loves you.
Well said.
Oh,
Well
Sarah,
said.
So you
before I leave-
qualified shame as being when someone's living a bad life that they should not live. We're trying to shame them out of that. Did you want to
shame
read that?
bad behavior. Shame immoral
Yeah, bad behavior.
activities.
So
Shame
trying and
Can I
failing is
fucking-
not bad
values.
behavior, right? Trying
Shame
and failing,
for doing wrong. Like shame.
trying and failing
shame.
is, but trying and failing is not bad
How
behavior.
does a
We
child
want them
know?
to try and fail.
Hold on, Mel. How does a child know what's right or wrong as they're growing up?
Do you think that not winning at a
No,
sport
no,
is
no,
something
no.
that we have to teach
Answer
them
the
as a
question.
failure?
How does a child know? Oh no, we shouldn't do that.
There are
How do
multiple
they know?
ways. I can't just answer.
How do they know, Mel?
They can learn it from their parents. They can learn it from sports. And from team,
What
from
are they
team
told?
sports.
What are they told when they do something wrong?
That it's bad. But this is derailing the point away from sports. This is derailing the point away from sports.
This is bad. We don't do this. It's literally ingrained in our fucking brain when
But you're not teaching them goal-oriented behavior. You're not teaching them
But
goal-oriented behavior that way. You qualify
what-
shame
well,
as
what
being
if the
something
goal is
bad.
not
Let me
teaching them to
finish.
do
Holy
bad
shit! Can
stuff?
I have my chance to finish for once? For fuck's sakes! You qualified.
Really, dude? Is that your argument?
qualified bad behavior as being something that should be shamed. Then you point out that we want people to try and fail so that they will actually succeed. All I'm saying is, if you want people to focus on goal-oriented behavior rather than shaming themselves and internalizing these negative emotions, maybe try not shaming them for trying and failing, because you can get purposes from other things than shame, such as being on a team that actually wins at a sport as opposed to failing at the sport. You don't need to be told that losing a game in a sport is a failure. That's pretty self-implicit.
Sarah,
I'll be real. Go ahead, AT.
Before I leave, I just want to give a shout out to the panel, and I want to say something to Melanie. Melanie, I don't know how old you are. I just turned 40 a couple of days ago.
I'm 33.
Outside of my father, the greatest piece of advice that I ever got, it was from my little league baseball coach. We lost the game. I had to be like 10 or 11, maybe a little bit younger, whatever little league is. And I'll never forget what he said. He was a tall black man. He said, "You lost. You're a bunch of fucking losers." I will never forget that, Melanie. You guys have a good one. Shout out to you all. Have a good one, man.
Bye, chaotic. All right, let me get through these super chats real quick because there are a couple of them. The Trib one says there's no way to do it. The point is to improve society. The goal is to handle individuals in their way. Failing can be a motivator and detriment.
I can agree.
Right? I can agree with that. I think it can be a detriment if it's done incorrectly. If all a person hears is negative, 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 then, they're led to believe that. But
Okay,
I
thank
think
you.
if you're trying to do something and you fail at it, it's okay to say you failed.
No, I agree with
Crab
that.
coming with the shut up, Furby. Rude Mud Crab coming with the $5. Mel's gonna get a participation ribbon for this panel. Everyone else is taking W's home. The Trib one also says, what happens when the shame isn't ready to be handled, though? If it were all the same, we wouldn't be in this type of world. No need to be gatekeepy. I will be gatekeepy. Only the strong will survive in my world. Sorry, but that's how it's going to be. And Chuck in Tennessee says 5 minutes out. Bye, Furby. I'll set the timer. Restart. I will say, Furby, you are good for that. The Trib one comes in with the big 2. Who on this panel is in favor of eugenics?
What?
No comment.
Mm.
No, I'm not in favor of any measure of control over that.
Mm-mm.
I think
No, I wouldn't agree either.
anytime you let scientists try to dictate how society should be operated, it can become dangerous. The rat utopian experiment is a perfect example of how they try to apply that to people by stacking people on top of each other in the projects in order to create a colony collapse, and it is being replicated over and over again in our society.
CSS element coming in with the big 5 says, Sarah, do you recognize Mel is forcing you into the masculine aspect? It's the exact attention he desires and is skilled in extracting it. Spiritual issue. Maybe, but even my dad said up here, he pushed it out as well, recognized, picked up what I was putting down. Where was it, Dad? I just had it up here a second ago. Oh, damn it. Now I got to find it all over again. It was above the supers.
Who is this CS Element guy? Can I follow him?
CSS Element, yeah, I met him on LFA's panel. He's pretty
Yeah. Dude, I want
okay, he's very solid in his foundation, but he can cross TOS boundaries sometimes. But my dad said, wow, my Sarah Pebble just said, shut the fuck up. Now there's a real man talking, like John Wayne toilet paper, rough as hell, and don't take shit off anyone.
I was going to try to build a bridge. I heard this when Melanie was here, but I think Melanie was getting a little trip on the word shame, because I think that has a lot of negative connotations. It probably is a healthier way to handle that, especially with children. I think most of us would agree that like some small to moderate amount of adversity can be healthy. It would probably be good for most people. I think most people would agree with that.
Yeah, it's not like you're calling your kid stupid and saying you failed, you suck, you know, what the fuck is wrong with you? There's a you still have the human element involved, but you don't just go handing out cookies even if they fail the test. You say, "Oh man, you know, you didn't do so well on this one. Let's see what we can do to make it better next time." Right? Now they have the motivation, and hey, if we get a better grade next time, there's a cookie in store. Right? Like you still incentivize, but you also have to acknowledge and recognize the work that was done, and it wasn't done up to standards, right? Certainly you ran the mile run, but you ran it in 3 hours, not 10 minutes, right? And that's a reasonable time for anybody, I think. Okay, so you didn't run that fast. What can we do to help improve you? So every type of criticism should come with like a like a futuristic appeal. It should come with a positive connotation at the end of it to say, what can we do to make it better? Right? You're not just going out there saying you fucking suck, you fail. Shame is developed in the plan to say you still didn't achieve the results that you were supposed to, but how can I help you do better? Right? There's a whole human element involved, and Mel only wants to hear like you fucking suck. And there's a whole different thing to that. Whole different thing.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. There's level to criticism. So constructive criticism definitely helps you improve because you see your failures from a third point perspective. I mean, you don't know how bad you're doing unless you can see how bad you're doing.
So, two questions for Kusha. Nice to meet you, by the way. And
no, Kush shot it, not Kush.
Kush, whatever. Show Kush. I apologize. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Kushuit. Wait, Kush shot it?
Yeah.
Oh, like who shot it? All right, Kush shot it. Roger, got it. Hey, and Proncis, good to see you. And I know Flo, of course. So something to engage for the panel. How much of this is cyclic in nature? Meaning, there are cycles of this going on Are we just in a certain cycle, or how much of this is man-made, man-created? Chemicals in the food, chemicals in the water, indoctrination, pre-programming. How much of this is this particular society, i.e. the West, seems to be being purposely forced into failure, whereas in quote-unquote misogynistic cultures, they're not putting up with this nonsense, like Muslim cultures, or they're not going to tolerate this femme stuff. So the question is, are we purposely being shipwrecked into an iceberg, and for what purpose?
I would agree. I would agree so, man. Because when there's no strong men in society, then it's easy to push society around in a direction that
conquer it.
That you would want it to go into. I would say that more of it is social, because everybody's a social creature. So when the herd sees everybody moving this way and everybody's going towards the wrong direction, I mean, you kind of get caught up in the crowd. I would say so, because if it was the food and the chemicals and all of that stuff inside the water, then everybody would be running off the rails the same exact way. I doubt it. I think it's more social. That's why you have the side with people like us who think that you should work hard to earn things, like pull yourself up by the bootstraps, and we're pushing against the people who think that everything should be handed to you. Nothing in life is easy, and you come to find that out when you become an adult and you have to take care of things on your own. So
Ku, to push back a little bit against the food, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard the premise? And again, Sarah, if you'll allow, have you heard the premise? And I think Sarah's probably keyed off on this. I think Flo might be a little bit interested in this as well. That if I were to eat the same diet here in America and then go to Europe and eat the same exact thing, I'm talking the same Big Mac, order it from the same McDonald's, right, I will actually lose 10 to 15 pounds in Europe compared to here. And same European coming here, eating the same products, but using our products here in America are seemingly mysteriously gaining 10 to 15 pounds. So there is something in the food and the water.
That's also partially because Americans want the more caloric items.
Yeah.
I'm saying if everything is identical, meaning portion size, everything, they're gaining 10 to 15 pounds.
I'm pretty sure that's not the case.
It is the case. It is the case.
That's definitely there's way more.
If you looked at packaging, if you look at the packaging,
there's got to be less calories. Otherwise, how would you?
Well, you're saying it's not true, and I'm going to demonstrate that it is.
But by definition, if it's the same amount of calories, you would not lose weight. So they're either lying about the calories or it's not.
Hold up. You said portions. You didn't say calories.
Metabolize. If you don't metabolize the fats that are in it, then it can still give you more fat, but you're not like
necessarily metabolize poison. A lot of the stuff that they put inside of the food is not good for the human body.
There it is. Now Ku's on it. Ku's on it.
Yeah,
it's the additive.
Generic, be clear. I said, 1 second, Christian. Be clear. I brought up how Americans want the more caloric items. That's why we sell the more caloric items. So that's I said calories in the beginning. I just want to clarify.
Okay, hold on. But you're straw manning my argument. My argument was, and if I misspoke, then I'm going to create it. I'm going to correct it. If you were to say a mac and cheese, Kraft mac and cheese in Europe, and you were to look at the ingredients of Kraft mac and cheese in America, you'll find there are a greater amount of ingredients, but the same caloric value. So they're putting basically poisons on the grain that we use to make our noodles and stuff, and pesticides that they refuse to use in Europe. And therefore it's having a degenerative effect on our biomes.
Only when the EU outlaws certain things, we'll notice it. I think I can explain this.
I'll be too quick. I just want to build a bridge. I don't disagree that they probably use different chemicals. I know our other countries are way more restrictions about that. I know the UK is, for example. What I don't know for a fact is that if it's the same calories, because of those chemicals, you're going to end up gaining or losing more weight. I need to see research on that. But Melanie, go ahead.
What I do know about this is that the most confirmed scientifically thing done they've done research on this is that stuff in America contains more sodium, and same with Canada too, than like in Europe. And what that actually leads to is like more constricted arteries and stuff like that. So when you do store
water retention too,
I wouldn't.
When you do store stuff as fat, you're not. It's harder to get oxygen from higher rates of breathing, so you don't do as much activity, and it becomes harder to physically burn
I
them.
doubt it. I doubt it. If anyone has seen the podcast with Joe Rogan when he interviewed RFK,
He never gets anything wrong.
That guy, he's
known for being very scientifically accurate.
Hey Sarah, and
Say that
pardon me,
again?
pardon me, panel. Sarah, I put something in the back chat that you could look at and maybe take a clip at. You don't have to use it, obviously, but this is to point out the difference between European products and American products, and how many more different things are in the ingredients list and why. So if you want to check that out, or if anyone wants to peruse that, and maybe if I have a blind spot, point it out to me.
It's mostly preservatives, right? For like the
Oh
candy.
yeah, a lot of
It's
different
all of the
chemicals.
preservatives. That's what I was
Well,
going to say.
I don't disagree with any of
push
this.
back against
What you have
the
not
whole
demonstrated is what effect this has.
Well,
What
hold
do
on.
these chemicals do differently
Right,
when
and
it's consumed?
that's what I'm getting ready to get into. Okay, so if we're talking about mental illness, which we were just talking about needing therapy and stuff like that, what if I'm not saying it's a claim that's kind of speculatory. What if these chemicals are causing chemical imbalances within inside the brain, causing instability in emotional states and stuff like that? What if these chemicals and why are they being outlawed in Europe?
I can name one. MSG, monosodium glutamate,
Right.
is a big player in all of this and has been linked to various mental illnesses through proper research. I don't think we can slippery slope this because they do, like, the FDA is pretty rigorous about like anything that shows like any correlation. They'll start testing.
No, hold up. Well, see, that's what I'm saying. We think in America that we are superior to other countries because we have the FDA. Do you know what MCOOL is? It's called little m, and all the rest is capital COOL.
I don't, but are you
mandatory country of origin labeling? This is something that the FDA had for the longest time set in place. And it applies mostly to meat like beef, pork, and I think lamb or something like that. The main meats. Suddenly they repealed mandatory country of origin labeling, and now we don't have any clue where we're getting our meat from. It could be mystery meat from frickin' Bill Gates for all we know. It could be meat. Like literally, if you've ever hold on, you're asking for evidence. I'm going to give you evidence. The pork that I get from the commissary on the military post is way different than the spongy pork I would get out of Walmart.
Well, yeah, because they put different preservatives in it. I agree, but like when it comes down to like the liabilities that the people who make this food and distribute it have. Because like we don't see it as a consumer, but I kind of know a bit about this because part of the business I worked in, we made canned marinated mushrooms, and you have to know what the restrictions are. And anything to do with meat, I guarantee you, there's all these restrictions.
Benefit? Let's hold on, Melanie. I swear, if I told you the sky was blue, you'd argue it was orange. Look at hold on. Look at the Activa. What is the frickin' purpose of the same product? Why is the list so much longer for an American product versus
one thing? They have bacterial cultures in there.
That's not why.
Really,
can you engage the question?
It's because of capitalism. It's going to last longer on the shelf, and it's probably cheaper to make. That's probably why they're doing it.
What is the health benefit? What is the health drawback? Is it just consumerism? Is it just raw profit? Do they not care about the consumer?
I think it's more about profit. The longer it lasts on the shelves, the better it is.
Let me ask a quick question. No, I think we'll solve all this. Is anyone on this panel against regulating these ingredients if they're proven to have a negative effect? I'm going to say I would not be against that.
Of course not.
Yes, but the
issue is that there's regulatory capture, so this agency is not doing a good job.
Thank you. No, they're doing exactly the job they're meant to do. Exactly.
By corporations, capitalism is bad. Because if they're captured by corporations, then the argument is capitalism.
That's actually an exploitation of socialism because it's the government's authority and oversight that is being leveraged by private entities.
Wait, when socialism, you would get money from like taxes and stuff.
I'm not. Yeah, don't worry about it. You won't get it.
It doesn't make sense. That's again corporatism and capitalism having its fingers in government.
I'm okay with you not getting it.
Can you explain it?
You won't get
Everybody else get it.
I try to explain things so people will get it.
Well, some people are purposely obtuse with the understanding.
I'm not being purposely obtuse. Like when you explain. When you explain, like,
typically, like it's the power of the purse, right? So the lobbyists, the government regulations, and so on and so forth. The people who push for those lobbies and push for the regulations that they want or what they don't want. It's the power of the purse. So they're able to sponsor a bill and get it pushed forward, or get regulations made or not made or changed or redirected, or have some kind of caveat. Or some of them will even just front the bill on paying for the
research.
No, not even that. The consequences, like if they've got oil spillage into the water, they just pay the penalty monthly, because they make more off of whatever they're doing, and it's cheaper to just spill it in the water and pay the bill than it is to actually pay to clean it up.
So I think we all want government
Power
to
of
be
the
competent
purse.
here. And does anyone disagree that we should get money out of politics? Like big money, like capitalism,
Yes, I disagree.
banks? Oh, well,
But
then
it's too. I don't want to go down the rabbit hole with you, but yes, I disagree.
that's how these agencies get captured. So why, like, how are you against them being captured?
Well, what do you mean by getting money from the government?
Out of politics. That's exactly why I disagree.
Yeah.
Corporations can't give presidential candidates money, for example, before an election.
Yeah,
via
super
campaign.
PAC. Have you ever heard of a super
donations.
PAC coup?
Have I ever heard of what?
A super PAC. It's super PAC.
No,
I forget
I
what
haven't.
it stands for at the moment, but basically, it's a way for someone who's
Private
rich.
action
Committee, okay, something like that. It's a way for someone who's super rich to donate. I think it's an unlimited amount of money, but I don't quote me on that. To someone's campaign, and the whole idea is behind the scenes.
An example might help. For example, like Coke can give unlimited money to Trump's campaigin, in theory.
I don't have any examples offhand.
Let's explore. We talked about capitalism. Would you say that in America? Would you say that I got a couple of things. We got sick care in America, not health care. All right. First off, let's establish that. So here's an interesting thing. Would you say that Americans, by and large, have a spirit of not wanting to be ruled, i.e., kind of anti-authority by nature? The average American, maybe not so much.
I think
this
most of them
generation.
actually prefer to be ruled. And
Okay, I'm talking Gen X. I'm talking Gen X to.
I'd agree with you generally. But there's one caveat that
We're
a lot of
romanticized it.
Americans
Okay.
like,
Compared to North Korea, compared to China, compared to
Even
all these
Canada.
other societies that seem to fall in line, would you say if you had to pick a rebellious people on the planet, would it be more likely that you'd land your dot on America?
I don't know. Have you seen British media?
No,
But no,
they wouldn't.
Okay. You're making
we're somewhere on the spectrum.
But you're making my point, Melanie. Where did Americans come from, by and large? Fucking Europe. So just engage the question.
Okay. I was going to say I mostly agree with you, except for one thing. I think Americans are kind of misled, like with their anger and misdirected.
Oh Lord, it's not a feelings conversation.
Yeah, we can go forward. Yeah, we get it.
Holy shit, dude! I feel like you're a student driver that has too much access to the brake. I'm trying to tell you to drive, and you keep slamming on the brakes. I'm tired of smacking my head into the fucking glove box. Dude. Either engage the fucking premise or shut the fuck up and learn.
Yeah, I am. I'm saying that they should be mad at capitalism. That brings us back.
You have to recognize a chaos agent when you see one, and then adjust accordingly.
Roger.
Yeah,
Okay.
but to answer your
Hey,
question,
hold on. Can we get Chuck in Tennessee? Do you have an extra $5?
Chuck, where are you, Chuck?
Fucking hey.
No, but
we're gonna.
Like more people were angry at capitalism than they're
it seems like
anti-authoritarianism.
the route that we're going down. It seems like the route that we're going down, more people will be comfortable with giving up more power for safety versus us self-regulating ourselves. Like even with them trying to control social media, what can and can't be said, I don't necessarily agree with it. I mean, I've heard a lot of horrendous things come my direction just because of my skin color, but I mean, I give two shits. Brush it off and move on. As long as no one is actively going out of their way to try to harm me physically, then I can care less. Let people say what they want to
cool.
say.
I got a question for you, Koo.
Go for it.
Are you more or less likely to be able to resist tyranny if you're weak from bad food with bad drugs in it and your mental state, or if you got good, more raw food and you're able to actually think properly and you're not taking all kinds
Sluggish,
of SSRIs, or sluggish, falling asleep
Right,
because you had a
yeah.
freaking sandwich? with Miracle Whip, because we're no basic bitches that use just regular mayo.
Miracle Whip is trash.
Shut the fuck up.
Hey,
I mean,
shots fired.
are we more likely to get tyranny from capitalism or from government? Because I would say capitalism at this point.
No,
Government. Like, look at fucking history.
You got 20 minutes, Furby. Chuck is the hero we didn't know we needed, and our sugar daddy of the evening. Thank you.
Yeah, Furby is a little demented,
Praise,
man. Like,
baby, Jesus, Chuck. And actually, I will say I'm probably going to end in 20 minutes, so I'll call that a win for Chuck.
So, Sarah, is there any way we can have like a little not audio, but a visual of a tire spoke, like a bicycle spoke going around, and then you see Furby with a stick? It just stabs it in it, and we endo the whole conversation, flips and spills out on the sidewalk and gets skin knees
you're
in
not
hand.
the first person that would make that complaint.
I mean, why should I listen about being a man from a person that rejects being a man, rejects being a human, rejects all these other things, wants to live in some fucking la-la land? I'll engage you at some point in time with this person.
The point, though, is you're supposed to be empathetic for their feelings.
No,
right?
you're supposed to be empathetic.
Right.
You're the
I mean,
woman.
I'm not interested. I'm not interested in an oppression Olympics.
But how? Hold on. What is?
Sure.
Whoa. Social structure is based on what women think. All right. Men know not to go around certain women because their wives said, no, she's trash. Like, we're not going to hang around their family. She's this, she's that, whatever. Women create the social structure. So you have to appeal to women first and harness their empathy in order to get the man to tag along. Right? Because you guys, you're just like, I don't give a fuck. Like,
I don't
you
know
fuck
if
your
that's true.
feelings, right? Huh?
Is that true? I don't know if that's true.
Women, we are the
tame the wild shrew.
Think about how easy, Flow State, how easy it would be if you and I were dating right now and you treated me like shit. All I have to do is make one phone call, and then suddenly 20 other women will know that you're a piece of shit, and none of them will be interested except for some crazy girl down the street.
They will. I'll be like, good. I hope he beats that bitch out of his life.
Yeah, but everyone
I'd be more worried about all the simps wanting to whip his ass. That's
Simps aren't concerning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, neither are women, dude. That's like going to the kindergarten playground and making little shits, when you're a high schooler. I mean, unless
I don't know. She's harder than most of the men in this conversation. Feels well. I guess not most of the men, but definitely one of them.
I want to push back a little bit what generally was saying.
I bet you do. You sound like a power bottom. Push back.
I don't disagree about any like the ingredient stuff, but I think you were kind of missing that like the diets are still very different. Like just based on my research, like the portion sizes are way bigger in the U.S. So like stuff like that's going to have a way bigger effect on our overall weight size.
I agree with you.
Okay, so I would.
And Europe is also getting obese faster, also just not quite as fast as the U.S.
All right, let's talk about the way our food is processed in America, because a lot of the overly processed stuff our body can't make use of it. So I mean, if you can't make use of it, especially with sugars and like carbohydrates and stuff, your body the first thing your body wants to do is turn it into fat.
So when it comes to fat, it's literally just calories in, calories out. Like macros might make a small difference.
But there's other things inside of non-processed food that
calories
helps the body process.
500 calories of vegetables, like, and I eat that. It's not gonna. I'm gonna get the same amount of weight. It's not gonna make a difference.
You're not wrong. I mean,
Wait,
the quality of what you're
Only
eating.
processed foods make us sick. If we're eating everything and it just converts into starch and sugar, and our body turns it into fat, what do you think the whole outcome of that will be?
Wait.
It will affect.
The process isn't incorrect when he says mathematically calories in, calories out the same. However, over a prolonged period of time, for instance, if I eat MREs for a month straight, dude, you can't imagine how it's going to wreck my system.
Calories aren't all the same.
The calories that you are eating are important, but if you go just one for one, I do agree with the premise of your statement. It is factually correct, but there is a nutritional value that is beneficial versus not beneficial, and even actually, I would say counterproductive. Any thoughts on that?
No, I don't completely disagree. And there are going to be effects. Like, for example, if I eat a bunch of carbs, I might have more energy for a workout. So, like, what you eat does matter. I was being a little unopen-minded. That being said, I don't think it's addresses what I'm talking about. Where the UK, they still have like unhealthy foods, processed foods. They just intend to not eat them quite as much as we do, which I think we should do. Yeah, we should eat less processed foods. Just other countries seem to be better at doing that, and that's why they are less obese.
Yeah, I doubt that it'll happen unless we rearrange our whole structure of how we run a country, because there's more money in to feed us processed food.
Let me just voice confirm. James, is that you?
Yeah, the very same.
What?
Yeah, it is.
It's James. You can recognize the voice.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Hey, James.
I don't. What's going on? I don't think it'll change until we care more about how it affects people versus about how much money it can potentially make a company. If that makes sense.
I don't disagree. I think we do need to incentivize healthy food more because it's usually more expensive, and that's I don't think the average person is going to make that right choice.
Hey, James, do you have something open in your background?
Maybe just mute him for now.
Okay, I'm gonna mute you. If you have another tab open or something like that, can you just close that out because it's echoing back at us. Thank you.
Yeah. So, like Specific was saying, when he brought up the article where it showed the differences between the amount of preservatives inside of our food, like they care more about how long it can last on the shelf so it can be shipped out to more people so more consumers can purchase it, versus like the simple few ingredients that are more natural for the human body to ingest. There's no money in stuff going bad on the shelves. So until capitalism is good, but I mean, in some ways, there's a downside.
Well, capitalism promotes shortcuts, right? To a degree, like because it's like how much more money can I make, and how much less money do I have to spend creating this product I'm going to sell,
right?
And how much longevity can I get out of this product? Can I make it last longer so it'll sit on the shelves longer? Therefore, I can just mass supply out the door.
Right, the income overhead. Yeah.
So let's engage this premise. I think there's some intelligent people on this panel, right? So
you're thinking too hard.
Do you think the people like I'm a Gen Xer, I'm 55, and I grew up with this food pyramid all throughout school. They used to see the food pyramid. Now I find out about 10 years ago the damn thing's been absolutely upside down the entire time. Now the question is, was that a oopsie? Was that ignorance? Was that incompetence on the quote unquote medical professionals then? Should we listen to them then? Should we listen to them now? Do they have it straight? Was it a mistake or was it on purpose? Was it a long time plan? I.e., the Titanic's not a speedboat. You gotta do some planning when you set that navigation. What's that?
It's not a speedboat?
Yeah, it doesn't turn on a dime, right? So nor does the government, right? So the government, it takes time, right? So they do these things planned out. This is some central planning.
Then why is Europe figured out on putting out better food and regulating it?
They are, but to Francis's point, they also are starting to become obese. Now there are some cultures that seem to be dodging this, and those are the
ones that actually have to walk everywhere.
Well, there's
the ones
that
care enough about it to
the Mediterranean diet.
So there's a couple points. Those that care enough to protect their people, and those that are considered by the world powers to be so inconsequential as to not have to worry about them. Meaning they're not a problem. They're not a contender or an enemy in the future that if they stay stronger or continue to be strong, that they could be a threat to whatever they're getting ready to install. Because I'm telling you, there's some world government crap coming down the pike. And people are going to be really surprised. It is here, but we're still like boiled frog syndrome.
Oh,
I can understand the concern. James, I just want to add one thing because I want to see what Johnny is going to say. Because I totally understand the concern. I do wonder if this other side of it is like, and this is maybe where I lean more, is I think also partially it's like this is what Americans want. They want cheaper, more caloric dense foods, and corporations are going to give it to them. So I wonder if even if you had like a grocery store where they had everything available, I wonder if they would still make the decision to eat the unhealthy, cheaper, more caloric item.
What the unhealthy
most
stuff
people-
tastes better. everybody's
Even at
addicted
that,
to the sugar and salts.
the healthy stuff is more expensive, and you're
It
talking
is.
about like how many people live under the poverty line and how many people live really close to it. You know, like you can't afford to eat healthy, and then you can't afford the doctor's bill, and then you can't afford the insurance, and then you can't afford anything and then you sign your death sentence.
Right, yeah.
off the top.
Everybody
It-
seems to be funneled down the same line.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
I think that we have to recognize like we are kind of responsible for this to some degree because we beef up the consumer market. Like we are the consumers. We do it to ourselves. We go out.
We're the
Amazon
consumers and the product.
and the product too,
Right.
right? I get that. But like we Amazon the shit out of everything. We want it right here, right now, at my fingertips. Damn it, if I have to wait for a full day of shipping. What a shame. I remember waiting weeks for shit.
Right,
You know?
and that kind of goes back into the whole same
I get
thing,
pissed when things
we
aren't
were
next
talking
day.
about
Can I ask
the,
a few questions? Because
Yeah,
I
sure,
think there's
James.
another
Yeah,
side
James,
to
go.
this that might be worth exploring. So the first thing I think of is, although the U.S. does have its obesity issues, I don't know relative to the rest of the world. I'm pretty sure it's high. It seems to be a really well-known thing. The U.S. also produces some of the most hyper-healthy folks in the entire world.
So is this a survival of the fittest?
Always has been.
Always will be.
I will say, I think we're talking about generalities because I think even like per capita, I think we're still in the top five
So,
easily.
Again, I think we
Top
should
five in
shame
terms
them
of
more.
obesity?
Here's
Or
the interesting
we're
thing.
also
Jane-
number one in terms of hyper healthy, I would imagine, in terms of folks who are.
I'm talking about per
percentage
capita,
of
which means
population.
you would average it out. So if there's only like 10 super healthy people, but like 1,000 obese people, they're going to outweigh that equation.
Yeah, and I guess I'm wondering. So let's suppose that 10 out of every 100 Americans, say 80 out of every 100 is obese, and 10 out of every 100 is super healthy, right? And every other country, it's only 3 or 4% of the folks who are super healthy. I'm just wondering, how does that factor in terms of calorically dense foods and all this other stuff? Because there is that aspect that is overlooked, that the U.S. also produces tremendous athletes and also produces tremendously healthy folks as well. And then the second part, I guess I would ask is, have we looked into any other differences between differences in ingredients between other countries? So take the U.S. out of this equation, then we could test our hypotheses. So there's this notion that was thrown around that bad food would make a country more docile. So what we could do is we could
weaker.
look for a country that we know is intentionally trying to make their populace more
North
docile.
Korea.
So North Korea or China, and then we could compare and see if the hypothesis is correct. Then you would find that their ingredient lists are comparable to the U.S. or at least similar in some way.
Well, hold on. Let's talk about docile versus weaker. I think that you might think it's a distinction without a difference, but I think it's a very important fact. Meaning, if a people aren't a threat naturally, there's no reason to weaken them with bad nutrition. But if a people would stand up against something that you're trying to implement, and you know that you want them weaker as a people and more docile, then you could mess with the nutrition of their food, right? So you got to understand, what are the machinations of the powers that be. For instance, if they're not worried about, let's say, if like, look what happened in Venezuela, for instance. It got to the point where people were eating pets. They absolutely, like, women were selling their bodies for half a roll of toilet paper. It got so bad, and right now we're looking at our economies. Like, Biden's economy means like $60 gets you one Walmart grocery bag full of food, whereas it used to get you 3.
Right. Yeah.
I have another quick question, because I'm just picking off. I was listening earlier, so it seemed to me that there was somebody offered the premise that Europeans are less rebellious than Americans. Or that it
No.
would be
I don't
easier
think
to
so.
tame.
No. Well, my point was, I think out of everyone, American spirit is don't tread on me. We came from European stock, so therefore there's a reason why the West in general, I call the West Australia, Canada, America, and most of Western Europe, not the Eastern Bloc. That's a whole different ballgame. There's a reason why there's been a freaking absolute invasion all throughout the West, because we are the thing that stands in the way between whatever is trying to take over in order to create an entire slave global population out of whatever cannot resist or doesn't have the wherewithal to resist. So therefore, you have to get the enemy out of the way, and you weaken them in any way you possibly can.
Can I ask a question, generally, real quick? This is based on what you just said. And I'm not saying my premise is necessarily true, but assume, just maybe hypothetically, assume it's a possibility where maybe Americans do want these cheap core foods. I'm getting the sense that you don't love government intervention. Well, first off, is that right?
I heard is he garbled for anyone
He
else?
did. Yeah, he went into a fishbowl for a hot second.
Yeah,
Michael,
gotta
can
slow down when
Could you repeat
Yeah, I
that?
talk really
speak
fast.
really fast.
Do you like? Yeah, I talk way too fast. Well, first off, am I correct in assuming that you don't like government control and regulation?
Well, well, technically, people accuse me of being a Fed. I mean, I spent the bulk of my adult life serving my country, so I liked it plenty fine enough to wear a uniform and say yes, sir, yes, drill sergeant. Overall, I would say I'm not a fan of someone telling me how to act without a good reason. Right? I'm a lead follower, get the fuck out of my way kind of guy. If you're a better leader, I'll follow you. If you're not, follow me. If you're not, you're an obstacle. If you're not going to do any of that. So, to answer your question as succinctly as possible, I'm not a huge fan of being told what to do, but I do understand that there is a necessity for some kind of structure. Otherwise, you get pure chaos. Your thoughts on that? Or did I answer it?
No, and that was I think a relatively nuanced answer, because my first thought was I got the vibe that you would be against that, and I thought, well, my first thought was the best kind of solution to address your concern with the food is like to have like some pretty strict regulations on what is sold in America as far as food, and so I wonder if you'd be against that principally or not.
No,
It
I think the solution is what I'm doing. I got chicken. I got like 0.3 of an acre.
Could you imagine like
I
selling
got-
ding dongs and Twinkies on the black market?
Yeah.
It's a guy with the
Sorry.
overcoat. He's like, I got some shit, dude.
Yeah. So for me, I think
the episode.
I think the solution is grow your own food, raise your own livestock as much as you can your own stuff. I mean, these are all things I'm doing as a city boy. I'm trying to insulate myself from having to rely on the government. Get things right from the source as much as possible. Don't use pesticides when I can avoid them. Of course, there's stuff in the water you can't avoid if you're on the city water. I get a lot of that stuff. I'm just trying to do the best that I can.
You wouldn't expect the average person to do that, though, I assume.
No, but the average person should do that. Matter of fact, there was a point in time where 1 out of every 3 yards would have a freedom garden in it. You know, when our country went to war, everyone went to war. We tightened our belt. Everyone sacrificed. Everyone brought stuff to recycle so you could make more. You know, like you hear about this stuff in the 50s. I think it's a lack of God, personally. I think there's a lack of purpose, a lack of morality, or whatever you want to call God. If it's a flying spaghetti monster, something to believe in, right?
Well,
A
yeah, because
purpose.
the highest achievement would be to go to heaven, right? But we have no purpose to get there anymore. It is the final couple minutes. Why don't we go ahead and get through our closing statements so I can go to bed? I have to get up in like 4 hours.
Melanie would like a closing word too, if that's okay.
What's
I see her in
that?
the private chat. I think Melanie's been waiting in the private chat. I think she wants a parting word as well.
We'll let you start, Mel. Mel, to you. Closing thoughts.
Thank you. I actually think some good points were made tonight, other than just simply saying men shouldn't go to therapy, because I think that's too easy to just say that. I'm not going to dwell on that, but what I've heard a lot tonight is like things pointing to capitalism when you really think about it at the end of the day. So even if you love capitalism, think about this for a moment. A lot of men value like themselves based on body count and stuff like this. And they also like think about like their riz and how much that they can like how good their car is and stuff, and that makes women attracted to them. It's very Andrew Tate mindset with the red pill right now. And when they can't live up to that because, you can't always get the highest paying job and stuff, no matter how hard you try, they really probably, they already shame themselves enough as it is. And I'm just saying, if we want men to, actually feel like men without having to do all that crazy stuff, then I think having just healthier forms of masculinity and encouraging that is the key thing. Because I agree that you can encourage healthy forms of masculinity. Overall, I'm just going to say, I'm not a big fan of this government stuff either. But at the same time, if we're going to have it, then government is the most effective means of regulating corporations, who through the profit motive have way more incentive to totally screw us, versus governments, if democracy is working as it should, need us to vote them in. So I'm more for like a direct form of democracy. I'm more for, like, I'm totally with you guys on getting corruption out. Maybe consider what leftists are saying and stuff like that, with getting people beyond like the systemic barriers. Because if you really expect people to pull themselves up by the bootstraps, you need to get rid of any other kind of variable that determines their outcomes, and that's pretty much any systemic barrier they may face. So that's all I have to say. Have a great
even
night.
gravity. Should we eliminate gravity for them because it's too hard?
Yes, but let's just sure. I'm obviously kidding. Anyways, have a good night.
James, to you, final thoughts.
Yeah, I have two. They're both in defense of capitalism.
Why did everything mute?
The first is the notion that capitalist entities don't have an incentive to provide good
Can I
things.
not hear anything?
I hear him quiet.
Can you hear me?
I hear him quiet.
All right, I'll just talk louder. So,
Okay.
two points. They're both in defense of capitalism. The first is the idea that incentive-driven organizations don't have an incentive or will not try to provide a good thing and try not to screw people doesn't make any sense. If you don't believe me, go try to sell something and screw people over. See how long that lasts. It's self-evident. Now, they do want to balance. That's the whole point. They're trying to get the most they can. They're trying to mini-max. So they're going to try to cut the corners where they can, but they also have a huge incentive to not absolutely fuck people over. So just keep that in mind. The second thing I want to say is in defense of the preservatives in U.S. foods. One of the things that people don't realize or don't seem to account for is preservatives allow for, and fast food, all junk food, and caloric dense allows for a more dynamic lifestyle. I mean, think about this. If you have your own farm, think about the recurring necessary responsibilities to a certain place at a certain time that are now put upon your life to make sure that your chicken is fed every day, versus the dynamicism to say, I got a can that I know is going to last 6 months, so I can put it away and go do what I got to do, and I know it's still going to be here. So there is a flip side to that is positive. Now, I don't know. I like what Francis was saying, that we got to keep in mind that some of this is a byproduct of simple market forces. Perhaps the U.S. is more dynamic, their personalities. Perhaps that's one of the reasons why these particular forms of food are more viable. I'm just throwing that in there into the whole mix as we're trying to understand the whole picture. That's all I got to say.
Sarah's gone, so I'll go to. Well, you want to go next?
Sure. I think that
your mic sounds. Hold on 1 second. Your mic sounds slightly garbled, but there was a popping right before you went to James, and I think something happened with your input.
I see what's going on. Good call.
Oh, now we can hear you. Now we can hear you.
Now you can hear me? Okay. Yeah, everything just like went out, like audio wise. Okay.
Sorry, Flo.
Yeah.
No, you're good. I think that there have in all of biology, there's winners and losers. And what we're dealing with is the losers. There's nothing new. There have always been losers. There are just different types of losers. And I think that I'm okay with letting the losers lose. I don't feel the need to push them all the way uphill.
Agreed. Thank you, Flow State. Bye. Who shot it?
Okay. Just to touch on the same point, from my understanding, I think men don't need therapy. I think we need to, as a whole, find a group to move towards, a group that won't be crabs in a barrel or pat them on the head, good job, good effort, and actually push you and have you work towards things that are more challenging for you to build that confidence, build that arrogance, so you can make more of yourself, hopefully, before you hit the grave. And also think that, that's pretty much it. Shout outs to everybody on the panel, man. Thank you. Appreciate you guys letting me join in, hang around, and give my thoughts on things.
Awesome. Thanks for coming on. We appreciate you. You're always welcome, for
Thank
sure.
you.
We'll see you next round. Bye-bye. Princess, to you, my friend.
Thank you for my parting words. Thanks for coming on, James. I will disagree with you a little bit where I definitely am a capitalist, but I think you can sometimes trick consumers into getting some maybe faulty products. I think that's why we do need regulations out there in certain scenarios. Just for example, if you're building a house, you probably should have very strict regulations, because if you look at the countries that do not, it might collapse and actually be very disastrous. So I'm all about capitalism with regulations. Go back to the main topic about therapy. I'm not opposed to the working out idea. I think men should work out. I don't think it's going to be the catch-all solution. If you go to the gym, you're going to see people that have mental health issues. In fact, some of those people use the gym to cope with a mental health issue. In fact, so I don't think it's going to be like a catch-all thing that's going to address all your issues. I would probably take a multifaceted approach where you try working out, maybe do therapy, maybe also join like a sport or an improv class. Like, you should be doing all these things as ways to self-improve yourself. And I think therapy is one of these tools you should have in your toolkit. It shouldn't be the catch-all, but I think it's one that a lot more people should look at adopting, because I feel this very strong repulsion to it that I don't really understand. And lastly, I'll end with this. I think a lot of people don't really understand what therapy is or what it can be. I don't know why it's necessarily opposed to having adversity. You can have adversity in your life and also see a therapist. In fact, I think we actually need both, because inherently, if you have adversity, you're going to have failures, and maybe those failures, they might need to talk to a therapist to deal with their issues. That's it. I'm going to end it right there. If you like what I said, subscribe to my channel, The Princess. Show my channel, but most importantly, like and subscribe to Sarah and give her money. Thanks for all the donos. That's it for me.
Thanks, Princess. GS, you'd like this. Dad says, Grumpy Tomatoes parting words. Everybody gets a participation trophy for tonight's participation. Congratulations, all of you. Final words from you, GS.
Well said, sir. I like the cut of your jib. All right. So the interesting thing is, first off, I'd like to thank Princess for being so willing to engage in good faith. And of course, the other people that I know on the panel always have interesting takes on things. Sarah, for allowing me on here. Really enjoyed this. This is really edifying. At the end of the day, we need to be able to have men's spaces where men can freely act like men, be men, exist as men, rub elbows with men, be corrected by other men, have men as mentors and examples to show us how to act and behave in the world. Women are more agreeable. They are identify with people. Men deal with things. We shouldn't be stuck in the same classroom as women. We should be out there hitting trees with sticks and chucking rocks at each other and, saying rub some dirt on it and get over it. We have a fundamental situation going on in America. And I would argue, if we can observe why a thing is, I want to ask, why is it that way? And it seems to me that it's by design, not an accident. So now you have to further delve down. What is the design? What is the purpose? And then the asking of the question, Socratic method, one often finds the answer. Let's keep having these conversations, Sarah. Get some sleep. And you're awesome, man. Just keep crushing. W's for Sarah. Thank you very much for having me. Are we hanging out in the back at all, or for a second? Or no?
Kushadit's still back there. You're welcome to stay and hang.
Can I get Prawn's link in the back chat if that's possible? Or Prawn says.
Yeah.
Is he still there?
No, but I'll link him up for you.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Absolutely, no problem. All right, let me tuck you away.
So everybody, I hope you learned a wonderful lesson today about how so many people change and require different concepts and lifestyles and have different experiences, because we all speak from different experiences. All right. We all have, oh, hi, Trib. Trib says, we have the church, we have schools, we have sports. We unironically have more places than women still. We just have women in more spaces today. True. True. Unless you're, like, if you want a place without women, make sure it's really dirty and gross and stinky and yeah, there's nobody else. Yeah, girls won't come typically if it's dirty and stinky. GS, for the record, everybody else backstage rolled, so if you're hanging around waiting, I won't be. Yeah, I got you. Anyways, at the end of the day, I think it is still healthy for men to find different avenues that fit them, right? We're all different. We all do different things, but I think physical outlet, competitive sports, things that will actually, things that will actually bring them to doing something and learning something about themselves, becoming competitive with other men. You learn more about yourself when you become competitive with other people. It's just the way it works. Cuda Clips coming in with the I can't even talk. Coming in with the $4.99. Thank you, Cuda. Appreciate you. And good night to you, Father. I'm glad we were able to entertain you since you, I guess, woke up in the middle of the night. Anyways, but I don't know. I'm tired. I'm super tired. All I know is we had a really great, interesting conversation this evening. We all learned a lot, and I think we should bring back some mild form of shaming and stop handing out fucking trophies everywhere. Anyways, on that note, I'm going to bed, everyone. Don't forget to tune in this Saturday night for the Saturday night sip-and stream, where everybody, it's a total free-for-all of just plain goofiness. We don't get as serious. It's all fun and games until somebody gets hurt. And then Moderator Monday comes back again on Monday. We have 4 fine gentlemen coming to battle the idea of whether AI should be considered or should have like legal rights. I think it's a great conversation. And yeah, anyways, outside of that, everyone, you can, I don't know, fuck off.
If you thought this show sucked, well, you could have been watching something like this instead.
All right, I'm gonna get low with it, Michelle. I'm gonna get low there. Oh yeah, right there. Okay, people. Oh yeah.
Listen up, I got a tale to tell about a sexy tomato with a fury from hell. All the other folks.
She's not the best looking woman, but she's very into submission. Really into it, so is the husband, which I like. He likes there to sit there and watch her get dominated.
Mr. Chaco!
She's got scenes of anger, simmering inside. One long move and she'll take you for a ride. She'll throw shade with her skin so red. Her temper's like a flame burning through your head.
And swinger syndrome is people that think that they're
little sister, what's your Bible? I go nowhere. Hey, little sister, who's so beautiful, man? Hey, little sister,